When it comes to the holy grails of endurance racing, there are a few tracks that come to mind more than Spa-Francorchamps. Welcome, everyone, to the World Series League's Endurance Championship powered by SIM3D and Kaden Computers. My name is DJ Clark, joined here in the booth by Ewan O'Leary, ready to get going for the 6 hours of Spa. And Ewan, this really and truly is a track that needs no introduction when it comes to sprint racing, endurance racing, or racing of any kind.
Absolutely, and especially endurance racing. It's really the season to be long distance racing around here, with the Spa 24 not too far away, both in real life and on iRacing here as well. So it's a great place to be at this time of year, and we're just over halfway in this season now. Things are starting to really get serious here at Rd4. And so, yeah, it should be another good race. Another 6-hour race in this championship, and we're very much looking forward to it.
Indeed, we are. And as you mentioned, we're about halfway through our season right now. So let's go ahead and take a look at our championship order. As we've said, we've got 3 different classes here. The LMP2s, first off there, with V3 Racing having a very narrow advantage over RSR by butt kicker number 56, and then RSR by butt kicker number 55, not too far behind them. NetRex Grand Prix still within striking distance, as is, it has to be said, Full Send Racing. Vector by RSR starting to get into a nice little battle there for third. SPR Esports Omega, Effect Esports T1, Celeritas Sim Racing, Vevictus, and 499 Racing, all rounding out your top 10. A pretty close championship as they run. Over in the GT3 standings, it's a little bit more spread out, with Liebert Esports Red leading the way by 12 points over RD Sim Sports WSL. Very, still plenty of time there for them to be able to catch back in. We've got a tie, though, for third, with Padawan Racing and Twisted Racing Team Ferrari Pro, with their sister team, Twisted Racing Team Audi Pro, not too far behind them. La Porcheria, Sim3D, RoboCop, Orbit Motorsports, Mercury, Eclipse Racing Team Blue, and Goldwing Motorsports round out your top 10. Still a lot of striking distance there. Moving back into the AM category, though, it is still pretty close at the top, with MSC Puma Kuppenheim. They're leading the way by only 6 points over Sim3D Sport Terminator, Prismatic Motorsports Athena. Within striking distance, they're only about 12 points or so back. Twisted Racing Team Ferrari AM looking to close down on them, with GSI, SCC Sim Sports certainly in the mix as well. Moving down the top 10 there, you have 303 Racing, SPR Esports Delta, Condog Prime Motorsports, Vulture Racing Red, and Sim Party Racing rounding out that order. Plenty of close little battles there, and you and I certainly think that we are going to see plenty of action within each of these fields today. Qualifying done and dusted on the charts, and I gotta tell you, there's not a lot separating the drivers here today. It's very close margins around this incredibly long circuit.
Yeah, it is very close once again, especially looking at GT3 Pro for that. Liper Esports and Twisted Racing Team are on the front row together there, but there really isn't much separating them, about 300ths of a second there, and only a couple of attempts back to the next car, Celeritas as well. So it is, especially in GT3 Pro. But a nice lap from Mike Shepherd has got V3 Racing onto the pole position here today, with a 2-minute 1.9 even in this qualifying session. So that was a fast lap time from them, and a decent gap there, but it is very close indeed. And we've got to remember, if those championship standings look a little bit strange maybe than what you were expecting, well, there is a drop week that's now being factored in. There was always a drop week in the rules, but we haven't been factoring it in just yet, because there have been too few rounds. But now we are doing that, and it is keeping these championships a little bit closer. So while we don't have MSC Puma Kuppenheim on the grid today, I don't believe they will still score 60 points because they've won all 3 races so far. So they're going to be able to count one of those wins now, as opposed to it being a drop week now. And so they will extend their championship lead quite probably, even though they're not racing today.
Indeed, and as we continue to tick down closer and closer to the action out on track, important to remember here that this is going to be a 6-hour race, obviously. Plenty of time for everything to sort of play itself out, and, well, considering it is an endurance race, we are going to be running the endurance pits here, so the pit stops going to be very, very long, as you've got to make your way all the way down the pit lane through here, and I think that's really going to change things up, and we're probably going to see a decent amount of fuel saving over the course of the race, trying to minimize the time you've got to spend in pit lane and take away any of the time that you have to spend stationary in the box getting some fuel.
Yeah, you will want to minimise time in the pit lane. We always talk about that in endurance racing, but I'm thinking especially about the incident limit here. There's you can't get disqualified through the incident limit, I don't believe, but you can get a lot of drive-throughs. 40x is what they can afford today in the 6-hour race, and around Spa, I don't know if that's going to be very much at all. I don't know if they're going to be able to get away with that. I know that the off-tracks aren't as severe as they used to be. Certainly in the past, 40x would have been difficult to get through in a 6-hour race, but today with the new off tracks around here and the way it works now, will that be a problem? Well, we'll have to find out, but anybody who does go over that limit and have to make a drive through will lose more than you would at a regular circuit.
Exactly, and you read my mind there, talking about some of the more lax off tracks around here. 2 wheels off and into the curbing, or off and into the runoff. That is what is going to be categorized as getting you an off track as you run, so that's certainly going to change things up. Let's take a minute to talk about the conditions out there today. It's about 25 degrees Celsius. Let's call that about 74 degrees or so out in the air right now. 103 degrees Fahrenheit out on track, 39 degrees Celsius as they run. So a little bit on the warm side, but not too bad. Keep an eye on that humidity, though. It is very, very high at about 74% humidity, and some pretty hefty winds as well. 18 kilometers per hour, 11 miles an hour. I think that's going to have some effect on the drivers.
It's all of these things are going to have to be factored in while you're driving around, but I mean, the most important one to me, though, the most noticeable one to me there is the 39 degrees Celsius at the bottom there for the track temperature. That is relatively high. It's not absolutely scorching, but it is a nice summer's day. Luckily for everybody, we are coming towards the end of the day in terms of the time at the moment. You can see it's just gone past 4 o'clock. I think this race might even start a little bit later in terms of the in-sim time. Obviously, we are running at 25th of June in sim as well as it is in real life right now. So that will keep the temperatures high. Will that change the tyre strategy of the guys? Well, we'll wait and see on that as well, of course, but that's all to be factored in as well. That's the most interesting thing for me about endurance racing. The strategy throughout, getting to the 6-hour mark as quickly as you possibly can, and then seeing where you go. But for my money, I think we are going to be ending this race, if not in the dark, then at least in the sunset twilight period.
Well, that'll be fascinating to see, and we'll be sure to be talking about that as we get closer and closer, especially around a track like Spa, where there is virtually no lighting on the back 3/4 of the track. That's going to change things up a lot for the drivers. You've really got to memorize those braking zones as you come down in. I want to give a huge shout out here again, though, to SIM3D and Kaden Computers, our sponsors for today and for the series. None of this would be possible without them, so massive, massive thanks to both of them for coming on board here for the World Series Leagues. We have about 2 minutes left to go here before we start to grid up, getting ready to go over to everything. And Ewan, they've given a nice little break here for the drivers, about 15 minutes to sort of calm and get themselves into the race set after qualifying. We normally don't see that here, but I gotta say, I kind of love it from the race organizers.
Card, then you're going to be waiting around anyway, so it won't make too much of a difference to them, because it happens to them all the time. The LMP2 drivers might be a little bit unfamiliar with it, because you're right, it doesn't usually happen. But they've just had off camera a 20-minute qualifying session for each class, in case you were unaware. They went out separately. The GT3 AMs went out before the pros, and then the LMP2s went out as well. And so yeah, we'll that does yeah, just change everything a little bit, and everybody's been able to get their laps in now. We're setting the grid and getting ready to go.
We are indeed, and of course, everything here is going to be coming down to that first lap, getting ready to go green here in about 60 seconds time as we run. Drivers going through their last preparations here at this point, drivers going through their strategy with their teams. Obviously, here in an endurance race like this, it's not going to be a one-man band. You're going to have multiple drivers coming in and out of the car as it goes, and as a result of that, you're going to have people in your ear, and that is so helpful when you're running around here, not only for spotting purposes, telling you where drivers are, etc., but also just to help you out in terms of strategy, making sure you're hitting those deltas, and that delta is something we're going to be talking about for sure over the course of this race, Ewan.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of about just keeping your pace up as much as possible, really, but also pacing yourself, if that all makes sense. You don't want to burn through your tyres very early on, especially with the track temperature at the moment. As I mentioned earlier on, we're not in the high 40s, which really is danger point. I mean, GT3s would be single stinting at that point, and so on and so forth. We're in the high 30s, which is not terrible, but you do have to pace yourself, as you say, and deltas are going to be something that everybody focuses on. And engineers are going to be pulling their hair out when the drivers just let themselves go a little bit and go a little bit too quickly. But either way, here is the grid as we get set for the 6 hours spot.
Indeed, it's going to be V3 Racing lining up in pole position in those LMP2s, followed by RSR by Butt Kicker. T1 Design Esports going to be making up to the inside of the second row, followed by SPR Esports Omega. 499 Racing behind them with TechSense Fitstyle Athena, then Celeritas Sim Racing and Vector by RSR, rounding out your LMP2 field. Back into the GT3 Pros, we have Liper Esports Red, Twisted Racing Team A there, then Celeritas in Invictus there, followed by Eclipse Racing Team Blue. Panda One is going to be in P5, and then their sister car, the 96, will be in 6th place behind them. Ethan Bass in the TechSense Fitstyle Apollo Machine will line up 7th in class, followed by Goldwing Motorsports John Bailiff there in P8. And then what about the GT3 AMs, Ewan?
First of all, James Howard going to be on the front row for Twisted Racing Team alongside SPR of Denny Dunn. Then we've got Gary Brown and Stephen Martinez on the next row together. Thomas Fisher's going to round up the top 4 for Vulture Racing Gold. It's going to be Jerome Rains and David Michael and Dom Goodsell rounding out your 8 cars there. By the way, Niels Chiestas of Vector by RSR and also for Goldwing, John Bailiff at the moment, seeing if they're going to actually grid up here. They didn't qualify, so I'm just wondering if they are going to be on the grid. I can see the Vector by RSR car now there, though. You can just see it on the right-hand side at the back of the grid. Just waiting to see whether Bailiff will get there as well. Hopefully we do get the full complement of 24 cars, which should start this race.
Yes, indeed they should. And the short pace lap around here starting just before the Blanchiment corner here. So not a lot of time for these drivers to get everything warmed up and ready to go, but that'll certainly make it a little bit more interesting when we get going. Obviously, the endurance layout here, not the Grand Prix layout, so watch for that. We will be having the start-finish line at the longer end of the circuit past La Source as they run. So don't be thrown off by that if you are used to watching Formula One around this circuit. But here we go, getting ready to get going, giving the command back to the GT3s to hold a little bit there to have a separated start.
Yeah, and not good news, I'm afraid, either for Vulture Racing Gold there. Already back down to the pit lane at the start there. Not entirely sure what's happened to them, but it's a pit lane start for them at the very least, and not a good start indeed either. But they're coming towards the bus stop chicane now, and the LMP2's about to get their race underway.
Yes, they are, as they bring their way down through right now, coming around through the corner. Again, they're going to have a little bit of time to sort themselves out here and get ready to go. Waiting. Oh, we're hearing that one of the Goldwing drivers had a power cut, and that is the reason for them. My goodness gracious, talk about bad luck to start the race. Hopefully they will be able to get back in and going here, but up front as they go, the LMP2s bringing the cars through La Source, ready for the green flag here for the 6 hours of Spa as they continue to wait. Here it's V3 Racing at RSR by Butt Kicker 56 leading out to the grid. Eyes pointed to Barney the Flagman, and there goes the green. We are racing in Spa. It looks like a clean getaway there for V3. A little bit of side-by-side between Effect and Vector and RSR by Butt Kicker. as they work their way up the fearsome All Rouge corner, and they're still side by side. I can't believe they kept that going, Ewan.
Well, yeah, it's always very dangerous going up through a Rouge side by side, and they're continuing it neck and neck down the Kemmel Straight. Outside line for RSR, though, is always a tricky one. Braking late, side to side contact early on, but O'Donnell Lines does a great job there to get into second place and give chase to the V3 racing car that holds the lead.
And as we focus our eyes also around here, keeping an eye on that GT3 start, obviously pacing things out a little bit as they run and waiting for the Liebert Esports Audi to get going. And there he does. It's a clean getaway for them. A little bit of a battle back in the back between Twisted Racing Team, Audi Pro, and Celeritas Sim Racing Invictus as they run. There you can see it does look like Vulture Motorsports Gold was able to get out of pit lane to get started, as it's a clean getaway here for the GT3s. Everybody's starting to sort themselves out into single file order as they run their way down the Kemmel Straight.
Yeah, more lined out for the GT3s, making sure that they get through the opening moments of this race without problems, and that they've done a good job indeed of doing that, especially Daniel Hopland, who holds on to his lead through Lecon for the first time, and will have a lot of defending to do throughout this race. It's Audi 1, 2 and 3 though, certainly looks to be the car to have maybe around this circuit.
Well, and I've got to call myself a little bit surprised by that. The Audi is not normally a car. Ooh, that was a big moment there coming through the corner. I believe that was Twisted Racing Team Audi Pro that got all kinds of sideways. That's going to set up a 3, almost 4 wide going down into Pujol as they run. A little bit of a wide run there for the number 18. That's the Celeritas Sim Racing Invictus team, as they currently run now in third. And the LMP2's already finishing their first lap. A big battle on. We've got a car around. That's the 499 Racing Team.
Yeah, this is all in the battle for second place, I think, and 499 get spun around at La Source in that big battle there, and unfortunately that has demoted them to 8th place. It's not the ideal start at all. It's a great start for V3 Racing, but I've no idea how EJ O'Donnell Lines has found himself in this position. He looked like he was getting away maybe from the field through the first half of that first lap, but that really has not happened, and he's in amongst all of the chaos right now as Niels Chesters in the green and black vector by RSR cars tries to make his way through the field from the very back. He has made up 2 places on the first lap.
Jumping back here to that battle in the GT3s, we follow right now Loris as he runs around in the number 18 Celeritas Sim Racing Invictus team. Everybody trying to just get a little bit of the helping of the draft here as they run down into La Source right now onto the binders. And what I was saying a little bit earlier was I'm a bit surprised of the dominance here of the Audis. We normally tend to think of that car as a little bit more of a nimble car that likes some of the twistier corners, great acceleration off of the line, but Spa normally tends to favor cars that have a little bit more of that top-end grunt. And so a little bit interesting to see that Audi being the one to really play out.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by that, but we have to see how it pans out over the race, really. Because I don't believe we've seen an Audi take a victory yet in either GT3 category. It's all been Lamborghini in the AM category, and in Pro, I think there's been maybe 1 or 2 Lamborghini wins as well. But I couldn't tell you to be honest. As V3 Racing make their way over the line for second lap of this race, it's an absolute dream start for them. Nearly 5 seconds worth of a lead.
Yeah, absolutely mega here for that number 8. That's Mike Shepherd's behind the wheel of the car right now, doing an incredible job. We focus back here on the battle, back in class. Thomas Reeder there for Pandawan Racing, the number 97, as he tries to work his way past that Audi and the Ferrari of Eclipse Racing Team Blue, who was a little opportunistic there at the start to get their way forward. A little bit of a look to the inside, going through Thanyes there for Celeritas as they run, trying to see if anything can be able to fire itself off here. And this is the part of the race where you're going to see drivers have to contain their aggression a little bit. 6 hours out here, and when you're running this close together, it can be very, very tricky to actually hold yourself back.
It can, but it's the obvious thing and probably the right thing to do at this early stage. You don't want to be getting involved in too many battles as they make their way through Blanchimont now to maybe just... Oh, goodness me, that was a big slide from Thomas Reiter, who riding on board, and he gathers it up. But, yeah, dangerous moments in these opening laps, not just with other cars, of course, but with yourself as well. this battle for second continues and goes over the line at the end of their second lap.
Yes, it does, and that's not the only car that we've seen having those problems. The rear end sliding around a little bit. I can tell you that the RSR by Buttkicker 56 up in the LMP2 category having that problem as well. A little bit of a wide run there from the Ferrari, from Eclipse Racing Team Blue. That's going to set up a little bit of a better run, I think, on the Leaper Esports battle. Remember, this is all firing off here, or excuse me, on the Ritas Sim Racing Invictus team. This is all the battle for P2 right now. Everybody's starting to fan themselves out as we get onto the Kemmel Straight. I think we're going to have a little bit of excitement here, Ewan.
It looks like it, too wide, too deep. By the looks of things, outside line for the Ferrari. But it hasn't got the legs in a straight line at all there. And inside line possibly for Pandawan. Thomas Reiter wanted 2 places, but in the end, he can only get 1. Worrying, though, for the Ferrari that it was that slow in a straight line, because it's going to get eaten alive on the straights if it's being attacked. And if it wants to try and make any moves, then really going to struggle.
Yes, indeed it is, and that Ferrari tends to be known as a good all-around car. Not necessarily any major weaknesses, not necessarily any major strengths, just a good all-arounder. And that Lamborghini tends to be a little bit slippery in a straight line, so we're going to have to see how that plays itself out here. Now, for anybody wondering why we're not seeing any of the new Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evos out on the track right now, well, that's because drivers were locked into their car choices before the start of the season. And obviously, with that car coming in new, no one able to jump over to that quite yet. We ride on board with the 303 racing machine. This is a little bit of a battle farther back in the field for 19th overall as they run. This is going to be 12th in the class, trying to see what they're able to do. Looking like Ren's here trying to find a little bit of advantage of that Lamborghini directly in front of him, that Vulture Motorsports blue car.
Yeah, absolutely. This team, by the way, the 303 racing team, didn't really realise that they were supposed to be racing today. And Jerome Race was trying to find different drivers to take on to compete in this race. He has found enough drivers to be able to do this, starting the car himself, but he's got Carl Pierce from Condog Prime Motorsport into that car now. So that they can actually complete the 6 hours, because of course you do need at least 2 drivers to do this, as Twisted Racing Team make their way down the inside in their Ferrari, in their Audi on the Ferrari, and that's a fairly easy move into La Source, but nice smoother run through from Eclipse might just give them another an opportunity to come back at them, but they won't do that, and the excitement looks like it's going to be for second place.
Yes, it does indeed. That Lamborghini there for the Pandawan Racing Team looking like it may make an aggressive move coming up and over Eau Rouge and through Radion, but decided to back off there a little bit. I think that may threaten them back. Just as you called it out, though, Ewan, looks like a Clip Racing Team trying to see if they can get a little bit of a pull here on Twisted Racing Team Audi Pro. A little bit of side-by-side here. This is all the battle for P2 right now in GT Pro as they run. No moves from behind. Twisted Racing Team going to be able to hold on to that 4th place position. Woo-hoo-hoo! That was a little bit of a wide run there for Twisted. They got to be a little bit careful. I'm pretty sure that was an off track.
It probably was. I've been seeing quite a few actually through these opening moments. I keep thinking somebody's got off the road entirely, but it does just look like there's people having a couple of off tracks, especially through No Name Corner. We've just gone through there. Quite a few being picked up throughout, but they are all over the circuit as we talked about earlier. I'm going to have to watch those throughout the day as this battle for second really intensifies and continues to let others catch back on. You can see the AM leader, the Twisted Racing Team Ferrari AM car in the background there, currently getting onto this train as well very nearly. So this is all allowing Liper Esports to get away and those behind to catch up.
Yeah, it's really been a battle of pulling away here for the leaders of V3 Racing and Liper Esports Red as they go. Liper having about a 3.5-second gap over the rest of this GT3 Pro field. V3 Racing pulling up to about a 6-second gap in the LMP2. So very, very impressive runs for them. And as the rest of the field just tries to close back in on them, I think it's going to be a matter of maybe trying to strategize them as they go. Celeritas here, Sim Racing Invictus, doing their best job to try to pull forward. Here comes a move from Twisted Racing Audi going down into the bus stop. They're going to back out of it there on Pandawan, not wanting to make that move quite yet.
Not yet, just exercising that little bit of caution you talked about and suggested they probably should be doing a bit more of. But maybe just getting a bit overexcited in these first 10 minutes or so. Trying to look at this long shot here, you can see, or you might have just been able to see, the prototype of the leading car V3 Racing are now within the traffic, and there's a good 15 GT3s for those guys to overtake over the next couple of laps.
Yes, indeed, there is, and we're going to be talking about that traffic a lot over the course of today's race. Obviously, plenty of area to get by, but we got to focus here on this battle up for P2 yet again. That got a little bit hairy between Panda 1 and Twisted Racing Team Audi Pro. It looks like the Audi team going to be able to pull ahead just a little bit as they go down the straight. They're going to be 3 wide into the braking zone off of the Camel straight. How they sorted themselves out there, I will never know.
And how they all stayed in the same positions as well is a bit of a mystery, because the three of them absolutely door-to-door going through there in his attempts to go around there. Lawrence Algaheri just went straight into the side of Thomas Reiter, or was it? Yeah, excuse me, it was, and it was yeah, a bit of a moment there, or it could have turned into one, but thankfully they all kept it going, and thankfully they made it through Lecom as well. But this battle is intensifying more and more. It is great to watch, but the gap to the lead keeps on increasing, and more cars keep getting invited to the party. Let's see what happens though through traffic, because it can just as easily split up the LMP2 battles as it can split up the GT ones.
Indeed, and you read my mind, but we focus a little bit further back in the field. Chris Chatterton here for Eclipse Racing Team Blue as he runs behind. This is in the GTM field as they go. A nice little train of cars there in front of him, trying to keep up in touch with them. He's about 3.5 tenths of a second, call it about 8 tenths of a second, losing some time there through Stablo. And that's right on the cusp of the danger zone, really, here for these drivers, letting some of the LMP2s out and on by. You do not want to lose touch with those drivers in front. About a second is the gap that you need to keep close as they run. Is that second? Oh, a little bit of a move to the inside here for Panda 1. Oh, and that's going to force the Audi a little bit offline. Traffic coming into play.
Yeah, certainly coming into play here. The bus stop is a bit awkward for making your way through traffic, because the two categories are pretty much identical going through there in terms of their pace. It's so slow speed that the LMP2s don't really gain very much, so it does get awkward. But this leading gap has really come down in LMP2 due to the traffic. Mike Shepard's not having as good a run through there at all as Paul Busby did in the T1 Design Esports car, and we could well see those two fight soon, as the RSR 56 car of EJ O'Donnell is making his first pit stop of the day already. Not entirely sure what that is for, but it's an early one, and it's already going a little bit wrong for the team that started the day in second place in this championship.
It could be a little bit of reverse strategy, trying to work their way backwards and putting themselves on an alternate fuel strategy, but we'll have to see there. I think they're going to probably lose a little bit of time not having a drafting buddy to work themselves around with, but we've got to keep our eyes focused here on this battle for P2. Solaritas continues to lead Panda 1, Twisted Racing Team, and Eclipse Racing Team as they go. Little bit of a look there for Twisted coming down into the corner. That is Harry Wills behind the wheel of that Audi machine, one of the series organizers here as they now work their way through No Name, trying to take as much advantage as they can. And I've got to say here, that Lamborghini very much looking like it's got some good power on the straightaways, but just not quite able to get the run through this middle sector. In the medium to high speed corners, it looks like it's struggling a little bit.
The pressure certainly from the Audi behind is really affecting this Panda 1 car now. You can see the way that Solaritas have been able to get away just a little bit. That's not only due to the pace, that is also due to the amount of pressure being put on the Lamborghini there, and it's all kind of snowballing into one hit. So yeah, this certainly is becoming the battle for third position, and it will continue to be that way. But behind, the battles have been split up by the LMP2 traffic. Fortunately for us, though, some of the LMP2 fights have been closed up. Although Neos Chester's having a wonderful start to this race. You can just see him flying through there. Third place already after starting in 8th.
Yeah, fantastic run there for Niels, already able to get himself up and into that position. He'll be very, very pleased with that. Some more of the LMP2s still having to work their way through this battle right now. That is the SPR Esports Omega team that's trying to get their way through there on the Grand Prix start-finish straightaway as they run. A little bit of movement here and there. It looks like it's breaking up a little bit. Whoa! That got a little bit hairy there between the two.
Well, yeah, that's exactly what you don't need. The half-hearted lunge, whether that's on a car in your class or a car in another class. You absolutely cannot go for half-hearted lunges like that, especially not on La Source, as we see Will Lindley into the pit lane for Solaritas. Is this a drive-through penalty carried over from the last race? I wonder. I've got no idea. So if someone could tell us why they're in the pit lane, it'd be lovely. But I've got no idea at the moment.
I'm not sure either, but it looks like we've got a little bit of inter-class battling going on right now. That's James Howard of the Twisted Racing Team Ferrari AM, currently your leaders in the GT3 AM machine category as they run, and I believe they are trying to close in there on the Orbit Motorsports Mercury team. Ethan Bass behind the wheel of that car right now, and so just trying to extend the gap as much as he can, I think, because that Howard there in that Ferrari, he's got Michael Patterman pretty close behind him, trying to close down.
Yeah, it is all very, very close, and it's good to see. We've seen MSC Puma Kuppenheim win the opening 3 races of this championship here, so giving someone else a chance by not appearing here today. And so we are seeing a nice fight for 1 and 2 at the moment between Twisted and SPR. This is going to go on throughout the day as well, so let's see who really comes out on top in it. But it's certainly been all GT3 action so far. The LMP2s have not been in amongst the action quite as much. I do believe, though, I think you're right about RSR and Celeritas, though. I think they're going on the kind of reverse strategy. Let's do our splash and dash straight away in the race. Let's do it before we get to the lap traffic, so we have to go through them one less time, and we can reverse engineer this race and hopefully pop out in the lead later on.
It's a very interesting strategy to try to play out. I've seen it work many a time, whether it's at Circuit de la Sarthe or here at Spa. It really kind of only works on a lot of the longer circuits where you've got a narrower fuel window based on the time you spent around on a single lap here. But we continue to keep our eyes focused right now on this battle. Ooh, as we've got a little bit more action here. Looks like Celeritas there running a little bit wide coming off of La Source. They'll be able to keep things together. Keeping our eyes, though, on that Panda One Racing Lamborghini. A little bit of side-by-side there back in the LMP2 field, and that is going to be SPR Esports Omega, able to get themselves by Orbit Motorsports Mars. Good, simple move down the Camel Straight, going into the corners.
Yeah, it's the best way to do it, and making good use of it there. We might be able to see it here as well. Panda One outside line, but Celeritas defending so well at the moment. A little bit deep this time around, and oh, that's great from Panda One there. The undercut through the middle of Lecom, contact, oh, into the gravel, and now it's all going to kick off behind as well, with Eclipse and Twisted Racing Team trying to get through, so losing out on 3 places in one go. Celeritas have been defending so well, but went a little bit deep into the first part of Lecom there, allowed the Panda One car to do the little switchback around the outside through the second part to get that inside for the final bit, and just that slightly bit of unlucky contact there has sent Celeritas out wide, and it's even gone from bad to worse actually now for Aguirre. He drops down to 7th, but yeah, out through the gravel, and unfortunately drops all the way down to 7th place.
Yeah, he does. That's going to be a very tough run for him. We're going to watch the replay here of that error from your former second in class right now. Comes up behind, just brings too much speed there through No Name. Little bit of damage to the back of the car. Oh, that got lucky.
Yeah, very lucky. I mean, it's difficult to know what to do there because he was on the racing line anyway. But yeah, being in that situation very nearly caused a bit of an accident. It's so unfortunate though for Loris Aguirre, who's done such a good job all day long. You see that Twisted Racing Team almost getting twisted out of shape through Blanchimont there, just having to save the car a little bit, as these Audis so often do get very temperamental, and they do get a bit loose on the rear end from time to time, fairly regularly.
Yes, indeed, they do. The mid-engine cars, they are definitely a little bit tricky to control as they go, but if you are able to tame those machines, we have seen the power that they can be able to display. As we watch Twisted Racing Team Audi Pro here, that is Harry Wills behind the wheel of the car, trying to close down on Thomas Ryder in that Panda One Lamborghini, trying to see what it is. Now, it is so crucial to get that timing right coming up Rouge. That was a little bit of a clobber of the curbs. The Audi a little bit notorious, not for liking it, but Harry Wills keeping his foot stuck in.
Absolutely, and I'm not entirely sure how they're going to go 6 hours in this race without losing this car at some point, because it is on the ragged edge. But we've seen this from Harry Wills time and time again. Outside line into Lecom, he gives a lot of room there, and maybe a little bit too much, because Padawan are going to be able to go straight back through again. and continue on in second place. But we saw it in the GT3s the other day, didn't we? Harry Wills so on edge with the car all the time. Couldn't do a 50-minute race without having a couple of spins, so I'm a little bit fearful for this car over the 6-hour distance. Oh! I'm fearful for the Eclipse car that's just got into the wall.
And that was a very, very strange incident coming there out of the corner. That car with Chris Chatterton behind the wheel of the machine just looking like it speared off. Crabbing massively. Let's take another look at this. Coming down there off the corner. Oh, he caught the grass. He just ran those left side tires a little bit too far over to the side, caught the grass, and that speared him into the wall. And dare I say, this may be day done and dusted for Eclipse Racing Team Blue.
There's going to be another incident. Oh, don't tell me. Oh, goodness, yeah. I think he realised he was about to go into that McLaren, so thought, I better get off the road here. And he's safer off just going back to pit lane. He's safer towing back to pits, but I'm not entirely sure if you're allowed to do that, actually. But yeah, he's much safer, better off doing that than doing this, because look at this. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, and there we go. Realising that it's definitely safer to go back to pit lane in that fashion, and unfortunately that's going to be at the very least a long repair for them.
Very, very much so. With as much crabbing as we saw on that car, that is going to take them a hot minute. Well, looking back to this battle for P2 in GT3 Pro, now there were two as they run, trying to see what it is. It is now going to be a two-way slugfest between Panda Ron and Twisted Racing Team Audi Pro as they run. A little bit of a wiggle there mid-corner from Ryder there in the Panda Wan Racing Lamborghini, trying to hold that down a little bit, but now they're going to climb their way up the hill, and so crucial to get the run here out of La Source right if you're trailing behind another car. We talk about this move a lot, but it's almost like oval racing here, Ewan, that you got to time it right, and it looks like Harry Wills may have gotten that timing perfect.
Yeah, you can't be up there too early because you'll have no slingshot at all down the Camel Straight, or up the Camel Straight I should say, but Harry Wills finally has now perfected that move. Al Guerreri has done some pretty decent defending over the last couple of laps, but it wasn't enough in the end to hold the Audi back, and Twisted Racing Team are indeed up to second, with this train looking a lot less numerous than it was even only 10 minutes ago.
Yes, indeed. A lot of these drivers having some problems, having a little issues, and they're going to have to work their way back up through the field now as they run. My big question here for Harry Wills and that Audi is if he's going to be able to speed away here. We've seen him behind that Panda Wan Racing Lamborghini Huracan GT3 for so long that it really and truly is now an issue of, I wonder if Wills was being held up.
Yeah, let's see really how this develops, but also what are they going to do at the end of this stint? Is one team planning to change tyres, and with another planning to skip them? You know, you've got to pace yourself, or pacing yourself is different if you're doing a 2-hour stint compared to a 1-hour stint, obviously. So we'll see what really develops over this, but certainly Wills looks stronger at this stage. Whether he can go now and chase down Daniel Hopman in the lead here is remains to be seen, but at the end of the next lap, we'll have a good idea as to whether that is a possibility.
Yes, indeed, we will, as we'll be able to see that. That gap, by the way, up to Leipert Esports Red is holding at about 6 seconds as they run. So he's going to have a lot of work to do to try to gain back in. By the way, up at the front of the LMP2 field, we talked a little bit about the gap between V3 Racing and Effect Esports T1 coming down courtesy of traffic. Well, I can tell you that Mike Sheppers has been able to build that gap back up. You can see it there in the picture-in-picture, that V3 Racing extending that gap back up to about 5.5 seconds. So once he is able to run in clean air, clearly that number 8 machine has got the speed to pull away. He was just being a little bit cautious, a little bit less aggressive, let's call it, coming through traffic.
I mean, it might not have even been cautious or less aggressive. It might just have been bad luck through traffic. It gives and takes, as we all know, in endurance racing, in multi-class racing, traffic gives and takes, and so it might have just taken from him there. It certainly did take a good amount of his lead away, but now, as you say, once back into clean air, Mike Sheppers is showing himself to be one of, if not the fastest driver in this field. I've got a couple of updates from the pit lane, by the way. While we've got just a moment, we haven't really had much time to speak about what's going on there because of this kind of battling going on in GT3. First of all, we'll start with the start of the race. Goldwing Motorsport didn't take the start, unfortunately, in the 75, so we did lose a GT3 Pro car before we really began. in this race. Thankfully, though, we haven't lost any cars so far. The one we just saw of Eclipse Racing Team that went into the wall, I forgot about the fast repair that you get in this series. So Chris Chatterton has clearly used that because he won't have been able to repair that car in 2.5 minutes. Although that is quite long for just using a fast repair. But anyway, they have used that fast repair now. And it was very much needed, looking at the way that car is. It is now the last running car, but at least it is still in the race, albeit at almost exactly 1 lap down. And also the Vulture Racing Gold car that had a power cut on the start. Oyo Urexoi managed to get into that car just in time for it to get to the end of the pit lane and start from the pit lane. And he was beginning to make his way through the order until he had to come in. I'm not entirely sure whether that was a disconnection as well or whether he got damaged at some point around. But Thomas Fisher, who not only who about half an hour ago told us that he wasn't going to be driving today, has gotten into that car now, or at least his name has, so let's hope it is him. He's in that car, and they're currently running second to last at the moment, so already a catalogue of issues for those guys in the first 30 minutes.
Yeah, a lot of problems firing off here for the drivers, as you said, in that first 30 minutes. We focus back right now on Chris Chatterton and that Eclipse Racing Team Blue Ferrari. Yeah, brand new. Able to get it all nice and clean, and I think that 2 minutes may have been as a result of the tow that he had to take back into pit lane. Now, this is going to put him in a little bit of a weird position. He's got to be extra careful as drivers tend to drive a little bit more aggressive when they know they've got that free repair to be able to take. And now if he has another big incident like he did before, that is this team's day done and gone.
Yeah, absolutely. Unless they fancy sitting there for what probably would have been upwards of half an hour repairing the damage, then they would have gone for it. But yeah, it's difficult to see that really happening. So yeah, thankfully they are back in the race, and hopefully they'll be able to complete here. And if they do, with every position that they gain, they'll be very glad that they did stay in the race here, of course, because every position will be picking up points. Although Eclipse haven't got that many so far in this season, unfortunately. They're only 9th in the standings, I believe, having a few poorish results. They were certainly running better than they have been all season long, so that's a shame to see. But they are still in the race, as you say.
Yeah, still in the race, and as we've seen, and as we always talk about in endurance racing, you always want to try to keep yourself out there for as long as possible. You never know what can happen to the drivers in front of you. Errors, hardware failure, anything like that. Soon you can find yourself back up into a position to be challenging, so it's a good call to be able to get that car back out on track. I like that as we focus our eyes back into a battle here in the, this is the second place machine in GT3 AM right now as they run Denny Dunn running around a little bit. Now that car directly behind him, that is the Celeritas Sim Racing Invictus team, the number 18, remember, they had a little bit of issues early on, so they're trying to climb their way back up through the field. A little interclass battling going on, as it were. And right up ahead of them, that is going to be the leader in class. That's James Howard in the Twisted Racing Team Ferrari AM car. So that is the battle for P1 here in GT3 AM. Yeah,
it is. And as you can just see there, the Audi's slightly bent rear wing there of Loris Alguerri. See there as Mike Sheppers makes his way down his inside, half-heartedly, admittedly, at La Source. But everybody makes it through. Yeah, you can just see, not quite straight anymore. The Audi did back itself into the wall slightly through No Name Corner. But this should be an interesting battle. The GT3 AM cars have stayed at this distance pretty much the entire race so far.
Yeah, they're one of the few classes here at this point that look like they're driving an endurance race and not a protracted sprint as they go. But Ferrari versus Lamborghini, what was that?
Sorry, I'm observing something that's going on down the order. I'm seeing two Vulture Racing Gold cars. I can still see Oyo Urexoi, so clearly the other Vulture Racing cars have more problems. Sorry, I thought it was the same car having problems, but that was the car you saw running down the pit lane there. A different Vulture Racing car that's now going to be running last, I think, around the order.
Tough day out on track for Vulture Racing as we keep our eyes focused on the battle for P1 in GT3 AM. Twisted Racing Team holding off SPR Esports Tango right now. Denny Dunn and James Howard behind the wheel of that Lamborghini and Ferrari respectively as they work their way down now through Pujon as they go. Watching here some traffic for the LMP2 field starting to scythe their way through. This is the SPR Esports Omega team. Texans Fitzsty Athena. Only about 0.8 of a second behind them. This is a battle that has sort of fluctuated over the course of the race.
Yeah, it has, as these LMP2 battles tend to. So it's an interesting one, but there's only 10 minutes now until the pit stops, or there should be. We'll see who can make it to that 40-minute mark, because I remember at Sebring, we were talking about it being a really fuel-heavy race in terms of the consumption there. A bit surprising, really. Both me and David were expressing our surprise at the amount of fuel that the people were burning. So if it was like that around there, then what is it going to be around Spa, where you do spend a bit more time on full throttle as well? So let's see about that one as we got this battle going on in GT3. Loris Alguerri trying to make his way through on the AM cars, and in his defence there, the SPR Esports Tango car very nearly got into the back, into the side of the AM leader.
Yes, he did. That got a little bit hairy as they ran going down into the corner. And I've got to say, I'm impressed that the Audi's able to keep up that straight line speed, even with the damage to the rear wing. Normally, when we see some of that damage on the rear wing, that tends to tell us that there's a little bit of a loss of straight line speed. Now, it looks like the RSR by butt kicker number 56 car working their way through here. He's going to send it down, going into Eau Rouge. Ho, 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 ho.
Wow, that was very close indeed, but you can just see the amount of, they don't want to wait around at all. These LMP2s just want to get through as quickly as they possibly can, as the Celeritas car is now going to make its way down the inside, just waiting a little bit longer than you otherwise might expect, just doing that thing you were talking about earlier on, and timing your move up the Kemmel Straight. That's exactly what happened there, and so he makes his way through as this battle for fourth gets a whole lot more interesting with a few cars involved now. 499 Racing, after that early spin at La Source, if you remember back to the opening laps, climbing their way back through the order again and back into the top 5 for the first time.
Yeah, back up into the top 5 and exactly where they started the race in 5th place. So definitely trying to get a move on here, trying to close in on SPR Esports Omega up ahead of them, and then Orbit Motorsports Mars behind them as well. So plenty of running for them to be able to do, trying to close down here a little bit, but we keep our eyes focused again on that battle in the GT category, as this is getting very, very close. Celeritas trying to hold off here a little bit. Wide run in the back there, it looked like, from SPR Esports Delta in that Lamborghini as the Vector by RSR LMP2 started to work his way through.
Yes, there we go, down the inside into the pull Fred curve, and that hasn't really affected anybody too much. So that's the ideal situation for everybody. Vector by RSR car, of course, running in 3rd place after starting down at the back of the LMP2 field. This field just begins to spread out, but it's been a very interesting first half an hour, I have to say. Really haven't spread out too much. Still battles going on up and down the field, especially in this one in LMP2. Very interested to see where 499 Racing can get to. They might well be getting to 4th by the end of the next lap, although, a half spin at the bus stop chicane will set them back just a little bit.
Yes, it will, and frankly, a little bit thankful there, I think, that Orbit Motorsports Mars was right up next to them, as that was able to stop them. A little bit of a gentlemanly move there, I think, for 499 Racing, letting that Orbit Motorsports Mars car back on by. They'll get a nice, healthy dose of the slipstream here, working their way down out of La Source and through the start-finish line here. Going to want to try to clear those GT3s before they get into Eau Rouge, and they are able to do it. Massive run here for 499 as they try to tuck up back behind Orbit Racing Motorsports Mars, trying to see what the move is here. Going to be Eric Staropoli trying to be able to close in. They're going to be side by side down the Kemmel Straight. It's going to be a battle of the late breakers, and it looks like there that Daniel Taylor for Orbit Motorsports Mars is going to be able to hold on to that position for now.
Just for now, I really thought that was going to be it though, because the Audi was in the wrong place entirely as far as the Texanese car is concerned. Daniel Taylor really had his work cut out there, but was able to defend somewhat remarkably, and so the two of them will remain engaged in this battle, but it has allowed SPR to just go through. I think you're absolutely right though with what you said at the bus stop chicane, just a gentlemanly move to let the Texanese car back through again. because after all, the 499 car basically did use them to keep going in a straight line, although they don't need them anymore. Through the middle of a free wide moment, although not able to make that move, or not willing to make the move, because it was a scary one going into the Piff Paff chicane.
Yeah, that was very, very close there, but they'll get another bite at the apple as they run. We look out the rear bumper there of Daniel Taylor's machine, that Orbit Motorsports Mars car. Let's see here if 499 Racing is going to be able to close in under the draft, going down through Blanchimont, maybe get a little bit of a move done coming here into the bus stop. Closing in behind as they run that 499 machine, getting closer and closer in the rearview mirror. I think he's going to be a little bit far back as they break down into the bus stop chicane, and indeed, that was almost contact front to rear.
Yeah, you said they were too far back, and they were almost questioning themselves there because they maybe could have gone for a heroic dive bomb, but it is so early on in this race. They did not want to be making that move, although still very late on the brakes. Once again, there from Strapoli, so he does seem to be strong under braking. Is there going to be a move under brakes then? Because it certainly is, as I say, a very strong car under braking. Oh, that's Harry Wills shopping in front of the LMP2. No fear whatsoever. He's taking his line, whether you like it or not. And that's going to really frustrate Strapoli. But after all, the GT3s are entitled to a line just as much as the LMPs are.
Yes, indeed, they are. And going down into Eau Rouge there, that is their line to take. We keep an eye here on Harry Wills. A little bit of a replay here as he comes down through Stablo as they go. But Harry Wills, as you said, he is entitled to that line as a GT3 driver. Indeed, that is actually what is taught to the GT3 drivers when you are running with the LMP2s, the LMP1s, any of this faster class traffic around here. Stick to the racing line. That is the way to be most predictable and the easiest way to get passed by the higher class cars.
Yeah, you have to be predictable. You have to make sure that you stay on the racing line, although taking it to the very letter there was Harry Wills. Doing it mainly because it would benefit him a lot more, and hopefully for Strapoli, he's been able to catch back up again, but it was such an aggressive move from Wills there that you might not expect to see so early on in a race. He is making some inroads, by the way, into the Lipa Esports margin. Only, what, 2 seconds now. There's been a real bad run through traffic there for the Lipa car, because getting caught behind the Eclipse racing team, a Ferrari that went off earlier on. So that's the one to maybe keep an eye on. But this battle is certainly one that's happening right now, and I feel like it's a matter of time until the 499 car goes through.
Or comes down pit lane, looking like a little bit of pit strategy here coming into play. The 499 Racing machine opting to come down into the pits. Now, this is one of the first, let's call it traditionally scheduled pit stops that we have seen for these LMP2s. This is a little bit on the shorter side of that opening stint, but still within the fuel window.
Well, yeah, it is on the shorter side. I would have liked to see him go maybe one lap more at the very least, really, because that would certainly put himself into the window for certainty. But 18 laps on this first stint. I do believe you're right about that as well, by the way, that E.G. O'Donnell Lyons did have to make an unscheduled pit stop earlier on after only 6 laps. He has since fallen behind Will Lindley as well of Solaritas, so it's not a good start for RSR by Bookkicker at all. Hearing that they might have come into contact with the GT3 on the opening run through traffic, and that may have given them damage that they pitted from early on in this race. So it's not a good start for RSR. Strapoli does finally find his box. It's such a long pit lane here.
Yeah, it really and truly is. Looks like he's able to come to rest in the pit box. Nice and easy, so no problems there. We'll keep our eyes focused here as they go. Waiting to see. I doubt tires are going to be taken here for these LMP2s. That is a sincere doubt of mine, but I've been proven wrong before, Ewan.
I mean, it's we'll see how long the pit stop time is, first of all, as the leader, Mike Sheppers, also comes in. That's more like it, although maybe 1 lap longer would have put it up into absolute certainty. Let's see, though, Strapoli, does that car go up on the jacks? I don't think it will do. It doesn't, indeed. It's going to be a fuel-only stop, as you would expect after only 1 stint in an LMP2.
Yes, indeed. So drivers having to worry a lot about tire management over the course of the race. And by the way, the track temperature has cooled ever so slightly. It's down to about 97 degrees Fahrenheit. You'll have to forgive me. I don't know that conversion to Celsius off the top of my head.
No, I don't either, so apologies for Happened to be the other day, actually, when I was doing American... There we go, 36 degrees. There we go, David Christie's on the ball. It happened to be the other day when I was doing a NASCAR broadcast, and I realised the temperature came up only Fahrenheit, because obviously it's American, so I had no idea what was going on. But anyway, the leaders are certainly in. It does seem to be that 19 laps is possibly the limit, because everybody is in this field has now made a pit stop in LMP2, that is.
Yes, indeed. We anticipate the GT3s being able to go for about, let's call it 20 minutes or so longer as they run, keeping our eyes focused here on the battle for P2 in the GT3 Pro category. This is the battle that has really raged on. And if you remember, I theorized a little bit earlier that Twisted Racing Team may be able to pull away a little bit here from Panda One after they were able to get by. Well, that has really come to naught. Panda One has kept this very, very close as they run, keeping the gap under 0.5 of a second.
They did initially get away. Harry Wills did initially get away, but I do feel like Thomas Reiter has picked up the pace a little bit because they both went faster than Lipa Esports Red last time around. Harry Wills is still closing in on Hopman there in the lead, so I do feel like it's not a case of Wills going slower, but Reiter going quicker, and he's going to want to take matters into his own hands now with that pass down the inside at Lecom. Can he now go after the leading Audi, maybe, with Harry Wills in his wake?
Well, that was pretty much poetry in motion as they ran there. Now Harry Wills trying to look for a little bit of a response, going down into the corner. Not going to have it there through Ravage as they continue to go down into No Name. I think Harry Wills has his blood up a little bit. He is not happy that he got past.
I mean, no, but I think it is a sensible choice for him to maybe hitch a ride on the back of this Lamborghini and just get towed up to the front of this race. I do feel like it might come together by the end of this first stint, or if not by then, that it will do in a little bit more just after on the other side of these pit stops coming up in about 20 minutes or so. So I do think it's sensible to just stay behind for now and maybe even save that little bit of fuel as we go up to the battle for third, which has got a lot more interesting. There's now 5 cars involved. Ian Peterson for SPR is into third because Niels Tiesta's pit stop was a little bit longer than everybody else's, and Will Lindley's early pit stop has put himself into this fight as well.
Yes, it has. So the battle for LMP2 really starting to shake itself out here. A good battle for the podium, as you said. SPR Esports Omega, Vector by RSR, Celeritas Sim Racing Victus falling off the pace a little bit. They look to be about 1 second behind as they close in now a little bit more as they run. Excuse me, that's actually 499 Racing that's fallen off the back ever so slightly. But now the advantage here for these drivers, they're going to be within that slipstream range. Maybe be able to save a little bit of fuel this time around as they run and see if they can't maybe extend this next stop up to about 20 laps or so.
I do think saving a lap here or there is going to be beneficial for everybody because everybody was in there before the 40-minute mark, I think, as we've got a real battle now with Tiestas getting down the inside of Ian Peterson before he could defend it at Blanchimont there, so it's going to be a pretty easy move in the end, and Vector by RSR restore their podium place in that third position. Celeritas want a piece of the action as well. Meanwhile behind, Starapol managed to get through on that Texanese car in the first lap. That he had the opportunity to after spending so long in the last stint trailing them. He's finally made his way through as this battle for third is not done yet.
No, it's not. A little bit of a look to the outside there. A wide line for the number 4 coming down into La Source. A little bit of a wiggle coming out and up and over onto the curbs. Now we're going to see that Victus team trying to see what they are able to do. Looking to see what it's going to be. Will Lindley having to hold himself up there just a little bit. That's Jaron Renz up right ahead in the Porsche that they're going to have to try to get themselves around. Call it Schumacher and Hakkinen, and we're going to split the difference and go almost 3 wide down the Kemmel Straight. My goodness gracious, this is firing off here. Now a battle in the back as that's the 499 Racing Team later onto the binders and able to get the move done.
Ian Peterson's not going to be pleased about that because Reigns didn't exactly stay on his racing line after we got through Radion there, and he's dropped a few places because of it. That's 3 places now in less than a lap, and the Texanese car wants its way through as well at the moment. But yeah, as I said, Peterson is not going to be pleased with that Porsche there, I'm afraid, and just went the wrong side of it in the end and got absolutely steamrolled up the Kemmel Straight.
Yeah, absolutely steamrolled, as you said, trying to split the difference in the traffic. And as we say, traffic give it, traffic take it the way. We're going to have to see what that car is going to be able to do to try to fight back here as we close down the Vevictus machine, trying to get down to the inside of the McLaren of Satellite Racing GTM. They're going to be able to get that move sent around, going through Fanyi's as they run. Waiting to see here that McLaren separating things out ever so slightly as they run to 499 Racing, still within about 0.6 of a second of Celeritas there up ahead of them. So really trying to keep these gaps nice and tight.
Yeah, it's certainly made this LMP2 fight a lot more exciting at this last pit stop window. The battles are just spreading out ever so slightly and going to fall back into place again with Celeritas and 499 quite probably, because they were quite close before. Andy and Peterson will probably be able to stick with them as well, as in the small part of your screen there you can see Harry Wills possibly making another move on Thomas Reiter. Is he going to save fuel? Is he going to bump the Lamborghini? No, he's going to want this position for himself, and he's going to use the slipstream of race leader Mike Sheppers to tow himself back into second place.
Heads up move there from Harry Wills to be able to take advantage of the draft of the LMP2 and bring himself up into that position. Now working his way down through the corners here, letting the car... Ooh, that Audi almost lost it.
The way he drives just gives me blood pressure issues, to be honest, because he's just on edge always and never comfortable, never looks comfortable, but he's certainly very quick. Second place at the moment in this race. We saw him put in a good couple of performances in the US version of the GT3 Championship on Wednesday. Did the same in EU as well, but his driving style does not change. It doesn't get any more comfortable for these endurance races.
No, it certainly does not, and you've got to kind of love that as a fan, but I'm sure as a teammate that can stress you out quite a bit as they run. Focusing back here up on an LMP2 as we've got that battle continuing to fire off. The gap up to Vector by RSR looking like it's growing just a little bit. It's up to about 0.9 of a second. Call it a full second as they run down through Puha before 499 Racing, trying to close back in on the back of the 233 here as they run.
It's almost as quickly as I said it was spreading out again. It's maybe closing in. Niels Chester's getting challenged like he wasn't really challenged in the first stint. By the way, the reason he's involved in all of this is because his pit stop was a good 5 or 6 seconds, slower than everybody else's. So Mike Sheppers and Paul Busby, for example, ahead to 34 seconds, even had a 33 from Staropoli. But 39 seconds of a pit stop there for Niels Chester's. Not entirely sure why, whether there was a couple of seconds of optionals maybe that you had to take. It's not enough time to have taken a tyre. And why would you take a singular tyre? It would be weird. So I don't really have an explanation for it, but that's exactly why he's been roped into this battle now.
Yeah, not sure. We may have to try to get to the bottom of that, as it looks like a little bit of a split of the difference there in the back, as SPR Esports Omega able to get by 499 Racing in the rear of your shot as they run. So a good run there for them. Continuing to focus in here, a little bit of a hold up potentially for Vector by RSR. They're going to be able to clear some of that lap traffic. I believe that was James Howard that they were just able to get by. Will Lindley behind the wheel of the 233 right now, also able to get by that Twisting Racing Team machine, popping his way around the Audi. That's actually going to help him a little bit, give him a little bit of that draft coming down the main straightaway. The Audi flashing its lights. I don't think exactly happy with the way that happened. 499 Racing there behind Eric Starpoli, able to take that position right back, and we continue on status quo.
And certainly in this battle for third, let's not forget that, well, we didn't see this. I believe Celeritas and the other RSR car, the one running down in last position at the moment in the LMP2s, have been into contact already today. I know I mentioned that the RSR car had hit another GT3. I don't know if that was quite correct. It may well have been, but I think there was also contact, with this Celeritas LMP2 here, because Will Lindley's teammate, Jeremy Ruest, was talking about, was asking for the protest form, and Sean Campbell, who's a teammate of RSR or a member of RSR, was sort of complaining about it, almost knowing what was going to happen already, and the two of them are having not a full heated argument, but there were certainly a couple of comments made towards one another, and a disagreement over the incident that they had. So I do wonder if that will play into this one, if Niels Chesters even knows about that, as he comes under fire for his third place now.
Yes, he does, holding onto the inside line. That can work sometimes, as there you see the 233 trying to sweep its way around the outside of Blanchimont. Not going to be able to work there for them. They continue to focus in line right now. Will Lindley trying to close in behind. Remember, the Vector by RSR car, a little bit of the Cinderella story of the race, starting from the back of the grid, able to get its way onto the podium position, but Celeritas trying to be able to take that away from them right now as they run. Diving down into La Source here. This is going to be the time where the 233 tries to line up everything. Now that is going to be Chris. Go ahead.
I was just saying, can they get that run off of La Source? But it's all going to be complicated by this Ferrari, which is going to be right in the way. Up the hill through Arusha Radio, round the outside through there, has to go across the curb. Just Jesters, he's going to be in big trouble now.
Yes, he is. It's going to be a straight-up old-fashioned drag race as they go down the Kemmel Straight here. Going to be a battle of the late breakers, though, as the 233 not fully able to pull ahead. Vector by RSR a little bit later on the biter, swoops its way across, tries to hold on to the second part there of the corner as they get it, and that is going to be a hold-on for Vector. But I've got to say that 233 looking very threatening. Nothing is done yet.
Oh, absolutely, and the positions stay the same as well. Oh, actually, I think SPR might have got through there in that battle with the 499 just in behind. Although this isn't over, even into no-name corner now. A little bit wide from Celeritas, but Tiesta's had to even go defensive into no-name corner, which is something you don't see very often, but it just shows you the amount of pressure that he is under right now.
Yeah, really and truly is. Now they're going to be coming up against Thomas Ryder here in that Panda One machine. Some of the battles here that we had been following earlier in the day back in GT3 that continue to be a little bit raging on. Waiting to see where the Vector by RSR car is going to go. That's going to be a little bit of a late move down into Fani's. That's not going to work. Excuse me, that was down into Campus. Not going to work there for him. This is just opening up door after door for Celeritas as they run. And SBR Esports Omega and 499 Racing behind also going to get interested. Side by side. Netcode contact there between the two as they bounce, and that's going to make the 233 have to fall back into line.
Yeah, that was an absolute hip check. I'm not entirely sure why Tiesta's made the move there. He was already kind of blocking Celeritas. Oh, is there more contact there? And Celeritas are going to be taken out. The car goes flipping over and over again. It's Harry Wills, I think. It is indeed at the bus stop chicane. Very unlucky. There's a bit of netcode involved. There's a car completely out of control. My goodness me, that is going to be certainly the fast repair for Harry Wills, and Celeritas will probably have to use theirs as well if they haven't already.
And that was a wide run there for Celeritas. Let's watch this from Harry Wills, the 955. Really a hapless passenger in all of this. This was the battle going on back with Orbit Racing, Orbit Motorsports Mars, and 499. We checked this out in slow motion. You see it here, a little bit of a sweep, trying to cut across and take a defensive line was the 32. Just misjudged it. Yeah, netcode contact, unfortunately, there for Harry Wills.
Yeah, there was certainly netcode involved, and then this is the spectacular part. The sausage curb on the inside here launches him up into the air first of all, and then across the front of Celeritas, and then it really is Olympic-level gymnastics from there, off into the runoff. That's the one of the, I think the 499 possibly, just trying to avoid, or SPR, excuse me, trying to avoid everything. But certainly a pit stop there for Wills after such a great stint for him. Such a shame. But I do feel like he was the one coming across on those LMP2s. It's hard to see from such a low down angle. It is hard to see from that point. And of course, as you say, there is netcode involved there, so the race organisers would probably have to take in a little bit of leeway there as well. But it's really unlucky because a number of really good running cars there have been taken out or at least hindered by that.
Yeah, indeed, they have, and that's certainly going to change up the complexion of the race as they run. Vector by RSR now holding a 2.8-second gap over Orbit Motorsports Mars. Celeritas all the way back down into 6th place overall in that 233. They're going to have some work to do to close down, about 2.5 seconds up ahead of them. Nice little battle starting to fire itself out here for 4th, though, as we watch in. Waiting to see if that Texan Spitstyle Athena team's going to be able to do much at all as they run.
Yeah, they're going to be able to defend, obviously, big gainers from that little bit of an incident that we saw there, getting through on SPR and Celeritas as well. So this is, both of these guys are moving up a position, but I think Daniel Taylor's days are numbered in terms of being in this 4th place. Remarkably, by the way, Harry Wills is yet to go into the pit lane, despite the fact he had the opportunity to there. He did just want to see how bad the damage was, and I think the answer is quite bad. So he's going to be in the pit lane using his fast repair here. It's not over for him. Pitting with 5 hours and 6 minutes to go. All he needs to do is save 6 minutes of fuel over the next 5 hours, and they won't have to make an extra stop as this Texanese car gets overtaken coming up towards Lecom.
Yeah, overtaken there. A pretty simple move for the 499 Racing Machine as they run. They're going to try to build that gap out a little bit. By the way, the 223 and the RSR by Buttkicker 56, both back in pit lane. But we focus back here a little bit farther in the field. This is the battle in GT3 AM as they run. Looks like Steven Martinez for the Vulture Racing Red Machine trying to see what he can do. Get a little bit of a move on as they run. That Satellite Racing GT AM that they're trying to get around the lone McLaren in the field.
Yeah, nice to see the only McLaren, and good luck outpacing it on the straight here as well, especially in the Ferrari, which we did see the Eclipse car at the very least getting eaten alive. Now we'll be able to see whether that was an Eclipse thing or whether the Vulture Racing team and whether they've got their setup a little bit better or whether it really is a Ferrari thing. But either way, in the slipstream, no matter what car you have, you should be able to make a move up into Lecom if you get a decent run. And finally now, as it really starts to kick in towards the end of the straight, we are going to see the move inside line for Steven Martinez, and it's late enough on the brakes as well to make that move and move up into 4th place.
Yeah, good solid run there, and this is the area of the track where the McLaren is going to be a little bit tricky to control. We always talk about just how difficult that is. It is a car that is ripe with off-throttle oversteer. Very, very difficult to get right. Can be devilishly quick if you get it right, but I would argue probably the hardest GT3 on the grid to actually control and drive well.
I mean, it is the oldest on the grid here this season. We do have an older one on the racing service that's still sort of used. We saw a couple of them on Wednesday, indeed, with the Ford. But yeah, the McLaren is not ideal, really. That's why only 2 teams have entered with them, and only one of them started here today at Spa. So yeah, it's a shame to see for that McLaren, but at least there is one out here as this battle for 4th doesn't look like continuing on. I thought Staropoli was going to be able to get away, but that really is not the case, and these two look like they're going to end up just trading places really for the next 25 minutes or so.
Well, I mean, that is sometimes a viable strategy here. Play a little bit of leapfrog with yourself, giving each driver a chance to be able to save a little bit of fuel as you run. And not to mention the fact that you're able to get that slingshot effect going down the long straightaways here at Kemmel Straight, for example. And hopefully that'll allow you to draw yourself a little bit closer up to that Vector by RSR machine up in front of you. Once again, that run from La Source all the way to Lacombe, definitely acting sometimes a little bit like you're oval racing in the strategy that you want to run.
Yeah, that timing of the move, you can't be right on the rear end as you go through the kink there because, or excuse me, you can't be like pulling out before the kink because you'll be making a longer way around the outside, and then you'll basically get into a drag race, which does leave you on the outside line, and you're unlikely to make the move as well. So yeah, it's not ideal if you do that. You've got to plan that slingshot as you get down the straight. Perfect timing, and make sure you do it early enough to get your car alongside and even indeed in front if you can. And then you should have the move into Lecom. But it does seem fairly easy for these two cars to just pass and repass each other at the moment. They are just trading places.
Yeah, certainly are. Staropoli here now going to be the one to take a little bit of advantage as they work their way down into the corner here of the bus stop, trying to see what they get going. And if we're going to see another little bit of a fight back here as they go. Diving down now into La Source, working their way towards the start-finish line. Now, they've got about 2 seconds up the road to catch up to Vector by RSR. And remember, this was about a 5-6 car battle just a couple of laps ago, and that big kerfluffle that we saw really sending everything off and putting this all to shame, and now really making this only a 2-car fight. As it does look like at the moment that Texans Fitstyle Athena team is going to be able to hold on to the gap for right now.
Yeah, they are indeed as first GT3 pit stops begin, and it's not good news for Panda One because Thomas Reiter has had to come in here at, what is that, a minute and a half before the hour mark. There it is, Reiter's in. It looks like the leader of Lapper Esports have been able to carry on. You do need to ideally get to that hour mark to make this race a 5-stop race. Celeritas weren't able to do it either.
No, they won't. And so that's going to make for some interesting strategy there. Oh, that was an off track, it looks like, for TechSense as they went through the corner. That's going to grant fourth place right back to 499 Racing. So this battle continues to be intriguing. Neither car able to hold on.
Might give them the opportunity to get away as well, because as we were talking about earlier on, they were just trading places more than anything. They weren't really making any concerted efforts to get away, but now this might just give 499 the opportunity to do just that. Oh, a big slide for TechSense as well, out of Stavilo, and that really will seal the deal now. 499 will continue on in fourth place.
Yeah, they'll continue on that gap, growing out to about 2 seconds. So 499 Racing in a little bit of an island unto themselves, as they still have about 2 seconds to try to catch back up the road to Vector by RSR, with Neil Teasters there behind the wheel of that car. Anticipating pit stops here for these LMP2s probably in the next 20 minutes or so as they run. But looks like the majority of the field here for the GT3s coming on down, getting service. A lot of these drivers getting it. We take a look back here at Daniel Taylor, that big slide coming through No Name.
And he did well to keep it out the wall, really, because that was very close indeed, and a big moment on the way into that corner. Fortunately able to gather it up before the contact was made. So he just at least gets to continue on with the race, but not in that fourth position, as quite a lot of the GT3 field have now been in. Hoffman has not been in, neither has Ethan Bass in the Texanese car, neither has the new GT Am Leader Twisted Racing team, SPR and Pandawan as well, the other Pandawan car, has not been in just yet, of Michael Patterman. So that is the order of play in terms of the GT3s, and we should expect to see the rest of them in at the end of lap 26, although Daniel O'Hoffman also staying out for another lap, able to not only do the required amount, but actually save a lap of fuel on top of what he needs.
I mean, that's just going to help them out as this race continues to go along. If you're able to save a lap here and save a lap there, that just means that your last pit stop is going to be shorter and shorter as compared to the rest of the field. So a good racing moves there for that Leopard Esports red machine, the number 5, able to hold on to that. Behind them, pretty much everybody else coming back down pit lane, as you said, looking like they are the only ones to be able to make it this extra lap.
It looks like it. I mean, we saw this at Sebring as well. They were even further in the lead and also saving laps of fuel there, so they're just on a different level at the moment in GT3 Pro. Didn't come into today with a huge championship lead, I've got to say, of only 18 points, I think it was. But yeah, I mean, they're certainly going to be extending it, looking to make it 3 wins on the bounce here. Not finished off the podium yet this season. It's going very well for Leipert at the moment. The last car in the entire field of anybody to have to come in to make a pit stop.
Yeah, very, very well. That's going to put them into a prime position, and another driver in a prime position here right now. We continue to watch them. TechSense Fitzai Athena trying to gain back in on 499 Racing, and up ahead of them, Vector by RSR has made a mistake. That gap is down to nothing, and we're going to have a move down the Kemmel straight here. That's 499 Racing trying to make the move. Ooh, almost contact there, almost banging doors as they work their way around Eric Kulaga. It's going to be a battle of the late breakers going down into the corner. Who's it going to be? Looks like Vector by RSR is going to be able to hold it out for now.
Wow, the 499 car tried to trap the Vector by RSR car behind that lap traffic, but didn't quite work. Tiestas was able to barge his way out of that situation and hold on to that place. If he got stuck there, it was a certain way back to 4th place, but he just got his elbows out there just enough to hold that inside line, and then the rest was history, really. So a great defensive move from Vector by RSR. Niels Tiestas to hold on to 3rd place, but this fight is really starting to heat up now, and it doesn't really show many signs of ending.
No, it certainly does not, and I can tell you there that I'm not entirely sure what happened on the last lap. Tiestas was only about 0.4 of a second off, as it just looks like a little bit of an error. Oh, I'm hearing in my ear that he got a slowdown penalty, and that is what precipitated all of that for Niels Tiesters, that is what is allowed for 499 Racing to catch back up to him, a slowdown penalty, Ewan.
Yep, it's well, not as easy to do, because I mentioned the off tracks earlier, but yeah, it's very damaging, especially down that straight. So that's really closed this one up now. and we'll be watching with interest as I'm trying to keep an eye on the pit stop times for the GT3s. I have to say many of the teams have just taken no tyres at all, although we have got a couple of tyre takers. Vulture Racing Red and Twisted Racing Team have gone for the tyres. Here is where Niels Chester's got that slowdown penalty.
Yeah, it just looks like he blew the bus stop a little bit, and that obviously gave it, trying to bleed away a little bit of time there through La Source. And this is where that 499 machine was able to close in. Eric Staropoli behind the wheel of the car, closing that gap down as they ran. And that is what has now set up the battle that we have been following. Watching again here as he came back over the hill. Very, very well timed. And it was, frankly, as you said at the time, Ewan, just... Whoa, we've got to go live as 499 been able to get by.
Yeah, straight through. It looked like a simple slipstream pass really down the inside of Tiestas, and there was not a lot he could do. Didn't even look like he bothered defending the inside there, maybe electing to trade positions here instead. This is it in its full glory. And there you go. He almost accepted that move was going to happen, really, and didn't bother defending it.
No, looked like he thought a little bit about trying to be a bit later onto the binders going down into the corner, but you saw that little move from Staropoli to be able to cut off that outside line. Some good aggressive defensive play there once he was able to get ahead, and so that is going to put 499 Racing up into the podium positions, but I don't think Vector by RSR is going to let this go quietly. We've seen some great speed out of that car over the course of the day, and I think they're going to try to hold on the best they can.
They certainly will. And I'd imagine we're going to see a similar situation here as to what we saw in previous battles. Just kind of a trading of position more than anything else. And that seems to be what's going to happen. But we'll wait and see, of course, when we get onto the Kemmel Straight for the first time again. As you can see, Danilo Hopman in the bottom of your screen there. New leader, well, I say new leader, retain the lead, I should say, from that opening pit stop. Nobody taking tyres, as I mentioned, other than those two teams that I mentioned, and maybe a two-tyre call from Satellite Racing a bit further down in their McLaren. But yeah, not too much disparity in the strategies that have been chosen so far. Also, speaking of the pit lane, by the way, Will Lindley of Solaritas did use his fast repair in that opening incident with RSR, and so it was a 5.5 minute repair for that small bit of damage in that contact with Harry Wills.
So that's going to put them down in the order, and also falling down the order a little bit, at least falling down in time, is this fourth place machine, Vector by RSR. You saw there in the live pictures a massive slide coming through the bus stop. Very, very lucky to be able to hold on to that car, and that is going to allow for Texans Fitzai Athena to be able to catch right back in, as Vector by RSR looks like they're hemorrhaging a little bit of positions. I'm not sure if that is just the pressure and some of the mistakes compounding here for this number 4 machine, or if it's a little bit of a matter of maybe those tires are gone and they just pushed a little bit too hard too early in the race.
Now, I've got a bit of a theory. I didn't say it out loud because I thought it might just be me, but I don't feel like that car's quite tracking straight. From the offboard, some of the offboard shots I saw, I don't feel like the Vector RSR car's tracking straight, unless something else has gone wrong. But you're right, they've lost 2.5 seconds in very short order. And I do wonder if they're tracking. Unfortunately, we have to wait basically until the home straight to find out, really, because it doesn't go straight until then. But yeah, I don't know. But maybe a little bit of suspension errors. I might just be seeing things, but I feel like there just might be.
Well, we'll have to find out about that to see if it's not exactly tracking straight. It does look a little bit twitchy coming through some of the corners and into the braking zones, which sometimes can be an indication here for these LMP2s. I'm riding on board with them right now, going down into bus stop. It looks relatively straight. Oh, 499 has had a problem up in front of them, and that is going to put Vector by RSR right back into the lead, and we've got another 3-car battle on our hand as 499 Racing is going to find themselves now behind Texans Fitzai Athena.
On his own for Staropoli, he'll be very frustrated with this. Down into the braking zone, what happens here? Oh, it's a lock of the rear brakes. Oh my goodness. He's going to be furious with himself there, I'm afraid, because that is a complete unforced error, and it's roped him into a battle that he really didn't want to be a part of anymore. Yeah, goodness me, he's going to have to make another couple of overtakes. He was thinking that they might have been done. Now let's have a look here. Does that car look like it's going straight? Maybe, yeah. I don't really know. It looks like it might well be. Let's check on the rundown for the quick rundown from Malmedy to Bruxelles. Let's see, is there anything here? No. It looks like it's going pretty much directly straight to me.
Yeah, it certainly does. It's I can't really think of any of the major incidents that would have jarred the car into doing that, but a quick little move there around David Nichols as they go. But still, nevertheless, even if that car is tracking straight here, Ewan, it looks very fidgety under braking and under acceleration. That car, just the rear end wanting to step out there a little bit. Now, that may be that they've set the car up for an incredibly low downforce run, that they do not want to lose any time down the Kemmel Straight or the run through Blanchimont. The other problem of it is that, and it may be part and parcel with that the rear tires may just be starting to go a little bit, and they're having trouble getting the power down.
I was just about to bring up the tyres, actually. We're getting towards 1 hour 10 now of this race. Getting towards the end of a second stint. I don't think it's going to be triple stinting. We're still in the mid-30s with track temperature at the moment, so I don't think we're going to be seeing that. So is it a case of the tyres going off, as Jeremy Littleton is into the pit lane again here at the end of 29 laps. Only about 3 or 4 laps after, maybe 4 laps after his last pit stop. 499 Racing also in here at the end of lap 33. I know their first pit stop was early, but what? That's only a wait. What? How long? Oh no, that's a 17 lap stint. That's not very long. I think it might even be less. There is Staropoli. That's a short stint for 499.
Yeah, according to my calculations, that's going to be a 15-lap stint there for them. So clearly, maybe just thinking about a little bit of strategy. Maybe they're trying to undercut here and get themselves out into some clean air necessarily, and be banking on the fact that you're going to have a splash and dash at the end of the race no matter what. That's something that'll prove itself out here in about 4 hours and 50 minutes time as we tick over the 1 hour and 10 minute mark, 1 hour and 11 minute mark actually, here left to still running in this race. We haven't focused on this man a whole lot. The V3 Racing machine up front and in charge, the number 8, as he runs V3 Racing with Mike Scheppers behind the wheel of the car, doing an absolutely electric job keeping his way forward, just slicing through the field. He's got a 23-second advantage on the rest of the field. Moving back into P2 in the LMP2 class, that is going to be the Effect Esports T1 machine. Paul Busby behind the wheel of that car as he does an incredible job. 35 seconds ahead of that battle that we've been keeping our eye on with Vector by RSR. There is Paul Busby on your screen right now. He just running a very, very calm, cool, and collected race. Doesn't quite look like he's going to have the pace here to be challenged in V3 anytime soon, but he's certainly got the pace to keep himself ahead of any of the battles coming from behind. And then in third place in class, that is going to be Neil Siesters. There in that Vector by RSR machine. That car been in a little bit of the wars here. We were just talking about maybe some of the problems that they were having. We'll have to see if that gets solved when they come down pit lane here, and we anticipate being about 7.5 to 8 minutes time. But Ewan, what about the podium there for GT3 Pro?
Yeah, not a lot has changed here, I have to say, from the opening. Certainly on the top step, Lipa Esports Red after that pole position, and going a lap further indeed in this opening stint, have taken the lead. Thomas Reiter is now second after Harry Wills has dropped down to fifth, and Ethan Bass for Texanese has got himself into that third position as well. All of these guys, by the way, on a double stint in terms of their tyres. We'll be seeing their first tyre change of the day in about 45 minutes time as we go down to GT3 AM.
Well, in that GT3 AM category, leading the way as they run, I believe here is that SPR Esports Tango machine, which we're hearing is actually Esports Delta. Denny Dunn leading the way as he runs. He's got a nice, healthy advantage there, a very, very healthy advantage over Vulture Motorsports Gold, with Errol Urexoy behind the wheel of that car. There is Errol on your screen, the Twisted Racing Team Orange driver, doing a good job out there. One of the few Porsches in the field. That got a little bit hairy, and Errol's not going to be happy to see that at all. My goodness gracious. And then back behind them, them in third place in class. It's 303 Racing, the number 303. Jerome Reigns behind the wheel of that car. Again, running a little bit of a race on into himself. We're seeing a lot of this space out for these drivers, but a little bit of a solidification here for the Porsches back in GT3M, as it looks like they're running really quite well as they go.
Yep, absolutely. A lot of support for the 303 as well in the chat, by the way, which is good to see. But yeah, so far that's the podium rundown. And while that's been going on, 499 did come in, as you said, a 15 lap stint. I think that was a drive-through penalty, and if you're having a drive-through penalty after only just over an hour, then you're in a lot of trouble. I'm not entirely sure if we can find out about the amount of incident points these guys have accumulated on the broadcast or not, but if they've got 40 already and every next 10 is going to be another drive-through, then there's big trouble. Okay, that's not true. so that's we sort of do have the power to bring up incident points, but not the right ones. So there we are. That could be from accumulated from all of the sessions previous to this as well, which would make a lot more sense. So I fear though, because I don't know about you, DJ, I didn't see that 499 stop in its box. So if that's the drive-through this early on, and it seems the amount of time you'd lose for a drive-through around here, about 45 seconds. I'd be very worried about that car now for the rest of this race, if that is indeed the case.
Yeah, I'd be very worried as well, and that's really going to put them effectively out of positioning for any kind of running as they go. You can see them running right back in 6th place in class, about 43 seconds off of SPR Esports Omega, and so that is really going to be detrimental to their race. At this point, they're really just going to have to be hoping for a little bit of hard luck to befall some of the drivers up in front of us as we watch Jeremy Littleton here having a little bit of that bad luck. Does he keep it off the wall? Yes, he does. Lucky boy there in the 959.
Well, the reason I was making that strange noise, as this is what happened to your Exo going off the road, he was really dive on there. But, yeah, Jeremy Littleton's been in the pit lane again, by the way. He's already made 2 stops in this race, as Ethan Bass from 2nd in GT3 Pro has got off the, 3rd in GT3 Pro. That's him just getting an off track there. But yeah, Jeremy Littleton was running 2nd in GT3 AM, and we were sighting up for a very interesting battle between SPR and Twisted Racing Team, because Twisted took tyres whereas SPR didn't. That was Littleton. However, he's been in again for another 48-second stop roughly, but I'm not entirely sure why he came into the pit lane at all, and I thought that spin might give us a clue, but it really hasn't. So I have no idea what happened, unfortunately, to the 959. But they've been in and made 2 stops within the space of about 15 minutes there.
Very strange incidents as well. We'll have to send some of the drivers down, or some of our production team down to the virtual pit lane, see if we can figure out exactly what happened there. But as of right now, we keep our eyes focused here on your leader. And this is Mike Sheppers, who has been the dominant force in this race thus far. V3 Racing not challenged off the start of the race, and they've really run out, if you're like a bullet from a gun, just absolutely putting down quick lap after quick lap. They're still running down in the 202s as of right now. The rest of the field all the way back in about the 204s or the 205s. So V3 Racing really being the class of the field here and just being able to pull out that gap of 27 seconds more and more every single time by.
Yeah, that is incredible lap times. Only half a second away from his best lap time of the race overall so far, and you can see that he's still pushing it as we go on board. This is his 19th lap on this stint, by the way, so should well be into the pit lane at the end of this one. Eric Staropoli, I know he's a bit further back now, but this is his 19th lap on this stint now. He may well be in once again. I'd be surprised if he can make 20, since he only did 18 during the first stint of this race, as Sheppers makes his way through the McLaren. But yes, it's an absolute dream for V3 Racing at the moment, who have not won a race yet this season. 3 second places though. Remarkable consistency from them to give them the championship lead coming into today, and looking to take charge of this title here at Spa.
Yes, indeed, trying to claw their way back here a little bit. As we said, your reigning points champion's not here today, so V3 Racing trying to do their best job. Everything coming into a little bit of that endurance lull as we go around right now. being a little bit spaced out as they go, waiting for the next round of pit stops here to really fire off for some of our LMP2 field. That's going to be the next big moment of excitement that we have, and we anticipate, as you've said before, Ewan, that tires will probably be taken here. I really don't think we're going to see anybody triple stinting these tires here at this point, especially, I mean, you look on board there with Sheppers coming out of campus there. You saw that little bit of corrective oversteer that he had to put into the car to try to catch it. That is a signal to me that those rear tires starting to go away a little bit, and that pit stops definitely going to see those new tires come onto the car.
I do think, though, we might see a triple stint a little bit later on. If you divide this race up into 40-minute pieces, as we're about to see Sheppers possibly into the pit lane here, unless he can go 20. He can go 20 laps, so he's managed to go an extra lap this time around. We'll see about those behind. 499, though, only 19 this time around, which is not the worst thing for them, but they still might be all right. But let's see a little bit later on. If you split this race up into different pieces, you get to... and you're doing double stints, that is. So you're spending an hour and 20 on each set of tyres. You'll get to 5 hours 20, you'll have 40 minutes remaining, and you'll be at the end of a double stint. I think because the race is going to be later on in the day, by that point, it's going to be about, what time is it about going to be? It could be about 10, 11 o'clock in the afternoon. Track temperature's going to be down. We might well see a triple stint. We might see people think, well, there's only 40 minutes to go. I'm not changing tyres for just 40 minutes of racing. I'm going to go for this till the end here. We might well see some of that towards the end of this race. Towards those final 40 minutes, a triple stint from those LMP2s, because otherwise you're either taking one set of tyres for the final 40 minutes, which is just very strange.
Yeah, strange indeed. We'll have to see how that plays out as we watch here. EJ O'Donnell lines the 56, just a little bit too much speed there into the bus stop, flipping that car head over heels there and bringing it back around. Luckily be able to avoid any major damage as a result of that, but that's certainly going to send him down. Giving a little bit of love here to our AM leader as things run. Denny Dunn for SPR Esports Delta. He is really putting on a good show here. Again, a nice big gap of about 20 seconds back to Vulture Motorsports Red. We're really seeing this out of all of our leaders, that everybody is separating themselves out here. By the way, though, the LMP2 leaders looking like they're coming down pit lane. I'm seeing Effect Esports T1, Vector by RSR, TechSense, SPR Esports Omega, and 499 all coming down pit lane.
Yeah, that's another 19 lap stint, and no tyres. Oh no, sorry, it's the pit lane's so long that they haven't even, I'm looking at the previous pit stop time because they've still not got to their box yet. Now they finally do, as Mike Sheppers also comes in after 20 laps that time around, further putting himself into a more comfortable position with fuel. Alistair Catchpole now gets into the T1 Design Esports car, although Ian Peterson stays into SPR because, oh no, I've done it again. Okay, nice. Anyway, out the pit lane for Ahmed Burke-Kose, who's into that Texanese car. Is Niels Tiesta staying into the Vector by RSR car? It looks like he is, and I'm absolutely certain this time around he has not taken tyres there. He is going for this triple stint, despite the fact we started this race in the high 30s with track temperature. He believes that triple stinting is the way.
Well, it's certainly going to gain you some track position as you run for sure, but it's going to be determined whether or not you're going to lose too much time there on that worn-out rubber. So we'll have to see how that strategy plays out as we watch Danilo Hoffman here for the Leipert Esports Red Machine, your leaders in the GT3 Pro class. That Audi really putting on a good clinic here. The gap, well, as compared to the rest of the field, only 12 seconds as they run, but still putting on a very good show. Pandawan trying to close in behind a little bit. That battle that we saw them involved with earlier on in the race, not really playing itself out here at all, as really the rest of this GT3 field has spread apart and broken up here, and everybody's pretty much running on their own.
Yeah, they certainly are. This is what happens in endurance racing when you get to this portion of the race. Things just do spread out a fair deal. Also seeing here that EJ O'Donnell Lines is obviously going for kind of a strange 2.5 stint here, which has got himself up into 4th place. That's due to his pit stop earlier on. He's out of sequence now, but let's see when he comes into the pit lane a little bit later on. John Alpole has got into the leading car in place of Mike Sheppers. They are changing tyres, and they will hold on to at least 20 seconds worth of their lead here in this race. As I already mentioned, Alistair Catchpole is into the 111. Ahmet Burke-Koze is in. David Gilmore is into the SPR Esports Omega car. They also changed tyres as well as the driver. Nick Ebby is into the 499 car as well. So a number of driver changes being made in this second round of stops for LMP2.
Yes, indeed. So there we see EJ O'Donnell Lines being able to work his way forward up a little bit as they go. Running a little bit wide there on the exit of Blanchimont. As he tries to get everything up there and see if they can have a little bit of a recovery here for this RSR by butt kicker machine. Remember, on that alternate pit strategy that certainly may come to fruition later in the race, doing their little splash and dash earlier on, but EJ trying to see what they can do as they go, trying to everybody work their way around.
I'm really interested to see where this RSR car ends up, because in terms of the championship, it's very, very important. I am starting to feel like it's going to be a two-horse race between those two. With the absence of the RSR by Buttkicker 55 today, Netrex aren't here, Full Send Rating on here, so on and so forth. It really is between those two. On the entrance to this race, V3 Racing and RSR were separated by only 5 points in the favour of the number 8 car out front at the moment. That was only down to penalty points. They lost 5 points due to penalties, did this 56 of EJ O'Donnell Lines. And that's the difference in the championship. Now, they need to salvage every single point they can possibly get here today to keep this as close as possible throughout the remainder. And so for the final 2 races, they'll be able to chase V3 Racing down. But it's a really bad day as far as the championship is concerned for RSR. It already being 5 points behind, only 2 races to go after this one. They cannot afford to lose many points, because with a limited amount of cars actually on the grid and the drop week as well, the maximum you can really lose is 20 points throughout a day. And I feel like V3 Racing's championship lead may well be approaching 20 points if the race were to end as it's looking like it will at the moment.
Yes, it will, but we've seen many a times that it's very, very easy to just simply put a tire wrong here at Spa, get yourself off and thrown off, and so I think for RSR by Buttkicker and EJ O'Donnell Lines, you have just got to keep racing the race that you're doing right now, running the laps and getting as fast as you can all the way around. You don't want to back off at all, because you never know what can happen. The other thing to keep in mind here is we've got plenty of time, and then those incident points, we've talked about a little bit, over 6 hours. Picking up 40 incident points is easier than you think. Here is Ethan Bass as they run right now for the Orbit Motorsport Mercury machine, trying to see what he can do getting down into the corner.
Yeah, he's getting caught a little bit, I feel, from the Celeritas car behind. Loris Alguerri took over half a second out of him last time, and Harry Wills is on a mission. He's in 5th place at the moment, and he's catching the both of them. The only driver in the 18s, if we discount Hoffman and Reiter out front. So that's a lot of the field. But either way, Harry Wills is certainly driving that car to the maximum. And there he is. He is going to be very entertaining to watch over the next half an hour or so before he inevitably gets out of the car. I'm sure of it at the next pit stop. Will hand that car over, though, back in the podium positions, which is remarkable considering he was on his roof not so long ago.
Yeah, he was definitely getting thrown off there a little bit as he runs, so he is going to be trying to gain back as much time as possible, and I've really got to give credit to Harry here. You know, we talked about that car looking on edge the entire time and the way that Harry drives it, and just absolutely pushing like the Dickens here to close down that 3.5 seconds on Celeritas up ahead of them as they run. So trying to see what Harry is going to be able to do in that 9.55. The other thing to remember is that there will be a driver swap here at some point as they go. So we're going to have to see if that's going to change anything out at all. As you know as well as I do here, Ewan, that you change drivers sometimes, that changes the temperament behind the wheel of the car. Some drivers are a little bit more aggressive, some a little bit more passive, and that's one of the things that makes endurance racing, these long races like this with driver swaps, so intriguing, is waiting to see what happens when the new driver comes into the car.
Well, given the way that Tristan Racing Team car is set up at the moment, I do feel like it's going to be a very aggressive driver that doesn't mind a bit of oversteer from that car, because that's the way we've seen Harry Wills driving it so far in this race. Yeah, I say this all the time at this stage in the race. It really, at the moment, we're seeing kind of driver versus driver battle. It's Hopman versus Reiter versus Bass versus Alguerri versus Wills, for example, in the top 5 of GT3 Pro. But soon it's going to become Lampert versus Pandawan and Texanese, Celeritas, Twisted. They're all going to be pitting against each other as teams rather than as individuals from the 2 hour mark onwards. I mean, we saw this last time. Oh, it was off the road for Celeritas. The battle we thought we were going to get is not going to happen, because Loris Alguerri has made a mistake at Lecom.
Yes, he has, and there you can see that Celeritas machine going slowly. Twisted Racing Team Audi able to get up on by them. Looks like that was just too much speed coming through the corner there. That car sideways by the time it even got close to the apex. I don't think they've suffered too much damage on the front of that Audi, just a little bit of a nose into the front.
It was very clumsy though, and it was straight on the front right corner of that car. So I would be a little bit worried. There is also still that rear wing damage that is slightly not straight, which can't be helping either, but clearly it wasn't repairable during that pit stop. Well, it might have been optional, I suppose, but decided not to take them. Well, that's really not good for Alguerri. Drops down to 5th place now. I could have. I don't have an official on this, by the way. I have to go and do a bit of digging, but I'm pretty sure for the first race, Alguerri was driving with the La Porcherie team that won the race at Daytona. Yeah, hours of Daytona. I'm pretty sure he was driving for them. But either way, he's certainly on Celeritas now, and I have a feeling that car is not 100% healthy.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there as it runs. And that car obviously losing probably a little bit of speed as it goes on the straightaways here with some of that rear wing damage, probably losing a little bit of grip off the end as it goes as well, and not able to get the power down nearly as easy as they would like to. And you can see that as a result for Alguerri of that little spin that he had coming up through the hill as they run. Waiting to see here if we're going to see anything else starting to fire off as they go. That is going to be the RSR by butt kicker number 56 that will be able to come up behind here and lap the number 18, putting them a lap down. And as you said earlier, Ewan, very, very unfortunate that that they had that issue kind of depriving us of one of the battles that we were hoping to see.
Well, yeah, I mean, Harry Wills will not be disappointed by that at all, and indeed, ever since that did happen, the few in front have really picked up their pace. It was an 18-3 from Reiter, Bass and Wills, all 3 of them within 0.04 of a second of each other. Hopman getting caught ever so slightly that time around, but he's 14 seconds worth of a lead, and he's probably saving fuel at the moment, because Leiper are just that good at the moment, so not to worry for them. And ever since Wills got into that 4th place, Texas needs to really step things up just that little bit, and they're now really trading lap times at the front. I know now that has happened, I don't really think that is going to develop until the pit stops and just afterwards, really.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. And as we said, it's going to be interesting to see how it will play itself out in terms of those pit stops when we anticipate probably driver changes starting to take place here. And well, a lot of these secondary drivers getting themselves prepped, getting themselves ready for the secondary stint in the car. We've seen some drivers swap it back and forth on each stint. We've seen some drivers that like to hold out a little bit longer. Ewan, how do you like to do it? What is your preferred style? You like to be in for a longer stint, or you like those little piecemeal stints as you go along through the race?
I have to say, I've not never done much endurance driving, I have to say, but in terms of the longest I ever did was just 2 hours, and that was enough for me. I feel like that fits well. I don't feel like always, in these 6 hour races especially, actually all the races this season to be honest, I don't feel like it's always down to the driver. How much can you do? How much of this race can you feasibly do at a pace before we bring you out? I'm feeling it kind of depends when you change your tyres. Because, as we've already seen in LMP2, I've got no doubt that all of the guys that just got out can do, for definitely Mike Shepherd, he can definitely do more than 1 hour 20. And if this was a 24-hour race, he might well do 2 hours 40, which is 2 double stints. However, there's no real reason to do that in this particular situation, because you can swap more readily with some of your drivers, especially GT3 as well. I mean, if they're planning on doing double stints in GT3 all day long, you're not going to stay in for 4 hours when it's only a 6 hour race. There's no need to do that. as much as it's probably possible, and in a 24-hour race you might well do that. In a 6-hour race, excuse me, and 4-hour races, there's just no point in doing 2 double stints really. So it matters just as much as when you're changing your tyres as it does how much your drivers can actually cope with.
I couldn't have said it better myself. I've got to agree with you there wholesale as we see Dan Alpol there being able to put that number 8 V3 racing machine up and around a couple of cars here, putting the 499 racing machine a lap down. And this has been a real heartbreak of a day for 499 racing. They started off so strong. We're battling up for those podium positions, and then penalties and spins have just really put them behind here at this point. Nick Ebbe trying to be able to recover whatever they can here as they run. Obviously a lap down, and truthfully, in the world of sim racing, because we don't have those full course cautions that you normally see in the real world racing, it can definitely come back to bite you if you were a lap down, as you really have no way to get that lap back other than raw pace alone.
Yeah, and it's very difficult to gain all that time back once again. It really hasn't been their day, as you say there, with the 499. Let's not forget at the start of lap 2 when they spun at La Source. It's probably too long ago to replay it now, but yeah, I mean, it's put around from second place, and then from then on it's been a little bit difficult. I feel like as well that Nick Ebbe, looking at the way that car's driving at the moment and the way he's losing time to the top 6, I think he's driving within himself and within that car at the moment, just so to preserve the amount of off tracks, because let's not forget, I believe they've already been down for one drive-through, excuse me, and 10 more incident points. And they will have to make another trip down pit lane. Speaking of doing that, RSR by Butt Kicker are doing just that right now with EJ O'Donnell, finally able to take those tyres off after 44 laps, and a nice 19-lap stint for him there.
Yeah, good lap stint for them. And remember, we anticipate that RSR by Butt Kicker machine on a little bit of an alternate strategy here as they run. At the end of the 6 hours, we kind of are anticipating here at this point that the majority of the LMP2 field is going to have to come in for a splash and dash. The only drivers that may make that a little bit interesting are the V3 racing team, who have been able to extend their stint to 20 laps on the last time by, so that could change things up as they run. But nevertheless, EJ O'Donnell Lines and RSR by Butt Kicker making that alternate strategy, taking that splash and dash early, and it does indeed look like now that Sean Campbell is going to be the one behind, getting the one behind the wheel of the number 56 as they run. Working our way through the field here, Danilo Hoffman right now for Leipert Esports Red, currently your leader in GT3 Pro and the outright leader in GT3 overall. That's James Hebb up ahead of him, the number 66 that he is looking to put a lap down. That Vulture Motorsports blue car already a couple of laps down there, having suffered a little bit earlier on in the race, and I think it's just a matter of time before they see themselves go from 6 laps to 7 laps down.
Yeah, likely going to be the case, I'm afraid, as Sean Campbell, you just saw there briefly, was indeed in the pit lane. Yeah, last running car, this one, for Vulture Racing Gold. And so, yeah, going to be going another lap down. There they are. Don't really know where to go at the moment, but getting out of the way just there. But yeah, Sean Campbell makes his way out of the pit lane. 19 laps on that last stint. Was that? Yes, I believe so. Yeah, it was. Like 19 laps there. So I do hope that EJ O'Donnell wasn't fuel saving at all there, because in my opinion they've got to go for it all out from here on in. They've made that extra stop, now they've just got to go for it, whether that's 18 lap stints or whatever it is. They absolutely have to push to the maximum here to try and get what they can from the rest of this race. They're on new tyres now, newer than the rest of the field, and so they've got to push while they still can. And Sean Campbell, in my opinion, yeah, 18 lap stints, just going all out. That's the way he has to play this, in my opinion, because of what we talked about earlier on with the championship standings. But yeah, in terms of making splashes for the others, I do actually think quite a lot of them, I'll say, 499 Motorsports or 499 Racing, I should say, are looking a little bit questionable in terms of making this without a splash and dash. But for the rest of them, they are looking okay. Maybe one lap of fuel saving has to be done, but that's not impossible over the next 4.5 hours.
No, it certainly is not impossible for them to do. The only problem that I think some of these drivers are going to have is the fact that the easiest way to save fuel around a circuit like at Spa, that is such a massive power track, is to be able to tuck up behind in the draft, do a little bit of lifting down these long straightaways. And with just as spread out as this field is, you're really not going to have the chance to be able to do that. So instead, that is going to shift the impetus here from being able to tuck up behind in the draft and save fuel to doing a little bit of lifting and coasting down into the corners, to lifting off that throttle a little bit, letting the car slide, letting the car just sort of run to the line on dead stick as it runs in. I don't think we're going to be seeing any of the massive fuel savings tricks that we normally see sometimes. We've seen some drivers at different points actually shut off the engine as they go into the braking zone as a way to try to get that to play out. I don't think we're in that territory here yet, Ewan, but definitely a lot of lifting and coasting going down into the heavy braking zones.
I mean, there might be a little bit, yeah, certainly going on in LMP2. Just to say, because you've got to remember that these fuel tanks they don't change size when you take them around. So it won't exactly be, we talk about fuel tanks, they go 19 laps. So it's not 19.0, for example. They might start off with 18.4 laps of predicted fuel or whatever. Then you've got to save that 0.6 or whatever it is. So yeah, it's not about saving even a whole lap sometimes. But I don't think there's too much fuel saving going on out there at the moment. But I'm really questioning. Oh, it's off the road for Danny. Oh, Danny done out the lead of GT3 Am. Spins at Blanchimont, and that's going to be big damage for SPR, who will surely lose the lead of this class.
And surely they will. They already had a massive, massive gap, but that car looking like it's taking a little bit to get back going around here. I've got to think that they're going to pull themselves right back down into pit lane as they run, and with the heavy damage to the front end of that car. And indeed, there goes Vulture Motorsports Gold back on by. They're going to take over the lead of the race. Let's see here if Denny opts to come down pit lane. No, he is going to keep this thing out on track.
See, is that unbelievable? There's no way this car has gotten away with that. That was a 150-mile-an-hour shunt there. Front end, that Lamborghini, though, must be made of... I don't know what it's made of, but it didn't break there, and somehow he's able to carry on. Has lost the lead, and surely will have to come in soon. Surely that car's down on straight-line speed. It's down on downforce. Something must be happening with that car, because there's no way it has stood up to this impact. Look at this.
Oh! Yeah, that is a heavy lick into the concrete barriers there in a strange incident. It just looked like he caught a little bit of the wrong line coming down into Blanchimont, and the rear tires just said, I have had enough, and gave away. I didn't see him clip the curbing or anything going down to the corner. Let's watch from on board here.
That's loses it.
Yeah, just absolutely loses it.
I mean, we are getting towards the end of a second stint in these on these tires, of course, which might be playing into it. As what's happened here, Ultra Motorsports have made their own mistake. We've got a battle for the lead going on in this category. Porsche now possibly has been off the road itself. Right, certainly made a mistake, because the two of them have swapped positions again. What on earth is going on here? Oh, they must have a slowdown.
Yeah, they must have picked up a slowdown there, judging by where it is. I've got to think that that would be on the run up and over Radion there, and so that is going to pull this battle right back into it again. This is the battle now for GT3 Am lead as they run, only about 0.6 of a second, separating the two leaders right here of SPR Esports Delta and Vulture Motorsports Gold as Vulture tries to close in behind.
Surely that Porsche is going to be able to have a bit more pace. I'll be intrigued to see what the lap time is this time around for SPR. I know that they will have made their way through on Vulture, but it didn't exactly cost them much time. And Vulture aren't exactly visually quicker than the Lamborghini there you'd expect to see. This is going to be a scary moment, though, for Denny Dunn, coming through this corner again, knowing what happened last time. Makes things a little bit more slowly, a little bit more conservatively. You can see the Porsche just closing in there. But what is the lap time going to be here? Because that Lamborghini looks like it has stood up to that impact remarkably well.
Yeah, that Lamborghini has to be made out of absolute titanium or something that we are not aware of as it runs. I am frankly amazed. Looking as they cross over the line, he put down a 220.9. Oh, wait, we've got to wait until he crosses over the line. That was his last lap, excuse me. Yeah, I forgot we were on the endurance layout here as they run. Now he's getting ready to cross over the line. His last lap was a 220.97. Let's see what this one clocks over as. It's roughly about the same there for Denny Dunn. So that car's not losing a whole lot of time. It's right in consistent nature with the rest of the GT3 AMs.
Well, it's going to get past now. Rd4 makes his way round the outside now and into Lecomte. It's a great story for this car as well, by the way. Vulture Motorsports Red, if you remember, I believe it was this car that had a power cut on the grid as they were waiting to get underway for the formation lap. The starting driver, whoever that was, I've forgotten, I apologise, we're going to see him in a few moments' time anyway. Rd4 had to jump into that car, start from the pit lane. He's made his way through all of the GT3 AMs and one or two pro cars along the way as well. And he's now in the lead of this category. So that is a great story for them as well. But at the moment, I'm more amazed by the fact that Lamborghini's still running, never mind at this pace.
I got to agree with you there. That Lamborghini, I would have thought for sure that there would have been some damage there. Granted, it's a mid-engine car, so it's not like you're going to suffer any damage to the front end there in terms of the engine itself as it goes in. But nevertheless, such massive damage to the front of that car, really and truly remarkable to see it still running and being able to keep pace here. But Rd4, he has got to know that there is damage to that Lambo, and so I guarantee you he is going to be pushing as hard as he can to try to break that draft a little bit. I've got to imagine here that SBR Esports Delta probably just waiting until the next round of pit stops fire off to get their free repair on that car.
Yeah, they've got... Oh, well, it depends how long the optionals are. If the optionals are only 10 seconds or so, and I would certainly save the fast repair, because something even more damaging might happen later on, and you might need it. So, you know, if it's 10 seconds or lower, maybe 15 seconds or lower, then I might consider taking the optionals. But I think you're right. It's going to be, although I don't think you actually get to wait until you start your stop, do you, to decide if you're going to do the fast repair? So there's no way of them knowing, is there? I don't think out there at the moment, unless I'm wrong about this. But you can't do your fast repair, or you can't tick it as the pit stop's begun. I don't believe, and you also can't figure out how long these optionals are going to take until you're in the box. So they're just going to have to guess, I think.
Yeah, I think they are as well. I believe you're right that you're not able to click that over, but definitely losing some straight line speed here. It looks like as they go on the straightaway. Here is that replay you were asking about earlier,
yes.
Ewan, though, the Starpoli incident.
This is is it RSR who are going to get into the back of? Yes, it is. Oh, well, I'll say that. No, Ebby lost it on his... sorry, it's not Nick Ebby, was it? Stavropoli was the one. It was contact that sealed the deal, but I think there was a slide already ongoing there for the 499, wasn't there? And that might be part of where the RSR got some damage. But yeah, this kind of continues on to our point earlier on. The 499 has not had a good race, and it started all the way back here.
Yeah, indeed, and then was able to fight their way back up through the field and then yo-yoing up and down as they run, so a little bit tricky there for them. Looks like they're one of the Orbit Motorsports cars working their way through that battle that we saw. Here is Ebby in that 499 Motorsports machine. They run 6th in class right now. They've got about 56 seconds to try to make up the road to SBR Esports Omega to try to see if they're going to be able to get in behind and maybe steal away a top 5. You still got about 4 hours left here, 4 hours and change left to go in this race. But even with that, that is a very, very tall order, I have to imagine.
It is. It really is. But all you can do at this stage is just smash out the lap times as best as you possibly can, and then from then on in, just go from there. But it is difficult at this stage to keep motivated in that situation. As this battle for GT3 AM continues on somehow. Benny Dunn is continuing on with the page. What are the lap times going to be this time around? Rd4 is into the 19s again. A 19.2 from Rd4, a 19.6 from Denny Dunn. That's the second fastest lap time in GT3 AM.
That is really and truly remarkable there for them. I am still amazed that Denny Dunn has been able to keep up this pace as they go. Really, really impressive stuff for them. I am absolutely amazed. I can't believe it. I've never seen a Lamborghini. I've never seen a car, a GT3 car in particular, take that much of an impact into the outside retaining wall and then come back around. Really, really remarkable.
It is. Yeah, I'm astonished watching this battle. Of course, we are seeing Urexoy get away from the Lamborghini relatively quickly here, but either way, it's still very impressive for those guys. And of course, they're absolutely not out of this just yet. Only just over 4 hours to go. That is plenty of time for them to get back into this race and get back towards the front, to get back into the lead even. So yeah, I mean, this is absolutely not over yet.
No, it certainly isn't as they continue. Oh, that is going to be Urexoy going around. Oh my goodness gracious, going down through Puhal.
Wow. That was unexpected, to say the least. And Urexoy is going to be kicking himself here. What happened? Gets out wide. Gets out a little bit out wide onto that curb. No hit onto the wall. And no hit from anybody else either. But thankfully, and thank God for goodness for that. But he's spun around. And what's the gap now? Oh, he's gone over again.
Is that an issue of the tires just being absolutely cooked on the rear end of that Porsche? Obviously, rear engine, rear-wheel drive as it spins itself out. There again, just going down on the exit of the corner and now making a little bit of contact there with the outside. The Twisted Racing Team Orange Machine. Day going from bad to worse here.
Yeah, it is. My goodness me. That is remarkable. We're on board with Urexoy now. Let's see what it's like through Blanchimont, because this is a very high-speed corner. And you absolutely do not want to be losing the rear end through here. So what's going to happen here? It looks all okay. It's just got to wait for those tyres to cool down, really. But Satellite Racing are only 4 seconds behind.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of time to be able to sit back and wait here as they go. And Urexoy, I think, just trying to figure out what to do here at this point as things get closer and closer. This is very, very tricky for him. That Porsche tends to have a little bit of tail happiness, as we said, all the weight put over the rear axle of that car, and so sometimes it's very easy for it to slip and slide around, but my goodness gracious, it is very, very tough as they go.
It is. It is indeed. So, yeah, I mean, remarkable stuff there in that little battle, and, yeah, unfortunately, those have petered out, but fortunately for us, it's continuing on back here in the LMP2s. The Kose and Gilmore are both catching Niels Tiestas, who didn't take tyres, the only driver to have not taken tyres and gone for this triple stint. It is paying off remarkably well. I can't exactly remember the gap between Orbit Motorsports and Vector by RSR before the pit stops here. I don't know if you can, but it wasn't 8 seconds, and I do feel like Tiestas has actually played a bit of a blinder here. He's been able to gain a bit of time.
Yeah, indeed he has, as they're really looking like they're closing down on pretty much everybody as they run right now. Tiester's just trying to be able to work his way by, going by some lap traffic right now in the form of Littleton and Chatterton as they go. But Abik Berkakosa here trying to close in on the back. That gap coming down even more here for the Orbit Motorsports Mars team as they continue to close in, try to reel into the back here of Vector by RSR. And with just over 4 hours to go in this race, you got to certainly say that the race is on. That 7-second gap not looking impermeable here at this point.
The battle for third is certainly the most interesting in LMP2 by a long, long way. And yeah, the three of them at the moment split by only 10 seconds. But Tiestas is consistently losing 1.5 seconds a lap. On the last lap, he lost 2.9 seconds. That is an astonishing amount. Not partly because Amit Berkakosa set that car's best lap of the race so far. He's flying, but Tiestas is also flailing a little bit here. 2 minutes 6.2. That is comfortably slower than everybody else on that last lap. Just starting to fall apart a little bit towards the end. I mean, as I said though, it kind of has worked. And as this race goes on, as the track temperature comes down, I think these tyres are going to come even more into the window of doing a free stop strategy. A free triple stint, excuse me.
Yeah, I'm sure it will as it goes. This is getting very, very intriguing as things go along. As they go, and unfortunately here in a couple of minutes I'm going to have to step away from this action, and you're going to be joined by Alex Goldschmidt here in the booth. But thus far up to this race, we have seen an absolutely electric start to everything go over, everything getting very, very close, and then with the second and third round of pit stops here firing firing off. Everything's starting to expand outwards a little bit more, and everything getting a little bit simmering, let's call it, but the battle's still getting very fierce.
Yeah, these battles and the gaps indeed are fluctuating quite a lot, really, because 8 seconds is remaining there. We'll get a better read of things as they go over the line. Neos Tiestas there did a 2-minute 5.1. That's pretty much where he is at the moment. He's been very consistent, actually, in those low fives. Where's Kose gone? A 2-minute 5.2. And there wasn't too much traffic around on that lap time, so it's a bit inconsistent. The gaps are fluctuating quite a lot, really. And so it's a bit of a strange battle to watch, but I do think Tiestas is going to make it to the window in that 3rd place.
I think he will as well, and as time continues to tick down closer to 4 hours left to go in this race, I unfortunately am going to have to step away, but it has been a pleasure joining you here for the first 2 hours of the 6 hours of Spa here for the World Series Leagues, and I leave you all in the very, very capable hands of Mr. Alex Goldschmidt.
Evening, DJ. Evening, Ewan. What a race it's been so far. We've had everything in this, haven't we?
We certainly have. It's been a very, very exciting first couple of hours. A big thank you to DJ Clark, of course, as ever, for his contribution this evening. You'll be hearing more from him on Wednesday for the GT3s. But yeah, my goodness, what a race we've had, and we've had almost everything here at what is a wonderful circuit for Spa endurance racing. We're seeing even more of that right now around the outside. For SPR, David Gilmore makes his way ahead of Kose around the outside of Puon. Something you don't see very often, something we can add to our list of things we've seen today.
Yeah, 100% agree, because Gilmore on the previous lap took nearly a second, had taken over a second out of Kurza on that particular occasion. So Orbit Motorsport Mars were getting they're trying to close the gap. They were trying to close the gap down to Vector by RSR, and now SPR Esports Amiga, I think, will now start leading the charge. All Orbit need to do here, Ewan, is try and keep with them. And if Kurza can start responding in terms of pure lap pace, depending on the amount of fuel that's in the car, how the tyres are degrading. I mean, you and DJ have been waxing lyrical about that all over the last hour and 55 minutes.
We're trying to keep up, to be honest. There's a lot of people about to keep an eye on. Yeah, and we're not too far away from it all kicking off again, really, because we're coming up to that oh my goodness, we're coming up to that 2-hour mark. David Gilmore with one of those half-hearted lunges down the inside into La Source. You don't want to be making it, doing that for overtaking positional class. You don't want to be doing it in terms of lapping a car either. When everybody makes it out alive, fortunately, as they go up through Eau Rouge and Radion, it's going to be a remarkable run for Orbit Motorsport here due to that move now, and Gilmore might find himself just defending a little bit, but no real challenge for the overtake is going to be made here. So 4 minutes to go until that 2-hour mark, and things are about to get very chaotic down in pit lane, because the LMP2s and GT3s are going to be in at exactly the same time as Harry Wills comes into the pit lane from what was 4th place in the GT3s. He's had quite a topsy-turvy first couple of hours, I'll say. He'll probably be jumping out of the car now.
Yeah, well, he was nearly jumping out of the car when the car was launched skywards going through the bus stop chicane earlier on in the race. I mean, I saw that happen with my very own eyes, and my heart was in my mouth. And luckily enough, the 955 is still able to challenge. Whether it's going to be a top 3 in the next 4 hours is anyone's guess, but the headlights are starting to come on the cars now, and I think we're going to be making that wonderful transition from nice, wonderful Belgian sunshine. We're going to get a replay here. This is James Heaven, the number 66 Lamborghini. Now this is coming down through, always going to lose the back end. That was very, very well held there. Kept it out of the barriers, but still reversed. Kept it off the racing line. Little touch on the right rear, but no harm, no foul there.
No damage you wouldn't expect, or very minor if there is anything at all. So yeah, did a good job to make sure it didn't go into the outside wall, as you say there, by just gassing up a little bit as we look at Michael Patterman. Pandawan White currently leading this GT3 AM race at the moment, ahead of SPR. Denny Dunn, who somehow managed to keep going despite all of the trials and tribulations of today, and smacking the wall at Blanchimont indeed. But he's still going as the pit stops in GT3 really do begin. Thomas Reiter into the pit lane as well at the moment, but there are a lot of them, including Harry Wills, but that was expected with the 955. Thomas Reiter not making it to the hour is a bit of a concern. They will have to save at least one lap of fuel throughout the remainder of this race if they want to avoid that splash and dash, which you so want to in such a big, long pit lane such as today.
Especially when you're considering the fact that these cars are pretty much at full pelt for over 70% of the circuit itself. Especially going from Radion to Le Gomme and then obviously going through Blanchimont. I mean, I don't know how Denny Dunn, I hope his underwear's all right at the moment, because that was the nastiest of scares at 240 kph in top gear going through Blanchimont. I mean, you don't like seeing it to the best of them out there.
It was. I'm still astonished. I'm still always speechless about that. It's really nice to see them still out there though, I should say, in second place. And of course, Ori Uretsoi, just to cover bases on him as well, is in third at the moment in that category. 15 seconds adrift now after those 2 spins on the same lap. That has really hurt him in this race, I'm afraid, as we look back from David Gilmour trying to make his way down the inside of, I think that's Twisted Racing Team Ferrari, into the Piff Paff chicane, making his way through. Also is Kose just in behind. These two and everybody else can't be too far away from the pit stops though. We're seeing 19 lap stints for the most part. This is the end of lap 18. We will be in the pit lane with these LMP2s once again before long. They have made another 40 minutes here, so that's good news for them. The LMP2s look better on the field than the GTs do today, which is a rare occurrence.
I mean, especially with the with some of the cars, you know, with the different layouts and configurations we have in the GT3s, like mid-engine rear-wheel drive with the Audis, the Lamborghinis, the Ferraris, and then with Uretsoi in the number 59 car that has just gone up. Because Thomas Reiter in the 97, that looks to be an extended pit stop there, and that's nearly north of 90 seconds, Ewan.
You're right, good spot there. We are approaching a minute and a half now. A pit stop in terms of fuel, tyres, driver change, the whole lot should take you about 1 minute 10, and it's taking a lot longer than that at this stage. Stuart Reynolds did exactly that, by the way, replacing in Harry Wills. Thomas Reiter spent 30 seconds longer there, so I guess damage repairs the only logical conclusion, but for some reason that's a 30-second loss in one pit stop there.
Getting a bit tastier here between Vector by RSR as SPR Esports Omega, because of the GT3 Pros and the AM traffic that's surrounding them. It's giving the cars behind a really good opportunity to have a chance of negotiating that traffic a little bit quicker. As you can see, little touch on the right rear wheel on the grass. Now, I think that was coming through Pouon there, Ewan. For Vector by RSR, and SPR Esports Omega are right with them, and they're nearly going to go side by side in the meantime.
Niels Chesters is starting to really struggle here. His last lap time was a high 2 minutes 6. Even if he's not at the end of his fuel load, he's got to be in at the end of this lap because he's just losing too much time. He's got to remember as well that this is going to get easier as the race goes on, as the track temperature is coming down because the sun's going down. But at the moment, he'll be going down the positions in a moment if he's not too careful, because the bus stop chicane is coming up and David Gilmour looks very, very eager to make his way through. He's even pushing him through Blanchimont very nearly. Outside line is a brave one, and he might be able to do it. Round the outside through Pouon of the Orbit car. He's trying to go round the outside of Blanchimont of the Vector by RSR car, but doesn't do it. Niels Chesters wanted the inside line there badly because he wants the pit lane. Oh no! They make contact, and there's going to be a block here, surely. The two of them are going to be furious with each other, and Chesters almost drives him to the side of Gilmour in protest. My goodness me, that is a big moment. How did the two of them not realise that both of them were going to be in there? That was a catastrophe for everybody involved.
Hart was definitely shooting out of the mouth rather than being stuck in it right there, because I've never in my days ever seen drivers decide to go into the pits at the same time, and all of a sudden Orbit Motorsport Mars have just got the biggest "thank you very much, let's open up the barn doors" going into pit road.
How on earth was that allowed to happen? I mean, Orbit Motorsports and Albert Burke-Kose is loving it because he's going to be through now. Niels Chesters is going to be quite angry about that one. I'm sure we'll get another look at that in a few moments' time. But I mean, if you're intending to come into the pit lane with somebody on your right hand side and you're going to cut across that green little patch of tarmac on the way in, for me, you are 100% at fault. Whether you were in front on the way in, whether you're in front at the moment, you're not on the right line going into pit lane, and you can't be making contact like that. So I'm quite shocked that the three of them really allowed that to happen, and now everybody's got damage. So it's a shame for everybody, but not well thought through is the phrase I'm looking for.
Yes, I mean, that could give an opportunity. I mean, we're going to have a look at the replay here. I mean, the way that Tiestas was going on the defensive and Gilmore was trying to send it around the outside through the bus stop. Now, Tiestas, I would have thought, would have been going into pit lane. You can see he's actually angling the car right, and then there's the contact by the 32 of Gilmore, spins Tiestas all the way around. I mean, they got away with that one, but then boof, and then up onto two wheels. Tiesta keeps the rear wheels spinning to bring it back onto terra firma. That was one hell of a save by Tiestas there. For me,
that is 100% on David Gilmore, and yeah. I don't understand why he would do that. More than this is, I think Tiestas is almost saying why with car body language. They're not really supposed to do that, but anyway, why would you do that? First of all, Tiestas is about to get out of that car, and he's staying in at the moment, but he's about to or was about to make a tyre change there. And he was going to drop about 20 seconds behind Gilmore anyway. So even if he comes into the pit lane behind that Vector by RSR car, he will come out in front because he's not making a tyre change. And Vector by RSR will be making one. So first of all, what is the point of making your way through there? But also, what is the point of... I don't know. I can't get my head around that really. As 303 Racing make their way down the inside of Satellite Racing. A bit of a nicer move for us to watch up into Lecombe.
Yeah, a textbook one there for Giron Reyes there. Tiesta's been in the pits there. That's probably for sorting out damage, because that's nearly a 2-minute pit stop and then some, because the amount of damage, I mean, it wasn't just the initial contact. It was the fact, I think it was Kurza actually had a slight tangle with Tiesta's, but both were unwilling participants in what David Gilmore initiated on that phase. And there is Kurza, who's currently, was sitting in third place, but the RSR by butt kicker car, that's I think that's the number 56 of Sean Campbell, who's just got through. So this is going to be a battle, and they've got a Rogue Lamborghini GT3 in their initial line of sight, going down the traditional Grand Prix straight away before heading into La Source. But this is going to be another battle, and it just goes to show that, I mean, Kurza didn't take tyres. That was a very short pit stop for the number 217. That was a 34-second pit stop, so fuel only in that window.
Absolutely. They changed tyres and drivers, actually, at the 1 hour 20 mark in terms of how far we were into this race. So, double stint here. We'll see if they go for 3, but I doubt it at this stage. We might see it a bit later on as the sun really starts to go down, but not for the moment. As V3 Racing also come to a stop in their box. Dan Alpo should just be fuel for him as well. In this one, Niels Chester's still in the pit lane repairing damage. The worst thing about that is not the fact that it wasn't their fault and all of that for Vector Barasar, but the fact that you can't tick your fast repair on the way in there. I do believe that Vector Barasar do still have one, but it happened so close to the pit entry that there wasn't time for them to tick the fast repair before they get into the pit lane, and by then it's too late, and they're on a very quick way to get all the way down into 6th place, might even be 7th by the time they exit the pits.
Which has been the case, because that pit stop now is nearly a shade under 4 minutes, and probably going to be higher than that, because Nick Evie in the number 499 racing car is now up into 6th position. So, yeah, the number 4 car, Vector by RSR, are going to have a massive fight back over the next 4 hours and 50-some minutes. To see how far they can get back up the order. And what that also means is that unequivocal, that undying, unanswered question is what is going to happen in the next, 3 hours and 53 minutes. It's still all to play for.
Yes, it really is. With just under 4 hours to go in this race, and it really remains to be seen where everybody's going to unfold. Still waiting for everything to really shake out in LMP2. That gap of 1 minute 45 is not quite true, and just for the moment we're waiting for it to normalise after the pit stops between 1 and 2, but certainly Dan O'Pole and Alistair Catchpole are miles in front of the rest of the field at this stage. So we've talked enough about LMP2. The GT3s have also been having their pit stops as this has been going on. Just to update you a little bit on where that is. Yannick Burkhoff has gotten into the Lipa Esports red car in place of Daniel Hopfman, who was driving previously. He changed tyres, so did and drive it. So did Gareth Messam, who's now driving for Texanese. The gap between those two is about where it was before. They're 1 and 2. Thomas Reiter lost 30 seconds, so he's dropped to third in this race. Sean Reynolds is in for Harry Wills, so he's up to 4th. And Carl Boss has gotten into the Celeritas car, also changing tyres there. So the pit stops strategies in GT3 Pro, anyway, are very similar, although the battle for second and third-ish, it's all got very close in that category now. So we might be able to have another look at some other battles going on, as we've not long seen this McLaren of Jacob Pegg get moved down into 7th position at the expense of Vulture Racing Red, who overtook them.
Yeah, and well, that's now the battle for 5th place, because looks like I think that's the Twisted Racing Team Ferrari AMCAR that has now entered into the pit lane, and they're currently fueling up. They're probably going to take on tyres. I mean, I've been looking on the pit stop deltas here, Ewan, and you know, GT3s, if you're going to have fuel plus a tyre stop, you're probably talking about a minute and 5, minute 10 seconds to facilitate that, maybe a little bit longer if you're going to have a driver change as well. So yeah, as you said, there's going to be alternating strategies, and the lifting and coasting factor of saving or sipping fuel round a lap rather than siphoning fuel round a lap, especially here at Spa, can make the difference between, as we've all mentioned now, all three of us so far here on the broadcast, about that potential splash and dash, and that could cost time and possibly championship points for certain teams in the running.
It really could, and that's all important. We'll talk about that a little bit later on, I feel, because at the moment the positions are very changeable, and I don't want to talk about something and then it become irrelevant 10 minutes later. So we'll wait for a bit of championship talk a bit later. But for now, there's plenty of racing going on. I thought you were going to be right actually about Jeremy Littleton taking tyres there, but he ended up not doing that as we've got off the road. Jeremy Rest, I'm afraid it has not been Celeritas Sim Racing's day, especially not in LMP2. That is a moment on the gravel and a moment into the wall that they may well have to repair.
Yeah, that car definitely swapped ends. Both ends collecting the barriers there, and luckily enough he was able to get the thing back out on the circuit. Probably get an indication very, very shortly of how soon Jeremy Rest will bring that into the pit lane. But I mean, the last lap from the number 233 was a 2 minute 3.8, which is about 2/10 off of Niels Tiestas, who's still back in the number 4 car. That is, so yeah, Rest now coming into pit lane, but Niels Tiestas in the number 4 car for Vector by RSR spent nearly 6 minutes in the pit lane.
Yeah, unfortunately back out again just in time to stay in front of this car, but Jeremy Rest now comes into pit lane to make another pit stop in this race, I'm afraid, and it's going to be a repair for them. I don't believe they've got their, no, they haven't got their fast repair remaining. They used it after 8 laps in this race, I'm afraid, after an incident earlier on, or a couple of little bits of contact. Fortunately, they got clattered by Harry Wills earlier on that sent the Audi into the air, you remember, and that took them a couple of moments. This one is also going to take them quite a few moments here as well. So yeah, I mean, this is not good news for Celeritas, who make their way down into pit lane again. Interesting battle going on between, well, I'll say that. It's not really a battle anymore, is it? Because Sean Campbell is drilling out lap times like you wouldn't believe in the RS 56. A 2 minute 2.5 is his fastest lap so far, and only 2/10 off the fastest lap of the entire race.
That's pretty quick. I mean, when you look at the lap time that Alistair Catchpole in the 111 car did last time, that's the Effect Esports vehicle, they did a 2 minute 5.83. So Sean Campbell was the best part of just over 3.3 seconds quicker on that previous lap. So who knows? Could Campbell give the 111 of Effect Esports a bit of a fright in the next few minutes or so? Because even though the gap could be quite considerable, which it looks to be the case, that could be a very big telling point of how different the strategy might be from RSR by Butt Kicker in comparison with Effect Esports.
Yes, absolutely. I thought we were going to get an interview there. I was waiting to bring him in, but it literally as you finished talking there, he's stopped. He's left. Well, I was hoping to speak to Oro Urechskoy there. I only left him for a minute, so I'll try and get it back. But yeah, I'm very interested to speak to him. Excuse me, because that car had to start from the pit lane and fight its way through the GT3 AM order as this race began, and he was the man behind it all throughout the first 2 hours. But fortunately, we'll hopefully speak to him a little bit later on. Saw in the pit lane there as well for David Gilmore. I wonder if there's been a drive-through penalty there as James Hebb goes back to the pits.
Oh, that has... I think that car got significant front-end damage, and that was actually coming through Eau Rouge. Well, look, he's got an LMP2. The car's already banged up at the front. He's going to probably go up there and loses the back end. Smack bang into the barriers.
Oh!
He gets the touch. Now, was that possibly the car that...
SPR, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Oh.
Was it? Let's see. They are dropping down. Are they? Oh, I can't find them. Oh, well, yeah. Only 19th for the moment. Oh, there. Ah, yes, there it is. You're right. Good spot. The SPR Esports Delta car off the road. Michael Fairchild. He is still going. By the way, he's making his way back. Is he? Well, I think he's only just underway again. Oh, this is a damaged car. It might be worth a tow hit. I'm afraid for this car that has been through so much today, it's the end of their day for SPR Esports. Now he's back in the waiting room again, Urechskoy, so we are going to go and grab him before anything else, because it's all kicking off in GT3 AM. Here he is. Oro, welcome to the commentary booth. Good to have you here. Talk us through those first couple of hours, and especially the start of this race, because you were picking your way through cars left, right, and centre. How was that first couple of hours?
Oh yeah, hey guys, thanks for having me. First stint went really well. We went with a little bit of lower wing, counting on the track temperature to drop, and that seems to be paying off. I think we took a little bit of a risk double stinting those tires the first time, but that paid off too, and we made up a bunch of time on first as we got towards the front, and then they had a fortuitous spin for us, not for them. And then I gave it right back, I think, later on, and they passed us. And then I'm not really sure where we are right now. I'm not watching my results right now, but yeah, feel really good about that first stint.
I think you've come out in second after the pit stops, although something has just happened. So there we are. You might be moving up or down or whatever. It's all changing at the minute. But they're obviously getting later on in the day. Track temperature's going down. You spoke briefly about those tyres there. Is double stinting something you think is going to get easier as we go towards the darkness, maybe, or something that's just going to be the same throughout the race, really?
Yeah, no, definitely. Going into the evening or late afternoon hours, yeah, we're double stinting now, for sure.
And speaking towards those final couple of hours, obviously, where are you expecting to be? Where are you hoping to be by the end of this race?
Well, you know, I'm reserve driving for Gold this week and didn't know there was we had a quali penalty from Sebring, so that's why we started in the back. Qualified 4th or 3rd, I think, I can't remember. And so, you know, from there it was just no pressure and just go. You know, fuel saved a little bit, pipped a couple of guys in front of me going an extra lap, and then just made it up on pace, and those tires just hung in there.
Over those first couple of hours, we'll let you go back to the team now and get back to it. But Oro, thanks very much for coming to join us, and good luck for the rest of this race.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you very much, Oro Urechskoy there. Great to talk to him, and a great performance from him over those opening 2 hours. But it's not all out the water for Vulture Racing, I've got to say, because they're under a bit of pressure from the sole McLaren in the field at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good to hear the feedback from Errol there, just to understand, and you know, talking about the fact that they had to start from pit lane because of not being able to qualify, and for him to be a reserve driver and put in that kind of performance was nothing short of, I think one word here really, astounding, Ewan.
Yes, it was an astonishing performance as Sean Campbell from the LMP2 field has come into the pit lane, not taken on any tyres there, and he's going to come out in 4th place. This race is starting to fall into place for RSR just a little bit, I've got to say. So we'll keep an eye on that. Nick Ebby, by the way, I think he's still in the pit lane at the moment, but his pit stop time is not increasing. So has he been given I don't know why he's in the pit lane at the moment, but he's certainly losing time. He's dropped down to 6th at the moment. He's got another couple of laps until he drops down behind to Niels Tiestas, so we'll be glad about that. But in the pit lane but not actually increasing pit stop time. Why on earth would he just be stopped, not in his box? I don't understand why that's happening, but anyway.
Yeah, the mind boggles, I think.
Yes. That'd be why. He's disconnected. He's not there at all. I think he's just disconnected. Let's see.
Right, okay, so he's just come out of the
something's
bus
going
stop.
wrong here.
Yeah, he stopped straight away.
He knows something's wrong. And
yeah,
there we
go. Mm.
So unfortunate for Nick Ebby. Hopefully he can get back into this race, and hopefully the 499 can get back into this race. But something clearly going wrong with that car there. Might have to swap driver again already. Speaking of in the pit lane, by the way, I do just want to have a quick word on Michael Fairchild and the SPR Esports Delta car, because this car has really been through it today. We saw that high-speed crash at Blanchimont a little bit earlier on in this race. Almost as much as you can as a commentator, you're almost rooting for him because it's such a great story. Back in the pack there, was running second at their highest point despite the damage that they had. But I'm afraid that incident at the top of Eau Rouge and Radion there, it's really unravelled their race. And given that they've just used their fast repair 20 minutes ago, their pit stop is now approaching 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's got all kinds of ouch written all over it there, Ewan. I mean, it's a real shame because it was. I mean, it looked like it was a hefty impact coming through Blanchimont, but I think it was more of a glance that. Because one of the things I spotted before I jumped on was the fact that the bonnet of the Lamborghini on the left-hand side was slightly off kilter in terms of the flush line that it should normally have when it's seated alongside the left front headlamp. So it wasn't a problem because he was able to keep up with their Exo with no problems at all, and they were trading laps like it was going out of fashion. It was only that getting caught up in that incident where who was it? I think it was James. I think it was the 33 car. Basically came. So SPR Esports Delta came up through Radion and had literally cat-like reflexes, but it was too little too late, and the Lamborghini just caught that wallop of front-end damage as a result of it. Then we saw the car, a bit second-hand, so to speak.
Yeah, and it's looking even more second-hand at the moment in the pit lane. Are they moving again? No, they're still there, I'm afraid. So Fairchild will be there for a little while. No retirements just yet in this race, by the way. We're approaching half distance. We haven't had a single retirement. We had a non-starter. Unfortunately, the 75 Goldwing Motorsports car never started this race. It was projected to do so, but never did, unfortunately. So we've got 23 out there, but still 100% success rate in terms of getting the cars around for the moment. And that is good to see. As this battle between Steven Martinez and Jacob Pegg continues on up towards Le Combe for one more time. No positional change between the two of them. Now, I've got some information from the team of Thomas Reiter, the Pandawan team. We saw him changing tyres there and having a 30-second longer stop. We suspected he might have been damaged or something, but actually it turns out he just really needed a wee. and he's lost half a minute having a wee. So that's what Felix Pearl said anyway, one of his teammates. I don't know if he's lying to us to mask another problem, but anyway, that's one of the more amusing ways to lose time in a race.
Yeah, I mean, he must have had the quickest dash ever, and so I just thought, right,
really
get it out of the way. Yeah, definitely. I think the thing is that if it's in real life, it's a different kettle of fish. You can go, right, I'm going to keep this seat warm. But he thought, well, you know what, I've got to get it done. Get back out on track, and I'm sure that he'll be able to make that time up, because now the gap between him and Gareth Mesham in the number 52 is 9.1 seconds, and Reiter is lapping nearly half a second quicker.
It does look that way. He was quicker beforehand, so there's no reason to suggest now that he's lighter that he won't be quicker again, I suppose. But half a second, yeah, as you say, on that last lap. Everybody's on the same tyre strategy pretty much at the front of Pro, by the way, so there's not much to speak of there. I'm sure Stuart Reynolds is also sort of in a battle with Carl Boss at the moment in that 4th position battle. 3 3/4 seconds separate them right now, but at the moment it's going the wrong way as far as Celeritas are concerned. as we go on board with the McLaren. I have to say, my favourite car in the field, the only one of course, but it is my favourite out here at the moment. Just closing in on that Ferrari at quite a rate, going into La Source there in what is turning into quite a crowded portion of the racetrack for second position in the GT3 AM category.
Yeah, as well as the LMP2 cars just filters its way past rather expediently there, going through down from the source and into Eau Rouge. I mean, you don't want to get caught up in sort of like that sort of situation where a faster LMP2 car is closing in and starts flashing the headlights to sort of give you the just mind out guys, I'm coming through signal to those in front, even though they're still embroiled in their own battle. And that's one of my favourite things about this McLaren, flames shooting from the exhaust as well. It's a characteristic of the MP412C. Still a very much well-loved and well-used car in iRacing, but I'm not feeling as much love in this championship here on this particular round with just one sole McLaren here on the circuit. But still, they're doing pretty well, Satellite Racing GT AM. Still within 7.5 tenths of Vulture Racing Red. So this Ferrari versus McLaren battle still going to rage on.
It is. Well, by the way, there are 2 McLarens entered, but only one here today on the starting grid at Spa. But yeah, not getting too much love here at the moment. It does still run well on occasions. Seen in the iRacing special event, Bathurst 12 Hour. It was one of the contenders. Don't think they managed to come up with the victory in the end, but they were certainly contending with a number of cars in that particular race. So that was yeah, good to see for them. As we go back to Eclipse Racing Team, another team that have been through the wars. Simon Dodd is currently driving that one here today, 21st, and he's currently behind Aziz Freaks in the battle for 20th overall. This is an AM car versus a pro. It's still a battle for overall position in this race.
Yeah, it's 2 Ferraris line astern as well, so 2 Cavallino Rampantes just going out there for bragging rights, I think, at the moment here, Ewan, and it's great to see this kind of machinery. You know, the 488 GT3 is stalwart within sports car pantheon in terms of, you know, the amount of success that these cars have had. I mean, it's a car that's also very well suited here at Spa. You know, it's got a lot of torque from the back axle, over 700 Newton meters from its twin turbo V8. I mean, it's great that it's still in GT3. You have that nice sort of disparity in terms of natural aspiration to turbocharging.
Yeah, there has certainly been a move towards turbocharging recently, in GT cars specifically. Thinking about GTE as it kind of winded down, and has done so now. There's a lot of turbos running about, but still there is that diversity in GT3, which is what we all love, of course. And of course, this is the Evo version of the Ferrari that was brought out on iRacing a fair amount of time ago. But Simon Dodd makes his way down the inside, late on the brakes there, and he's up to 20th in the overall standings of this race. Eclipse Racing Team out there at the moment just trying to gain what points they can from this one, from what has been a little bit of a disappointing day so far. They were in the battle for second place at the time of their accident. That was at the exit of Bruxelles, and they unfortunately went into the wall. Now, unfortunately, I may have bad news here as far as the 499 car is concerned. It may be out of the race. I know it says it there. I still think that's not final. I still think there's still hope for them if they get back in, but I don't know if they really intend to at this stage. They're going to be quite a long way back, so that's a real shame for them, but they might not be back.
Yeah, I mean, especially when Nick Ebby on his previous lap was running in the high 2-minute 4s, was hoping he going to try and increase that pace. I mean, he was only, what was it, about to get into you know, the meat and potatoes of that particular stint, and to have that kind of drama, I mean, especially when it's a disconnect, it's very much a bit like a terminal engine failure in real life, and when that happens, you're put on the back foot straight away. And I'm sure that, you know, the 499 racing crew will be sort of like thinking, yeah, we've got to try and sort something out, or do we press on? That's the biggest question here.
Yeah, absolutely. It is indeed at the moment, with just about 3.5 hours remaining here in this race. V3 Racing currently leading with Dan Alpol at the moment. He's running out very well indeed. We are going to go on board with one of these drivers here just now, so we can have a couple of moments of a break here. We'll be back in a few moments' time, but yeah, we'll get that break to you in just a second. But as you say, 45 seconds of a lead for Alpol. Alistair Catchpole has another 45 seconds over Orbit Motorsports Mars here as well. And then there's another minute back to Sean Campbell, who's on course for 4th place at the moment, but he's trying to gain whatever he can here from this race. We'll go on board here with the race leader, Dan Alpol, and we'll be back in a few moments' time with the remaining 3.5 hours of the 6 hours of Spa. Welcome back to Spa for the World Series Endurance Championship Round 4. Here for 6 hours of racing in Belgium, of course. My name is Ewan O'Leary. I'm alongside Alex Goldschmidt for the next hour and a half or so. Still got 3.5 hours to go in the race overall. Alex, it's been a great race so far. We've had a lot of action very recently. Things obviously quieting down as they normally do throughout this endurance race, but we have got one developing here very possibly.
Oh, hang on, I've just heard news. EJ O'Donnell Lines has just posted in the YouTube chat that Sean Campbell from RSR Butt Kickers, who's just said in the chat saying, well, that's my luck, he's just had a disconnect.
Yes, certainly has, and that is going to really damage their championship hopes that were being revitalised almost by Sean Campbell as Alistair Catchpole goes around. Couldn't catch the car there, sorry. Through for the triple one, up through the bus stop chicane. And he's lost a bit of time to the leader, but a big story there. EJ O'Donnell Lines has gotten into that car now. He's taken over from Sean Campbell. That car's in the pit lane. Where are they going to drop to? They might only drop to 5th. Which is not a disaster, but it's the second issue they've had this race. I guess the one silver lining is that they'll now be back on strategy.
Yeah, and that could actually potentially pay dividends in the last couple of hours of the race, because we're at that halfway point now where things are starting to have a bit more of an ebb and flow, as V3 Racing has just put the F in chat, as I've just seen. So big thank you to everyone that's watching on YouTube at the moment on the official broadcast. Yeah, I mean, Sean's just actually said that it was the sim that just lost connection. And EJ has just put in the chat, we were doing so well, I'm hopping in, but that makes the race much more difficult. That's very interesting what he's just put in the YouTube chat there as well, just to sort of like say, well, it's not going to be an easy one for us.
Yes, and he's still typing. Why is that? Well, I suppose they've got to tow back to pit lane, haven't they? I don't know where they were out on the circuit. Might be no rouge, given where the camera was, but that doesn't always indicate where the car was sometimes. It does just go to shots of the circuit, so who knows? If they were right around the back end of the circuit, it's going to take a long time to get that sorted out and get that car back to pit lane again, so they can go back out again. Another silver lining they've got, of course, is that they've got an RSR car right behind them. I know that it's not exactly the same team, but they are affiliated in some way. So, in terms of the championship and points and whatever, they might get that car to pull over. If possible, but I feel like that situation won't be possible, because you can just see, or won't be necessary I should say, because you can see the 4 car in the bottom of your shot there, just coming through La Source. The RSR car is already out now anyway, but Niels Tiester's had another lap to go until he got through on O'Donnell Lines there.
Yeah, it always takes a little bit of the biscuit when, you know, all that hard work that you've done has just been undone by one simple thing just causing a problem. You lose connection. I mean, especially whether it's through the server, whether it's through the sim, that can be the difference between having a top 4, top 3 finish to being at the bottom end of the pack come the end of the race itself. But rest assured, I'm sure that EJ O'Donnell Lines will not spare the horses for as long as he's in that car.
He will certainly be pushing now. He'll have new tyres on and a full tank of fuel. But he won't be able to push quite as hard as he was earlier. Probably needs to do 19 lap stints for the next couple, maybe even a 20 to put himself into real safety with this one right now. But he can't be too far away. Excuse me. We can't be too far away from more pit stops here in this one. Ahmet Berke Kozda from 3rd place at the moment is currently on his 18th lap in this race. If he's really pushing, in this stint I should say, if he's really pushing, then he'll be in at the end of this one, but I doubt it somehow. It'd probably be the next one. Same with David Gilmore as well, although those two are now 1 minute and 20 apart. I'm pretty sure that happened because SPR had to make a drive-through in this race for the incident limit, which is being tested by a few drivers. Only 40x around 6 hours of Spa is not very many, because you can go off in so many places in this circuit, and that's not even accidents going off. Just running slightly wide, you get a 1x very easily around here.
Yeah, you can, and that can really, mount up over a certain amount of, you'll know how far to push that limit, and then probably someone else from the team would be like, sort of, what are you doing? You're like 2x incident points away from putting us through for a drive-through, and that's definitely what they do not want at all.
It certainly isn't. And of course, let's not forget, once you get one, it's only the next 10 incident points, and you get another one. So that's the more pressing concern, I feel. If you're getting one in the first half of the race, then continuing that trajectory, you're going to be having another 4 by the end of this. So you do need to be exceptionally careful. Yannick Burkhoff is currently leading in GT3 Pro. There he is. 43 seconds of a margin over Gareth Messam. And Thomas Reiter, who is now really closing this margin. It's actually the fastest man out there at all in this category, including this Leipert car as well. Just the problem, if he was 30 seconds closer, this race might be very, very tense indeed for those two teams, but doesn't look to be the case. Pandawan are only closing in on Messam for second place, and the gap's only 1.5 seconds at this stage. The two of them very close, and I have a feeling that might be where our next battle comes from.
Yeah, I mean, that's now gone down to about 1.3 seconds. I mean, Reiter was about nigh on 0.3 of a second quicker than Messam on that previous lap. So Reiter has just been getting on with business, just trying to claw that gap back, and whether that can bring their strategy into play for the next two, just under 3 hours and 20 minutes remaining. Nearly getting my numbers mixed up there. You can see how long I've been paying attention. Whoops. But Reiter's just getting on with business, and just Messam will be told, right, okay, Reiter's coming, watch out for him. And it'll probably be not that long before we actually see the number 52 and the number 97 pretty much on the same bit of tarmac.
I'd be interested to know whether they feel like they should be fighting or not, or feel like they are going to fight between the two of them, because gap's 20 seconds to 4th place. That's back to, or just less than that, to Stuart Reynolds, who is slightly faster than Messam at the moment. Slightly faster, well, the two of them with the 18 as well, trading lap times in the battle for 4th. But is he going to fight Reiter too hard here? Because if they do fight quite hard, then obviously the two of them are going to end up on his tail as well. So he might not decide to do that, as we see Alex Catchpole here trying to put another lap on Niels Tiestas in the Vector by RSR car. But that battle for second is really closing in GT3 Pro now. Thomas Reiter putting in those lap times to try and make it an Audi 1-2. We've got Orbit Motorsport Mars into the pit lane. This is a scheduled pit stop, for Kose, who will now possibly be changing tyres, because that is the end of a double stint for him.
Yeah, and I think, what was it we've been seeing, where it's been, just shy of 60 seconds in for a pit stop, but also there's that long, arduous run down pit lane, not using the traditional Grand Prix location, but where, normally where you have the 24 hours of Spa pit road, which they're coming to now, as Cursor makes his way down through the pit lane, through La Source. It's like waiting for paint to dry doing this, isn't it, for every single competitor here?
Almost is. It's such a long time, but yeah, as you say, need all these pit boxes, especially for the 24 hour, as Jose will try and find his box eventually. There is the Lamborghini, by the way, of Michael Fairchild, who's still getting repairs. 29 minutes into his repair now. Ooh. He just wants to get the 50% marker to get points, I would imagine, in this race. Or indeed, just have a bit of fun by driving out there anyway. But the 499 certainly looks like it's their day is over. We saw them come to a stop on the front straight, go back to pit lane, and they've not been seen again, unfortunately. So they look like they might be our first retirement of the day. Fair play to Michael Fairchild, though, for wanting to get back into this race, though, despite all that's happened.
Yeah, very, very true indeed. As we've got Alistair Catchpole here in the Effect Esports car, the 111 making its way past a couple of the GT3 cars, and that's a Lamborghini just up ahead, but Catchbolt just neatly gets past the pair of them, just times it right, and there's the number 4 of Niels Tiestas. That's the Vector by RSR car, just keeping in the slipstream, and that might be a good strategy call from Tiestas, who's been running in the 2-minute 4s. EJ O'Donnell lines in the number 56 RSR by Buttkicker car, who's about 1 minute and 37 off of SPR Esports Omega, with David Gilmore now in the pit lane, and has just been in the pits for 1 minute and 6 seconds, so a little bit longer for the 32 than the 217 of Orbit Motorsport Mars there, Ewan.
Oh,
no.
that was their previous one. Yeah, I've been doing this all day. I've been doing this all day long. The pit lane is so long that I think they're on their way out. They've had their stop already, but there we are. Just finally come to a stop now. Either way, though, I'm not sure why his last pit stop was over 1 minute, because he shouldn't have been. Have I forgotten about something? Can't remember.
That was probably the incident between him and Tiestas, and then Koza got a little bit of a touch.
Oh yes, of course.
From I think it was Gilmore, as he tried to navigate his way past. So yeah, the number 32 car still in pit lane. It's been in there for nearly 40 seconds, so I'd imagine there's going to be a tyre change here as well.
Yes, you would think so. Now, whereas wondering where the Celeritas car has gone in GT3 Pro and now order there, as Thomas Reiter is really close to the back of this Lamborghini now, trying to get through into the bus stop chicane. Orbit Motorsport Mercury really pulling to the left hand side there, opening the door for them, showing them the way through, and Thomas Reiter was all too happy to step through it. So second place for Pandawan now, 41 seconds is the gap. Certainly those 30 seconds are really going to cost them this race. I don't feel like that's a catchable margin, even with over 3 hours to go.
Yeah, I mean, what I've noticed, Ewan, is that Thomas Reiter is the only driver that is consistently, and I mean this with the best intention in the world, over the last 4 to 5 laps, Reiter has been running in the high 2 minute 17s. Last lap was 2 minute 17.7. Mesham's last lap was 2 minute 19. And Mesham was also about close to 0.8 of a second slower on the previous lap as well. So Reiter's definitely fired up and wants to go hunting for glory.
He really does. And he might find it here, but let's see. For my money, Hopman might have just been ever so slightly quicker than Burkhoff in those last, or in his stint, I should say. But you never really know. It's hard to match these two drivers against each other, and they're both very quick, so there's not much to choose between them really. It's out through No Name Corner. He's stumbling across some GT3 and traffic now, which is going to be a bit awkward for the other GT3s to make their way through on, but it has to be done. And so Thomas Reiter is going to aim to not let this McLaren slow him down that much, but we'll see how well that goes.
Yeah, I think it's just about just neatly just placing the car where you need to, and just making sure that because you're the faster vehicle, and it's always the unwritten rule in sports car racing, it's always the main priority of the faster car to make the move at a perfect opportunity where there is room for both vehicles for that move to be facilitated. We have seen it before in sim racing, both you and I, Ewan, where someone has taken a bit too much of a chance, let's say.
Yes. We do often see that. Reiter, here he is, on the back through Blanchimont, trying to make his way through on the McLaren. Let's not forget, of course, while blue flags will be waving, it's not the same as Formula 1. You don't have to jump out the way within about 3 seconds. You can basically run your race and make the car behind you find a way through. But in the end, the McLaren didn't make that too difficult at all. Because after all, they are in a fight of their own there down at Satellite Racing, trying to close down on Twisted Racing team. Their Ferrari, you can just see up in the distance there. That is a fight in GT3 AM that is going on. So they're trying to close that down, but at the moment they're just trading lap time and not really able to get any closer as things stand. And Thomas Reiter didn't really help that by going through. And not that he's bothered. Makes his way up the Kemmel Straight now himself. Towards that Ferrari, as you can see the Orbit Motorsport Lamborghini making his way through on the McLaren, as well as we've got a replay of Niels Tiestas. Something going on here, down in towards turn 1 maybe.
Yeah, car's making its way down to Oh, and he's just... Oh, that's been a bit of a 499 situation there, so... Ouch.
Well, the difference is, now that they're in the pit lane, Tiestas is remaining in that car. He's still sat there repairing, so... Or whatever he's doing, anyway. Nick Ebby left after 12 seconds, and I think they've said that's enough's enough here today for the 499 team. And I'm afraid to say as well, I think Michael Fairchild has finally given in as well. Oh no, I think he's on the move. I think Michael Fairchild might be on the move in that Lamborghini. The one that has had 33 minutes and 2 seconds worth of repairs to do. I think they've just completed them, and we might be about to see that car back out there again.
Ooh. Thomas Reiter was very, very lucky there indeed, because that was the 217 of Kurza going past around the outside. Thank goodness that both of them had the presence of mind, the spatial awareness to keep out of each other's wheel tracks.
Yeah, that was. It always happens at Stavolo. For some reason, the car on the inside just washes out a little bit. That curb on the inside doesn't help, and then you do just kind of wash out into the outside. I think thankfully now, obviously the RS doesn't quite have this, but thankfully now in real life anyway, the gravel has been moved a bit closer to the exit curb there, so you can't quite just abuse that corner as much as you used to. I don't think. Spa, by the way, I'm sure you're very aware, both you at home and you, Alex, have seen the new changes to Spa. We're yet to see it in Formula 1, but we saw it in the World Endurance Championship race here earlier this year. The 12 hours of Spa longer endurance race as well. Not too far off the 24 hours of Spa in the F1 race I just mentioned there, but I have to say I really enjoyed the changes that have been made to this circuit, not only making it safer but actually improving it in a few areas as well, including adding a motorcycle corner as well.
Yeah, who knows, maybe Rallycross might end up there back again, because FIA World RX have hosted events at Spa-Francorchamps, actually using part of Eau Rouge and Radion as part of the course itself. But in the meantime, Thomas Reiter managed to get a little bit of a getaway from Gareth Mesham, but the gap is now starting to close a little bit between the two Lamborghinis. But Reiter again still on this absolutely biblical pace. I mean, last lap around, another 2 minutes 17.9 for the 97 Lamborghini of Panda One. Reiter's putting in some real good wheel time right about now.
He's putting in some great lap times. He's only about 3 tenths off his best lap of the race so far, and the best lap of the race so far, which is not much quicker than his. So another 7 tenths taken out of Yannick Burkhoff on that last lap. There's no difference in terms of the tyre situation between these two, by the way. Both of them took on new tyres about 50 minutes ago. As we look at Carl Boss trying to close down on Stuart Reynolds in that Twisted Racing Team Audi, although not able to do that for the moment. The thing that really does baffle me about iRacing is that despite the fact you can repair your damage all you want, your car will still look completely skew with. If you look at that Twisted Racing Team Audi Pro car at the moment, it really is has a very apt name, because the rear wing is twisted all kinds of places, the front end is all wrong. I don't quite know. Oh, and it's gone off the road as well, out of the curve pull threat. Oh dear, the Stuart Reynolds, just as we started to talk about him, loses it on the rear end. Let's see what happened.
He's gone off the runoff area, through into the corner, sends it, and I think the right front touched a little bit of the grass, might have compromised the inside sidewalls, and luckily enough he saved it and kept it out of the barriers, well held.
Yeah, it looked, as you say, like it was the right hand side tyres on the inside of the curb there, and so that's a shame for him. Denying us of that battle a little bit, but Cal Boss won't be complaining. He's up into 4th place. And he'll be looking for that podium. 23 seconds up the road, currently being held by Orbit Motorsport Mercury. The pit stops, by the way, in LMP2 have been completed now. Mike Sheppers is back into the leading car. But Alistair Catchpole is doing something a little bit different. I think we're getting towards that time of day. We mentioned it's getting later on. The sun's getting low in the sky. I think we're getting to that portion of the race where triple stinting now is a very viable possibility in the LMP2s. It nearly was for Niels Tiestas until that catastrophe going into the pit lane.
Yeah, I think with the Belgian microclimate, I mean, I've experienced a lot of that in my real life commentary endeavours, especially normally at Genk, which is about 100 kilometres north of this circuit here at Spa. As soon as the temperature drops in the evening, you know, there's a sudden climate shift in terms of how the tyres sort of really adhere to the circuit, and especially with the fact that over the course of the last, coming up to, well, what is it, 5 minutes away from halfway through the race, Ewan, once those temperatures start to drop, the tyres start to come a bit more alive. But then also, if you're double or if you're triple stinting them, especially in the case of the LMP2 cars, that will actually change the strategy, because the teams will have to work on the fly. They'll go like, okay, right, how much longer can we make the tyres last with the fuel? Do we have to start doing a little bit of lifting and coasting to avoid those splash dashes at the end of the, you know, towards the tail end of the race? It's going to be quite crucial for those teams that will have people talking in their ears and saying, right, okay, we might be able to eke this stint out to 20 laps. And if that does happen, that could really change the dynamic of the LMP2 run of order, depending on what dramas have befelled the teams already in the last 3 hours.
Yeah, and there have been quite a few dramas for quite a few teams, it's fair to say. It has been a very interesting race, though, as we go back onto the Camel Straight and look at Mike Scheppers, one of the main protagonists, it has to be said. Pulled out an excellent lead early on in this race here, and on course today, V3 Racing are anyway to first of all get their first win of the season. They're championship leaders, but they haven't been able to win a race just yet. Today could be their day.
Interesting. Yeah,
they have. Sorry, go on.
Interesting comment made by Paul Busby from Effect Esports. This is our third stint on these tyres. That's impressive at this stage of the race to have that and still only be, what is it, 51.5 seconds behind Mike Scheppers in the V3 Racing number 8 car. You know, they're now being the ones that are sort of testing it. Whether other teams have followed suit is something we're going to find out by the pit stop times, aren't we?
Yeah, the thing that puzzles me though is the fact that if you're going to do triple stints from here on in, you're going to end up with an odd amount of stints in this race. I believe there are 9 stints in this race, 9 tyre stints for the LMP2s. Now you can do it all for... No, that's not right. I don't know how many there are, but anyway, I'll explain myself. If you do 3 at this point, you're going to be coming in changing tyres again with 3 hours 20 to go. You're going to be doing another 2 hours. You're going to get to 40 minutes to go with triple stinted tyres, and you're going to end up putting new tyres on for 40 minutes of racing. So in my opinion, it's not that efficient unless they're going to go back to double stinting, which I don't know why you would do. Why wouldn't you do the triple stint when the temperatures are lower a bit later on? So I think if you're going to do 1 triple stint and 3 doubles throughout this race, what does that make it? what are the maths on that? 9? Yeah, 9 stints. If you're going to do it that way, then why don't you put the most load on the tyres when it is coldest? Because that makes most sense.
Yeah, the only thing that you've got to do is just get the tyres a little bit warmer, a little bit... well, you're going to have to be... when you put on those new tyres on a pit stop, especially in colder conditions, there's going to be a little bit more of a lengthier operating window to try and get those tyres up to temp, get the pressures up, and then you can then really go for it. And that's going to be quite crucial, especially when we're seeing the teams as Pandawan, as Thomas Reiter has just pulled into the pits, I believe, in the number 97 car, which now puts that car down to 3rd position in the GT3 Pro class. And Paul Busby is saying, wait and see, a quad could be possible.
Oh,
Paul Busby, are you putting us on notice here on commentary? I think he is.
In that case, then it does make more sense. Because a quad would... that also does mean that he's about to make his final tyre change of the day in 20 minutes, which is outrageous, but it might work. So we'll wait and see. If I'm honest, though, they need to do something like this to overhaul V3 Racing. You saw the gap there. It's about 30 seconds between the two teams. It was closer to 50 before this little call here. So if they are going to even stand a chance of pulling a bit of a surprise here and winning this race, they absolutely have to do something like this. It's the last thing they can do. And with such a big gap behind, they've actually got there's actually less to lose. A lot of times people don't go for that win, of course, because they're thinking about third and fourth, and we could drop down the order very quickly here. But actually, they've got a big gap behind. They've got nearly a minute behind here, and so they really do have less to lose than they otherwise might. And that does mean we get an exciting different strategy to watch.
Yeah, which could pay dividends towards the last, I would probably say the last 45 minutes to an hour of the race, give or take. I mean, if they're going to do a quad stint, if that pays off, yeah, Effect Esports will be jumping for joy come the end of 6 hours here at Spa-Francorchamps. Yeah, it's just, and I mean, the funny thing is that Alistair Catchpole, if this, this being on his, he's basically said, thanks, Alistair is a tyre whisperer, I couldn't do it. So Alistair Catchpole could be the first person to go into a quad stint on the same set of tyres. I'll be interested to see what his pace is, because at the moment his last lap was a 2-minute 4.84, which was about 1.8 seconds off of Mike Sheepers, who's leading the race in the number 8 car. So it's always dependent on how far the tyres drop off the cliff if you keep on pushing them stint after stint after stint. And if you do a quad stint, I wonder what the lap times are going to be.
I've also got a bit of concern about this, because the fact that he said that Catchpole, he basically said there, if they're going to do a quad, then surely we're going to see Alistair Catchpole into the end of the race. The only problem with that is that I believe that would take him over the drive time limit if he were to do the whole of the rest of the race. First of all, doing 4 hours 40 is quite an ask. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it is strenuous on the body and on everything really. But the thing I'm more concerned about is actually breaking the rules here, because the iRacing Fair Share rules are applied.
Yep.
Now, I'm basing this on information that I learned quite a long time ago, so I'm not sure if it's still true, but as far as I know, the iRacing Fair Share rules state that no driver can do more than 75% of the race, and 4 hours 40 is more than 75% of this race. So I think he would actually break the rules if he were to go to the end.
Yeah, that's I'm going to do some quick calculation on the fly, so on that front. So yeah, I shall. I mean, Paul Busby said that he did a double stint at the start, so that would have taken him probably about an hour and 20, maybe, if it was 40 minutes. Yeah, 40 minutes per stint if you're running on 19 laps on an LMP2 car.
I'll do 5 stints. Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. I thought he was suggesting Catchpole go to the end there, and I was getting concerned, but that's not going to happen by the looks of things, as we've got GT3 pit stops underway once again. Vulture Racing Red from GT3 AM coming into the pit box at the moment. Panda One from second, from third, excuse. Oh no, neither of those. From a place they've come in anyway. In the 96 car. Thomas Reiter has also been in this time on schedule and on time leaving as well, thankfully, on this occasion, after only taking fuel. It does look like it's only fuel really for most of these cars in GT3. There's not much chance to do anything else with it, because triple stint is just too far in these cars by the looks of things.
Yeah, I just worked it out that if Alistair Catchpole does the remainder of the race, 4 hours 40 minutes equates to 77.7%. So according to the iRacing Fair Share rule, yes, he would be exceeding it by well over 25%. So, and yeah, 75% is effectively 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
So
about 10 minutes.
Here
we are. I thought this was accidental slow motion. It's not. It's the GT3 AM leader off at Puon. Oh, dearie me. And this time, does it find the wall? No. We saw this with Oyo Uretskoy as he got to the end of his stint earlier on in this race. Now Gary Brown has gone around at Puon as well. Didn't find the wall either. And he'll be very thankful for that. But he will have cooked those tyres, and I reckon he's still got another hour to go on them. He won't be enjoying that.
Well, plus also the fact that with the number 59 car, there's a gap between Gary Brown and I think, is it the 959, Jeremy Littleton in the 959 car, which is the Twisted Racing Team Ferrari AM car is a little bit further behind, and now that gap has gone to what was 40 seconds, and Gary Brown pulls it into the pits.
Yes, indeed, and no surprise there. Not to change the tyres and just to let them cool down a bit would be nice. So he's in from the lead at the time. It wasn't the lead on the corrected order, I don't believe, but let's see. I think that went to Pandawan. It did indeed, Pandawan White, who were leading at the time. That was Werner Ace, who's still in that car after not changing tyres at all. He's still in that car now and has over a minute's lead over the next GT3 AM car, but there's still a couple yet to come in, including Gary Brown. You can see at the moment there he is, making his way down towards the endurance pit lane and his pit box. And there's Jeremy Littleton, who's going to take a brief lead here, but he is off strategy after making a few or an early pit stop in his second stint for some reason. He's made an extra pit stop in this race. 53. Lap 53 was when he last came in. This is this 25th lap of this stint, but I couldn't tell you how long a stint is. I guess about 26 laps, okay. 26 laps, so he's probably going to be in at the end of the next lap, and not this one. He's absolutely fine on fuel, as are most of the GT3s, but out into a brief lead here. Although Pandawan White certainly out front at the moment and dominating this race just a little bit. They're starting to pull away.
Yeah, especially with the the prowess that we saw from Thomas Heyer. You know, just blitzing the circuit. You know, consistently running in the 2-minute 17s for I think probably the best part of just over 10 to maybe 12 laps. But yeah, I mean, it's still at the moment Mike Sheepers in V3 Racing, the number 8 car, still leading from Alistair Catchpole in the number 111 from Effector Esports by just shy of 41 seconds. And then it's Orbit Motorsport Mars running out the top 3 places with Amit Berker-Kurza behind the wheel. Then it's SPR Esports Amiga. Still got David Gilmore behind the wheel in the number 32. And good to see that EJ O'Donnell Lines is putting in some pretty good laps. He's just put in a 2-minute 3.7 as the number 56 and is closing on SPR Esports Amiga a little bit quickly now, because David Gilmore just did a 2-minute 3.4, so gap between 4th and 5th in the class is now just under 8 seconds.
Yep, coming down in that category as we have a little bit of a rundown in GT3 Pro as well. Lipa Esports Red will come out in the lead here, surely, as long as they don't take tyres. Thomas Reiter currently in second and pulling away from Gareth Messam in the Texanese, in the Orbit Motorsports car. Excuse me, Solera Tassa another 20 seconds back in 4th. Then we've got Twisted Racing Team in 5th after their trials and tribulations today. 26 seconds down. Now, how are they? Oh yeah, that spin, of course, that we saw not so long ago. That's how that gap developed a little bit earlier on. And then finally, in the GT3 AMS, Twisted Racing Team are leading as things stand, but it is to be Pandawan White when they make their way around this corner here. They'll be back into the lead again ahead of Vulture Racing Gold and Free Racing, I believe. And then we're going to see Twisted Racing Team probably in 4th, but we'll wait and see where they come out, really. At the moment, though, Pandawan looking very comfortable, and with everybody in GT3 on the same strategy, it is somewhat hard to see where some of these positions are going to change. However, I say that, Vulture Racing Red, the 53 car, in 5th position at the moment. They did take tyres on that last stop. I do wonder why they've done that, and there'll be ones to watch throughout this stint anyway, because they're going to be very quick.
Yeah, exactly. I think who's behind the wheel of the number 53? That's Michael Kalaga at the moment. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how things just sort of really unfold, as you say, because with GT3 Pro and GT3 AM, it's all about who's going to really make that strategy work. And with the way that Pandawan have just been doing a fantastic job, just putting in qualifying style laps, just to keep, you know, Lipa Esports Red under some kind of, not significant, not insignificant, but of some kind of pressure, saying, right, here comes the cavalry, and it's going to be Audi versus Lamborghini, and I think that could come down to the wire come the end of this race.
It's still coming down this gap, but Thomas Reiter has got to hand that car over at some point. He's been in since the start in that 97. So there's got to be a change there at some point to Felix Pearl, who's the only other entered driver. There are 2 of them doing the season as just a 2-driver pairing. 36 hours of racing this season, by the way. All of them doing it just 2 drivers, which sounds like an awful lot, but after all, the longest race is only 8 hours. Now, that is a bit of a stretch, and we are seeing Thomas Reiter do a 4-hour stint just smashing it out in one go here. However, it's not inconceivable that those two can do this whole season as a 2, and they are doing at the moment, and they're doing pretty decent as well.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's... yeah, I'm just keeping an eye on what's happening in LMP2 because we're sort of getting towards the halfway point of stints right now. I mean, Mike Schuppers is now on his 11th lap. Alistair Catchpole currently on his 11th lap as well. What I'm looking at is the sort of the frequency of when the LMP2s are pitted, and that's something that's standing out to me here, Ewan, because Alistair Catchpole pitted the lap before the number 8 car. So whether they're trying to coax the tyres for that additional extra lap to put it to 20 as opposed to 19. And now Alistair Catchpole, halfway through the stint, I'm wondering if the temperatures are starting to have a little bit of a telling point here, because he's just pumped in a 2-minute 3.62, less than 3/10 off of the race leader, and that gap now is 43.6 seconds.
Yeah, it all depends how it evolves over the stint, of course, but I reckon that gap was closer to 50 before the last pit stops. And so, obviously, any gain, while he is losing time at the moment, any gain is it means it's worked. And so, we may well see this car right back in contention very soon before we see Paul Busby, obviously, in that car once again. He did say, though, he would never be able to do a quad stint. So, I can't see that car actually doing that, but let's see if indeed it does work. Not entirely sure what the track temperature is at the moment, but we are certainly dipping down in terms of that right now, because it's getting later in the afternoon, and we are going to finish, if not in darkness, then in twilight at very least, because we started this race about 5 o'clock in sim time. That's 4 o'clock, excuse me, in sim time. So it's going to get slightly dark towards 10 when this 6 hours of Spa actually ends. But as you said earlier, EJ O'Donnell-Lyons is certainly catching David Gilmour. 6.5 seconds between the two of them. But not long until the pit stops again. 17th lap on this stint here for O'Donnell-Lyons. Needs to do a few more.
Yeah. We're going to replay now. Oh, this is the twisted Audi. And that is the 217 Alistair Catchpole. Now that is going through a very fast... Oh no, he's lost the back end. Car's pointing the wrong way. Manages to keep it out of any barriers. Keeps it out off of the race line. That was coming out through Stavolo as well. And that's incredibly... a very fast part of the circuit. I mean, you know, going through campus, going into Stavolo, having gone all the way down the hill through complexes like Pouin. You know, you don't want the back end of a car stepping out like that, because the first thing that you're going to do is you're going to worry about the steering wheel spinning in your hands, and the first thing you're probably going to do is, as long as it doesn't start spinning too hard, as there's another replay, that's the satellite McLaren having a moment, and that was probably trying to end, was it trying to enter pit lane? No, it wasn't. Just lost the back end completely, and that was Jacob Pegg from the Satellite Racing number 29 McLaren. Gets straight onto the coattails of the Pro Ferrari just up ahead.
Yeah, only on its 6th lap out the pit lane now, so the GT3s have very much made their stops at this point. It looks like it anyway. Are we still waiting for Jeremy Littleton to come in, or has he been in now? I think he has been.
Yeah, he already has been in.
Yep.
So, and I think, was that the 959, wasn't it, Ewan?
Possibly, yeah, James Howard. We saw actually in the YouTube chat, you might be about to mention it as well, but they have got a penalty that they had to serve. Yeah, they had to serve a 15-second stop and hold, which has set them back a little bit.
Yeah.
Down towards the final couple of corners with Jacob Pegg once again, which is a lot closer to the Twisted Racing Team Ferrari on the other side of the most recent pit stops, of course, but that has all changed now. Out to 13 seconds as he's getting overtaken by one of the cars, 1 lap in front of him here at this stage, as Kyle Boss is in as well here. Now, I'll be very interested to see if he stops here or whether this is a drive-through. There he is. In the Solaritas car.
Another one.
Will
with
he
a
stop in his box?
Another one with a twisted rear wing.
Yes. There aren't many straight ones out there anymore.
No, there aren't, especially on the Audis.
Now he is coming in to stop in the box. Let's see what's... This just looks very normal, but he's already made his stop for this round of stops. Why on earth is he in again? Is my question. Just a splash of fuel. Just over 10 seconds. Was it a stop and hold maybe at 10 seconds? I don't really know. See if I can find that, but I'm not entirely sure whether that was a penalty or what's quite gone on there, but it was all very weird.
I've just been having a look at any penalty outcomes. There doesn't seem to be anything for the 959 car.
No.
There was a no further action earlier on, but yeah, been a lot of no further action for incidents that have been reported and that have been looked at by WSEC race control. So yeah, whether there might have been something, it's unbeknownst to us at this moment, Ewan. It's sort of like a mystery that's yet to be solved.
Yes, and normally the iRacing game itself does not assign you stop-go penalties. Under any, the closest thing I suppose to it is a slowdown, but if you don't serve that, I think you just get a drive-through, don't you? I'm not entirely sure, but it would be very harsh to get us 10-second stop and go for that. We'll try and get to the bottom of it. I'm sure somebody will help us out at some point with that one, or I'm hoping so anyway. Because yeah, it's quite damaging for them. As we go back to E.J. O'Donnell Lines in this battle for 4th place, desperately needs this position because it is worth an extra 3 points. He needs to stay as close as possible to V3 Racing, and at the moment a deficit of 5 points is going to be extended to 17 by the end of today, and that is not ideal with only 2 rounds to go. So this pass here of very much of heightened importance.
Yeah, that gap now down to David Gilmore is now 5.8 seconds. Gilmore, right, O'Donnell Lines now just jumps into pit lane. He was on an absolute charge. He was running in the mid 2-minute 2s. I mean, his last lap before he came into pit lane was a 2-minute 2.43. David Gilmore was a 2-minute 3.6. So E.J. O'Donnell Lines was closing in probably by the best rate of nearly a second a lap.
Yeah, it looked like it. Hard to judge from the last one, of course, because it's a pit stop. But yeah, he's certainly a man on a mission. Certainly on new tyres, let's not forget. But as is David Gilmore, to be fair. So O'Donnell Lines has done a decent job there. He's still 3 minutes short of the marker he needs to be at, though, to be able to make it to the end without having to splash on fuel. And they'll be desperate to avoid taking one extra trip down that very long pit lane.
Yeah, and that's one thing you don't want. You don't want to have an incident whereby it could cost you a drive-through, and then that is probably the best part of nearly 60 seconds when you're trundling down at, what was it, 50 kilometers an hour or something like that, whatever the pit lane speed limit is here at Spa-Francorchamps, especially with that amount of time. You know, you're having to go down the Grand Prix pit lane, then through Le Source, and then all the way down the hill, and then down through to Eau Rouge when there could be faster traffic, and that could then put you into an uncompromising situation if there's faster traffic catching you as well.
He's just getting fueled up now, is O'Donnell Lines, and will be making his way out of the box in a few minutes' time. There it is, 33.5 seconds, absolutely on schedule, on time as well. And now we have to wait a little bit longer for David Gilmore to come in to see whether that gap is going to be closer and if there's going to be a fight between the two. Because I don't believe that either of those are going to be changing tyres at this stop here. Gilmore certainly isn't, because he's just taken them on the most recent stop. As we go and look at James Howard, this car obviously dropping down behind Vulture Racing Red through those final pit stops, or those last pit stops I should say. And now James Howard is making some inroads, half a second quicker than Michael Kulaga on that last lap, and we might well have a fight on our hands for 4th place in GT3 and very soon.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on Gilmore. I think he's on his penultimate lap of this, well, probably this and maybe another couple of laps. He's on his 93rd lap. The car actually pitted on lap number 76. So I would think that probably Gilmore and Kurzer will be pitting very, very shortly indeed. Catchpole could be out for maybe another, if they're saying 20 laps, Paul Busby, looking at lap number 98, and Alistair Catchpole is now halfway through his 94th lap. So that's going to be quite a big telling point as well. But Catchpole, I've just been noticing, is he closing that gap down to Mike Sheepers?
He is, or has done. Let's have a look at this last lap time for Mike Shepherd. Over the line he goes in the V3 racing car. A lot of time has been lost here. Oh, that's the normal lap time. But why is the gap all of a sudden? Oh, no, we've been tricked. I think we've been tricked by the gap. It's 47 seconds. Yeah, someone's had us on there. It's absolutely where it was. I mean, pretty much identical, to be honest. Before the previous pit stops, that gap, it was about this margin, so nothing's really been gained or lost by this triple stint by Effect Esports.
Whether they do decide to go on a quad stint, because I mean, if Alistair Catchpole is in the pit box for less than 35 seconds, then he's only taking on fuel again, and that will be for a third time before they then switch to another new set of tyres. And that will put them at the 4-hour mark, approximately, of when that next pit stop will come, where they'll have to do a pit stop. Maybe depending on whether Alistair decides to hand over to Paul and do a driver change, who knows? That's the key sort of telling point that we're going to watch unfold, because still we're at that point in this race. We're in this sort of like this no man's land here, because both myself and Ewan, and you'll probably agree with me on this, Ewan, as well, that we're seeing gaps being reduced. Like I'm seeing, well, Carl Boss is actually closing on the GT3 AM leader, Panda 1's Werner S in the number 96. That gap's coming down to about just under 9 seconds. But it's just a case of how the teams play out the strategy, and we have seen plenty of moments for a lot of the teams involved here today at Spa-Francorchamps. What is it going to do over the next few hours? That is the key point. I mean, because we just hit over 3 hours and 20 of the race completed, with just under 2 hours and 40 to go, as James Howard wrestling the neck of the Twisted Racing Team Ferrari AM car, the 959, which is still running P5. But that gap is about 1.6 seconds between the 959 and then the Vulture Racing red car, which is about 1.6 seconds up the road. So that battle is looking, and that's with Jerome Reis in the 303. So that's effectively a battle for for what is it? That's going to be for P4 in class.
Yep, it's they're getting close between the 53 and the 959. We're on board with the latter. James Howard at the moment. Oh, a bit wide through curveball for him, but better than being too far on the inside there, because you will spin around. The worst you'll get is an off track out there, which is not to say that's insignificant, but either way, he'll get away with it, and through Blanchimont now, and just try and close even further in this all-Ferrari battle, while pit stops happen in LMP2 just up in front. David Gilmore is into the pit lane, and we'll see where EJ O'Donnell lines is in relation to him, because those two are also closing in on one another before their pit stops. I'm feeling we've got a couple of fights possibly brewing over the next 40 minutes.
I would say that probably from that perspective, Gilmore coming in on lap number 94, that must be an 18-lap stint on that particular occasion, on a fairly new set of tyres. So I would imagine that Gilmore's just going to do just a fuel stop and then go back out onto the circuit. So that is going to more than likely promote EJ O'Donnell Lines back up into 4th position. But then EJ O'Donnell Lines has only done a fuel stop, and that was less than 3 laps ago. So this is going to be a really interesting dynamic for the battle for P4 in LMP2.
It is. We go to see Vulture Racing Team, Vulture Racing Red, I should say, and Michael Kulaga. Where is David Gilmore? Ahmed Berke-Koza has also come in, by the way, at just the next lap. He's up in 3rd at the moment for Texanese, or Orbit Motorsports, I should say. Currently there. Ian Peterson gets into the SPR car now, in place of David Gilmore. So Peterson might well be going to the end of the race. They've both complied with the fair share rules, I believe.
Yeah,
And so,
I think from my understanding that if a driver goes over 75%, that car is automatically disqualified
at the end
from the event. Yeah,
not,
the
not
end.
on the road, but at the end, yeah. It's so you can complete if you want, but your result is not going to stand. You're not going to appear in the results, if you like. So it shouldn't be an issue for these guys. I mean, doing, especially as an LMP, it's very easy to work out, is what I'm trying to say, in both categories. It's 3 LMP2 stints and it's 2 GT3 stints, and you'll be absolutely fine. So you know, there's not too much maths that has to go in. It's not quite 24-hour race where you're thinking, you know, have I put this lad in for too long here, because we might get disqualified. But no, it's all right. As Ian Peterson makes his way out of the pit lane, the gap is restored to about 8 seconds, maybe a bit less.
Yeah, and this battle for P4 in GT3 Pro is still, but it hasn't really sort of stabilised. I mean, James Howard is fractionally closing in on Vulture Racing Red, and now the gap was about 1.6 seconds. It's now down to just under 1.3, but it's Ferrari versus Ferrari, so very equal machinery. And it's all about, is there anything that's going to help James Howard? Is there going to be a car that might decide to fly itself into the in between them? No, there isn't, because there's not a GT3 Pro, or we're going to see a replay here. This is Jacob Pegg from Satellite Racing. Now this is out of Blanchimont and into the bus stop chicane. Hard on the brakes, turns it in, hits the curb and bounces, and oh, back end steps out again, lights up the rear tyres. Luckily enough, no traffic behind, so able to get that car back out onto the circuit with rather quick ease. But Kulaga, oh, hang on a second. Howard is within striking distance. He's about a second adrift now. So whether Kulaga's trying to nurse that car a little bit, because, well, Howard is actually slightly quicker, was just over nearly a tenth and a half quicker on the previous lap. So this battle for P4 very much on here in this class for GT3 AM. So Howard is just trying to keep a nice racing line, just try and make it nice, smooth, consistent. I mean, especially with the amount of torque that goes through the rear wheels of the 488 GT3 Evo. You put 1 millimetre of throttle pedal too much into this car, it can get a bit tail happy, to say the very least.
It can well do. But at the moment, Twisted Racing Team and James Howard doing a good job closing these guys down. And to be honest, both of these should be running really fast laps at this stage, because they both changed tyres under that last pit stop there. So they should both be running maximum pace, but not at the moment by the looks of things. James Howard is just too far back at this stage, but he's definitely close enough to get a slipstream now, even lifting off going into the bus stop actually. Less of a fuel saving measure, I think more of a safety measure almost, to stay away from that Ferrari, not get too close. Up towards Lecombe now. This car may well have a chance at going through.
Yeah, I mean, that gap now is just under 0.6 of a second as they're going to go hard on the brakes, down the gearbox, into first gear, into the source, clipping the apex as Kulaga at about 70 clicks as now they accelerate going down the hill. Great onboard rear view shot from Michael Kulaga from Vulture Racing Red, now pushing over 140 miles an hour, that's 220 kilometers an hour, going through Eau Rouge into Radillon, lifting off, having to go over the crest of the hill, and now burying the throttle. Wondering what the toe is going to be like for James Howard. I mean, he's lost a little bit of time, I think, going through Eau Rouge and Radillon, but is now starting to close. That gap has gone down to half a second. I think he's going to need a couple more laps, does James Howard, if he's going to get anywhere near to maybe sending it up the inside through the exit of the Kemmel Straight and into Lecombe. That could probably be the best opportune moment for Twisted Racing Team Ferrari AM in 5th place.
He certainly needs to be a bit closer than that. The 6/10 margin there was enough to get a slipstream, but it was nowhere near enough to drag him to the back of the Vulture Racing Red car we ride on board with right now. So the two of them just falling into line. I do wonder, these two aren't too dissimilar in terms of pace. I wonder if Howard is tempted to just sit in behind for a moment here, because the two of them, as I mentioned earlier on, are both supposed to be going very quickly at the moment on new tyres and setting best laps of the race so far and whatever, but the gap is a big one up to 303 Racing. If they maybe work together a little bit, and they could make some inroads and possibly have a sniff of a podium here. So I do wonder if they're going to work together, or whether we're going to see James Howard just absolutely go for this at the end of the Kemmel Straight. But once again, he's not really that close.
No, he's not at all. But stranger things have happened, Ewan. We'll see how this one pans out, because they've just come through Blanchimont, and that gap has come down significantly. It's getting even closer going into the bus stop chicane. So James Howard, I'm going to have a look at their previous lap times. Michael Kalaga lost over 0.7 of a second in that previous lap. So it's not close enough. I mean, he needs to be within about, I would say, 3.5 tenths coming through the exit of La Source. They're going to go through now, and that gap is still at 6 tenths, but they have got a car just up ahead. So whether that might give James Howard a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel, as Michael Kalaga will lead the two Ferraris up the hill through Eau Rouge and into Radion down the Kemmel Straight. That gap is just over 5.5 tenths, and now the rate of closure is a little bit more progressive here for James Howard. But whether that's going to be enough, I don't think it will be. No, it won't. He needs to be a little bit closer than that, probably about, if he was about 2 tenths behind, he could have had that slipstream opportunity.
And he just lifts off going up the hill there towards Le Combe as well, not really going through for the moment. A very opportune time for an interview here as well. We're going to bring Jeremy Littleton into the booth as well, teammate of James Howard, of course, but he's deafened at the moment, so we can't talk to him. He can't hear us, and we definitely can't hear him. So we'll speak to him when we can. Here he is. Jeremy, welcome to the broadcast booth. Good to have you here for a quick interview as we're riding on board with your car. Very fitting. James Howard in there at the moment, but how do you feel you drove there throughout your stint? You guys obviously running in 5th place at the moment, but how do you think you drove?
Yeah, unfortunately I made a monumental error at the pit stop. I sped in the pit lane.
Oh.
That's what set us back. We have come up with a game plan. I'm not going to say too much about it, but we do have a game plan where we have the podium in our sights. So there are games afoot right now.
Obviously, you said there that you won't be giving anything away in terms of plans, and I don't expect you to. But how attainable do you think that podium actually is? Because at the moment, what's the gap? 35 seconds up to those guys at the podium. That's actually as James Howard just makes his way down the inside and makes his way up into 4th place, which would make life a bit easier. Side by side between the two Ferraris, around the outside through the final corner. Oh, a big slide. Deary me, this is tense.
So yeah, James is working the car right now. He has some ideas. You know, I can't really give too much away if the other cars are listening.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is a game plan. If it works out, we're going to look quite good. If it doesn't work out, I'm a big chump for speeding in the pit lane in the first place.
It's 35 seconds as the gap. What I was going to say before you can't start
the car feels great. Like the car is driving great. We have no problems with the car at all. Very in control. It's just a matter of getting us to the end of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. And just one final thing as well. You obviously mentioned the plan there, but how attainable do you think 3rd place is at the moment? You guys running 4th. How attainable do you think 3rd is?
35 seconds with 2.5 hours to go. It's very attainable.
Very good to hear.
We are not doing our fastest laps right now. We could probably get another 1.5 seconds out of the car from the way we're driving right now.
Ooh.
So yeah, we're nursing right now. The last hour is where it's really good, where it's really going to come together, if our plan works or not.
Absolutely. We look forward to seeing how it unfolds over the course of the race, Jeremy. But thanks so much for coming for an interview. It's been great to chat and great to get a bit of inside info as well from what you can tell us anyway. So thanks very much for coming to join us, and good luck with your plan for the next 2.5 hours.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Jeremy Littleton there from Twisted Racing Team Ferrari. That was a very interesting interview indeed. Not willing to give everything away, as you would expect.
Yeah,
However,
yeah,
I've got a plan.
Yes, and James Howard is trying to now push a little bit because we saw, for those that might have just seen whilst Ewan was interviewing Mr. Littleton, that the AM leader, Werner Eyes, had a massive moment that was coming and literally back end steps out. That was through Stavlo, front end, smack bang into the barriers, and of all the places, and he was right behind another car in front as well. So whether that dirty M might have caught Werner out, maybe.
Well, there is certainly damage on that car, I am certain of it. The gap is down to 25-26 seconds. He lost 13 seconds of his 40-second lead in that spin. He's lost a second since he recovered. So I think for the next 25 minutes, they're going to suffer with this damage, try and preserve their lead as much as possible, and then we see where we can go from there. There is the Panda 1 white car. It's not very white, but it is the Panda 1 white car. And
yeah.
They're just trying to... here it is. Oh, my goodness. Into the pit lane. And this is wildly off schedule. This is going to force a 6th pit stop in a race where you really can only afford to do 5. Panda 1 white might be seeing the 6 hours of Spa slip away from their grasp.
And I'm wondering if Gary Brown, right in the Vulture Racing Gold car, there it is, in 2nd position now, will come across the line in terms of the GP circuit. And that has changed this race dynamically in terms of GT3 AM, because this Porsche, both in the hands of Gary Brown and also the driver previously, Urexoy, who both had massive sideways momentum, as in going through corners, not in the most traditional of racing lines, let's say, overcooking the tyres, and now that Porsche is in the lead. Now, how much time is this going to cost Panda 1 White? Because they were leading, as you said, by 40 seconds. Werner lost 13, now has dropped behind Jerome Reyes in the number 303 racing car, and that car is now in its pit box. I'm now going to keep an eye on the timer, Ewan, to find out how long this pit stop is going to be.
Yeah, I reckon if I was them, I would do fuel and tyres. I would bring the tank and do tyres as well, and do my last tyre change of the day. There they go up on the jacks. So that's going to be at least 20 seconds, about 5 seconds per tyre, if you like. A little bit more than that, but yeah, they're doing tyres. They would have had to take it on about, what's that, maybe half a tank. Another 20 seconds, maybe about 45 seconds. We're just getting to that point now. It's going past that. It's going to be longer than that. Let's hope for their sake that they haven't used their fast repair already. They get dropped onto the jacks now, and then they go 52 seconds of a stop.
And that's now put them, that's going to mean that they're going to exit out of the pit lane in 5th position ahead of the Satellite Racing GTM McLaren, if I'm very much mistaken, with Jacob Pegg behind the wheel in the number 29. But Gary Brown from Vulture Racing Gold now has a lead ahead of Jerome Reyes in the number 303 racing car, and that gap is just over 19 seconds. So it was Lamborghini at the front of the field, now it's a Porsche once again.
Yeah, maybe this was Jeremy Littleton's game plan, to get the other cars off the road, but obviously not. But let's see at the moment as Gary Brown continues to lead. 19 seconds, and 303 Racing, I wouldn't have said, are out of this at all yet with your own range. We've really not talked about them all day, but that's probably the best way to be as an endurance driving team, because that means you're not going wrong anywhere, truth be told, as Mike Sheppers makes his way past the Satellite Racing McLaren. Still in the lead, it's nearly a minute, because Alistair Catchpole is onto his 4th stint here in this race. He's about to hand that car over in 22 minutes time or so to Paul Busby again for one final triple stint to the end of this race. They're trying to cut out not 1 but 2 tyre changes compared to some. 1 on most, 2 on some others, but the gap is still a minute.
I wonder, I mean, like, we were seeing track temperatures reaching, what was it, 36 degrees Celsius a bit earlier on, and now that the sun is starting to move its way down out of the sky, I'm wondering how much how much temperature has actually been lost in terms of the track itself, as Vector, RSR, Niels Tiesta's in the pit lane, and that car has been in for, oh my goodness, that's nearly 7 minutes. I think Vector by RSR might just have to settle for some collateral damage and just get themselves to the end of the race, but obviously that is going to cost them a lot of time. It's still going to keep them 7th in the class, because 499 Racing are 31 laps down and look like they have, we've not had any official confirmation, but I would hazard a guess that 499 Racing are the first out of the 23 cars that started the race to now officially retire from it.
Yeah. Let's see. 499 certainly is out, by the looks of it. The 33 Michael Fairchild, by the way, SPR, they're still in this race. After that half an hour stop that they had, they emerged less than an hour ago, and there they are, still running 10 laps behind the car in front of them. But still going, still going to be picking up those points. By the way, the temperatures earlier on were about 26 degrees now, apparently, according to Paul Busby. So we're into the mid-20s. We're a lot lower than the high 30s that we started this race at. But we're approaching 8 o'clock in the evening now in sim time. It is going to get slightly dark by the end, but
sorry to cut across you here, you. And Niels Tiestas has just put in the YouTube chat, just retiring the car because I'm driving solo. If 50% is completed, you still do score some points.
95 laps. He believes that will be enough. I do as well. Yes, that should be more than enough for Tiesta. So Vector Barosar will get those points. Where will that put them in the standings? They won't get many points, of course, but they might well still jump up to 3rd in the standings. Let's wait and see on that one. But either way, disappointing to see them go out in such a fashion.
Yeah, and it was all going really, really well for Niels. I mean, despite having spent that Herculean time behind the wheel. Yeah, so that's going to give them a net 7th place. But yeah, I think Vulture Racing Gold must be counting their chickens right now with what's happened. I mean, yeah, it was a real shame for Panda One White, but I'm just looking at the lap times that are being set by the car. Well, I'm just waiting for the time to refresh, because Werner A's pit stop lap was a 3 minute 55.5. So we'll wait to see whether that car is going to be, you know, if they're in around about the mid to low 2 minute 18s and they've got that car repaired and back out on track, that could be a sign of things to come. But it also depends on how far they're able to push that car up the field with just over 2.25 hours to go.
It's excuse me. It certainly does. Let's stay in. Actually, let's stay in GT3, but go up to GT3 Pro, shall we? Because Simon Dodd is waiting for a bit of an interview. We'll have a bit of a chat with him now, shall we? Simon, welcome to the broadcast booth as well. Good to have you here. Unfortunate in the first hour for you. You obviously started the Ferrari that you are a part of. Talk us through that first hour, maybe that first stint.
It was a tricky one. We were doing well. We were sat in a comfortable. We were sat in sort of between either 2nd or 4th in a really good little battle there. First place has just run away with it today. But yeah, we were in a good little battle there, and then unfortunately Chris put a little wheel a little bit too wide, and it spun us round onto the grass on the inside and into the barrier. But fortunately we have a fast repair. We decided to chance it and take that fast repair. It's always a risk when you try and do that early in the race, but we managed to get away with it so far, touching a lot of wood here. But since then we've just sort of been battling back through, thinking about how to manage the race so we can hopefully, I think we got it now so we don't have to do the splash and dash at the end. We were hoping other people were going to be taking tyres every stop the first part of the race, but that wasn't to be either, so we thought we might gain like another 20-30 seconds on people through that, but that didn't happen. So it's just been a battle back as high as we can get back now. It's we want to get one more place in the pros, because 5th seems to be where we seem to finish every round at the moment. So if we can get 5th again here, we'll be happy.
Yeah, it certainly does. It's happened the last couple of times anyway. How I've asked this to quite a lot of people so far, but how achievable do you think that goal is at the minute? 100 seconds up to Celeritas, I think, as far as my time is concerned. Anyway, with just over 2 hours to go, is that a gap that realistically can come down, or do you think that you're going to have to rely on somebody, one of the five in front, to actually go off at some point?
Yeah, we're relying on incidents now. There's no way we can close down 100 seconds in what have we got, 2 hours left, something like that. Yeah, we need some fun happening ahead of us, basically, to give us a bit of a chance. It'd be nice if they just sort of took each other out slightly, so they brought us back into the fight, rather than take themselves out completely. You know, we'd rather have the battle than to just be handed the place. But we'll take whatever we can get.
Yeah, certainly. Just one last thing as well before you let go. Are you going to be getting back into the car again, or is it all Chris to the end now?
Yes, no, so Chris did the first 2 hours, then I did one. He's now taken my second-hand tyres out for a stint, and then I'm going in for the final 2 hours.
All right, well, good luck. We look forward to seeing you back out there once again on the circuit. But for now, Simon, thanks very much for coming to join us, and good luck in your final couple of stints.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the broadcast, guys. You're doing a great job.
No problems, our pleasure. Simon Dodd there from Eclipse Racing Team Blue. Good to hear from another one of the drivers. And if you are listening and you are a driver, you want to come and have a chat, then you certainly can. Put yourself in the broadcast waiting room, and we'll bring you in at some point throughout the race. But yeah, relying on those in front to have a bit of an issue. Similar situation for Thomas Reiter as well, I have to say, in the Panda One car, because the gap now 27 seconds, but he continues to close in on Liper Esports. He really is driving well today, but he'll be ruining those lost 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's always that woulda, coulda, shoulda situation. I mean, it's always part and parcel of the unpredictability of racing. I mean, especially in the sim racing world, because you never know what can pan out. I mean, unpredictability is one of my favourite words when it comes to racing, Ewan. I get that a lot in karting because there is so much unpredictability. We get that in 6-hour endurance races, as Ian Peterson just making his way past. That is the leader in GT3 Pro. That he's just got past the Lipert team, but Ian Peterson trying to make amends for what happened earlier on involving the number 4 car with Niels Tiestas, with regards to Mr. Gilmore having that slight contretemps going through the bus stop chicane, and they all were I think they were all trying to go into the pit lane at the same time. But there's the 111 of Alistair Catchpole from Effect Esports just behind as well. So it looks like Peterson could go down a lap at this particular juncture. And there's EJ O'Donnell Lines, who has just literally been grabbing that car by the scruff of its rear wing, and he's now within 9.6 seconds, and he's just taken, get this, 1.8 seconds out of Ian Peterson on the previous lap.
He absolutely has, and this battle for fourth may well be developing. Will O'Donnell Lines stay until the end, though? I'm not entirely sure how long Sean Campbell got in there for, so we might be seeing Sean Campbell again before the end here. But let's see really what happens there. You can just see the two of them in this shot here. There's traffic as well, of course, but just under 5 seconds is the margin between Ian Peterson and EJ O'Donnell Lines. The fight may well be on between the two of them, although traffic for O'Donnell Lines makes his way through. Out of, well, that's more like 10 seconds, so not entirely sure which is correct, but you are right. The gap is coming down, whatever it is right now. The gap certainly is coming down. I can't really decide if that looks like 5 or 10.
It looks more like, that's looking to be about 6 seconds. A little bit of impediment there for EJ O'Donnell Lines on that particular occasion, but you know, he's going to start trying to claw that back. It ebbs and flows in endurance racing when you've got LMP2s against GT3s. You know, these cars, the Dallara P217s, the V8 powered cars, they have a real opportunity to get through traffic as quickly as possible. And there's Michael Fairchild from the what has been a very wounded Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo here tonight, back in pit lane, and that car's been in the pit lane for just over 90 seconds now. So whether that is an affected pit stop or a standardized pit stop through strategy is anyone's guess. But yeah, I mean the battle between Peterson O'Donnell Lines is looking to heat up, but it's just dependent on how much quicker EJ O'Donnell Lines is willing to push here, Ewan.
Yeah, we are still over 2 hours from the flag, of course. Pit stop's coming up in about 10 minutes' time for those guys, especially this car, as it gets a little bit, things a little bit wrong into the first corner. Just on the rear brakes ever so slightly. O'Donnell Lines is currently on his 16th lap of this stint right now. He probably needs to go another few more, probably about another 5 laps, to be honest, to actually make this a difference. But he needs to start doing 20 lap stints if he wants to avoid that splash and dash towards the end of the race. You know, absolutely want to. I think if they do both manage that, or if they do manage to do that, and this team, along with SPR, they're going to be fighting right to the end, because I reckon both of them are going to be changing tyres at the end of this stop. I could be wrong. I think they're both going to be changing tyres in about 10-15 minutes time, and then they're going to do a triple stint to the end. They're basically going to be neck and neck right till the flag, but that doesn't help for O'Donnell Lines. That bit of traffic definitely slowed him down quite a lot.
Yeah, and that's cost him. That's cost him the best part of nearly 1.5 seconds. So the gap's now up to 6.9 between SPR and Mega Esports Omega and RSR by Butt Kicker in the number 56. So it's just, as I said, it's the ebb and flow. You've got to be in that groove, and sometimes you will come again. And here's James Hebb in the number 66 car, currently running 21st overall. And this is going through into the source. Oh, and overcooks. Oh, doesn't even hit the apex through the source, and the back end steps out to the left. But lock up of brakes, back axle held station at the top of the hill, and he manages to get the car going again.
Yeah. It does look like, by the way, that Michael Fairchild is back into the pit lane for a long stop again. I think he might have been off the road again, or he has completed half distance as well. Of course, it's half distance in terms of laps, which is difficult to calculate, but he will have calculated, hopefully, that is enough, and he can now leave. But let's see if he does do that or emerge from the pit lane once again. Not entirely sure if he is going to, but Niels Chester certainly is a retirement from this race to become the second confirmed retirement and the second LMP2 out of the race, behind the 499, which also left the race earlier on. It was very close. O'Donnell Lines again just making his way through the traffic, but these two are just trading times at this stage. Peterson even took nearly half a second out of him last time.
Yeah, it's oh, and there's Aziz Weeks from Sim Party Racing, the number 35. That would have been coming out of the bus stop chicane there. We're going to go to a replay now. So lines up the Ferrari into the apex. Hits the curbing, misses the sausage curb, onto the back end just steps out as he puts down the power. It's all about that throttle application. I was talking about that earlier, Ewan, that you, in a car like a Ferrari, you put that amount of throttle pedal travel. You go that second or a fraction of a second too early on the throttle, the rear tyres are going to spool up, the back axle is going to want to follow and flip it round to the front as opposed to the normal axle that steers the car around the corners. And that was just a case in point. And plus also, you've got to, for those watching, for those wondering, how long have these drivers been in these cars? Well, it depends on how much mental and physical exertion, because you're having to deal with a lot of factors. You're having to deal with grip evolution. You're having to deal with the tyres changing in terms of degradation, the fuel level dropping in the car, the track evolution, and also the weather. The tyre temperatures might drop ever so fractionally because of the drop in temperature, but that depends on whether it's a newer set or an older set of tyres. It just depends on so many different factors that can really change how you exit out of a corner and whether your car is pointing the right way or the wrong way.
Yeah, I mean, overheating tyres, I found, especially on our racing, is more of a problem than keeping the heat into the tyres. For whatever reason, I don't quite know why this is the case, and I don't know if this is 100% true, but in terms of how cold the track can actually get, the cars actually like it more and more. In real life, obviously, there is a point where it is actually too cold now, and tyres cannot get actually temperature at all. But in racing, that doesn't seem to be much of a thing, or as much of a thing as it is in real life. So you can get away with it a little bit, but you do have to adjust to these temperature changes that are happening, and we've seen during this broadcast, the temperature has nearly halved compared to where it was compared to where it was before. It was about 38, 39 when we started this race. Oh goodness! Wow, that was quite a slide, and that was quite a catch.
Yes, that was. EJ O'Donnell Lines is clearly pushing. He took 1.1 seconds out of Ian Peterson on that previous lap. Yeah, the number 56 is definitely not hanging around. That's for damn sure. And when the gap was at one point due to having to get past back marker GT3 traffic, O'Donnell Lines was at one point within 5 seconds, and then the gap within probably 2 to 3 laps went up to about nearly 7 seconds. So O'Donnell Lines is just trying to calmly get on with business, but when you got to try and get past, as he's just got past, that's the 959 of James Howard in the in what is now the 3rd place. Oh, Jerome Reyes from 303 Racing has just jumped into pit road as I've just said that.
That's early. That is early. We're not yet at the hour mark, and you absolutely need to be. The 303 car has been pitting fairly early, to be fair, but there's got to be few concerns down there now, because that is quite early. We're still a good 5 minutes away from the actual window here, so that's not ideal at all. And yeah, my goodness, they're gonna be really worrying about that now, because they've got a potential 2nd place on the cards, but if they have to make a splash of fuel, they're absolutely not even going to finish on the podium, given how long this pit lane is.
And Howard's just gone past. I've just seen him go through shot there, so. Well, maybe the game plan is working.
Yeah, I see what you mean. It might. To be fair, they said. I know, he was talking to Simon Dodd there. He was hoping for a few problems, possibly for the cars in front. Twisted Racing Team interestingly didn't mention problems for others there with Jeremy Littleton. Clearly mentioned, we've got a plan to do this on merit. So yeah, goodness knows how this is turning out now. As we're seeing, getting into the car at the moment is Carl Pearce. That's the reason why it's changed to Kondo Prime Motorsport. We'll get that changed to 303 Motorsport, because he only joined 303 today, this morning. Oh, realised that his own car wasn't going to be able to take part. Jerome Raines was looking for other drivers to help him get to the flag, because he was on his own as well. And so the two of them have paired up as part of the 303 team. Carl Pearce is not even driving the same car he normally does. He's jumped in today, and he's going to do the final couple of hours, possibly driving this team to a podium.
Wow, that's a lastminute.com substitution or sign-up driver, if ever I've heard of one. I mean, sometimes it does happen, doesn't it?
It does. And that's why we keep an eye on the team management channel in this Discord, so we can see who's going where. But yeah, there was a last-minute change there for Carl Pearce to get in that car. Once again, though, short of the hour. I do wonder whether they're short pitting and they know they can make it to the end on one more stop, or whether they really are in trouble. Because yeah, that's puzzling if they are. But either way, it's going to be a very tense and very exciting final parts of this race.
I mean, especially just from taking on from like real life motorsport from a second, especially with naturally aspirated and turbocharged engines. When you got a V10, that's going to drink a little bit more fuel, but when you got the turbocharger's going to have a little bit more of an influx of colder air, which will help with regards to fuel and air mix. But for naturally aspirated, it depends on how hard drivers have been pushing. As Felix Pale has now got behind the wheel of the number 97 Padawan white Padawan car, which now is sitting third in class. So Gareth Mesham is now back up into 2nd position with the 97 Lamborghini. Has just been in the pits for just north of 50 seconds and climbing. So I'm wondering, I think they're taking on tyres with this driver change as well here, Ewan.
I would imagine so, and then they'll double stint until the end. So Felix Pale does the final stint of this race. The gap was closing on 25 seconds actually, as before that actual pit stop. So Brighter was doing a very good job to close in on Yannick Burkhoff. However, I think Burkhoff is going to be getting out for Hopfen Hopman, who did seem to be slightly faster, although the two of them are very, very comparable and both very, very quick. But let's see. It's going to be a leading battle for GT3 Pro later on. I certainly do think the GT3 AM story is not done yet. We've seen too much drama in this category for it to just be over now. Panda One Whites are not leading. Excuse me, that's Felix Pearl is messing up our leaderboard at the minute. So sorry about that. Vulture Racing Gold are currently leading ahead of Twisted Racing, and then the other Vulture Racing Red car. And that's 1, 2, and 3. The others have come in with Panda One White ahead of Sim Party Racing, but that was to be expected. It remains to be seen where those top 3 come out in GT3 AM, and it's very, very interesting to see indeed.
Yes, we're about to hit the end of our 4 out of 6. I think I've just seen a change. EJ O'Driscoll Lines has just handed back over to Sean Campbell, who's showing up in the number 56 RSR by Butt Kicker car. So maybe he's managed to get his sim to be connecting properly again after what happened earlier on with EJ getting behind the wheel to actually facilitate that car getting back out on track to trying to score points. And that was a 56-second pit stop, so that looks like that car's taken on tyres as well, I think. Yeah, it's just been absolutely crazy, and I think very shortly we could see quite a few raft of pit stops, because Mike Sheep is currently on lap number 114, so that is going to be very, very close to that window where the leaders will pit.
We are over that 4-hour mark now, so less than 2 hours to go, and we are going to have a bit of a change in the commentary box. But finally, Alex, it's been great to commentate alongside you once again, and great to see such a good race here for a middle stint of an endurance race. It has been very exciting.
It has been indeed, and it's been a pleasure catching up with you again, Ewan, and hopefully we won't leave it so long for the next time, my friend.
It has been ages. Thanks very much, Alex, for joining, of course, and yeah, we'll see you soon, hopefully. Joining me, though, I'm not going to be alone for the final couple of hours, you'll be glad to know. Zach Sweeney is going to be alongside me, Ewan O'Leary. Zach, welcome to the booth once again. Final couple of hours of a 6-hour race at Spa. You can be sure there's going to be drama. We're certainly hoping so, but I also think there will be. There must be.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Of course, we've had our fair share of dramatic last stints here at Spa, especially in endurance racing, Ewan. So fingers crossed that these guys can certainly follow suit. And it is really the point. We always talk about in endurance racing, the start and the end are usually the most exciting points. The start because everyone's so close together. The end because you usually see everyone's strategy sort of funneling into together, and then everyone being really close. And of course, being right at the end, positions mean a heck of a lot more. And well, they're really going to be fighting for it because yeah, we've only got, I think, after this one, 2 more rounds in the championship, and in a shorter championship each race counts just that little bit more.
It certainly does. I do remember the last endurance race me and you commentated at Spa here, Zach. Well, maybe not the last one, but it certainly was a memorable one. Yeah. A memorable one. Yes, last lap pass for the lead of the race, and me not realising when the race was actually going to finish. That was quite a day. Either way, Felix Pearl is having quite a day of his own here in 4th place. He's just started, of course. He's been watching his teammate Thomas Reiter do his business at the moment, in more ways than one. He's in 2nd place at the moment, trying to close down on the Lipa Esports Red car, which is yet to come in with Yannick Burkhoff. We're going to see those final driver changes coming up soon for some of the categories. 2 hours is a nice distance to have your final driver change. It's a very attainable distance for a fresh driver to get in and really smash it out till the end.
Yeah, it really is, of course, in endurance racing. Even in the sim racing world, you think, people who are slightly newer might think, oh, they're just sat at home on their, steering wheels, whatever. They're not really going to be that tired. But no, especially if you're in the UK right now, it is very, very hot. You're going to be sweating, and with force feedback as well, you will genuinely, your arms will get tired, and just that mental strain of having to constantly stay in the flow of things in an endurance race, especially a tricky circuit like Spa, where you have to stay in the rhythm of things. Yeah, 2 hours is probably, yeah, it's an attainable stint. It's 2 pit stops. Just aim for the first one, halfway there, and then you've got to bring it home to the flag. So yeah, especially in a 6-hour race, it just splits it up nicely as well, and people in between can have a nice bit of a break as well.
Yes, they certainly can. By the way, it's not that hot in the UK at the moment.
I'm sweating, mate.
Oh, okay. It's like 13 degrees.
You are north, so
yeah, but David's more north. Probably north. And Yeah, it looks like it's going to rain actually outside. So anyway, that's another story. Pale is closing in on Celeritas at the moment. By the way, that's Carl Boss at the moment, but he's still waiting to come in to make his final pit stop. This is lap 23, waiting for him to come in probably after 26 or 27 laps in this race. He did have to make an unscheduled pit stop at some point in the day, so he is actually the final driver of everybody in this category to actually have to come in. As Ian Peterson comes in from LMP2, going to be very interested to see where Sean Campbell comes out in relation to him. There is the SPR Esports Omega car. Final tyre changes coming up as well for these guys. The track temperature's coming down. Triple stinting in an LMP2 is now more than possible. So final driver changes, but also final tyre changes being made for some of these teams as well.
Yeah, certainly so, and it really does go to show that we are well and truly in the end game of this race. You know, it's just that final bit. They can stretch the tyres out, which, yeah, around a circle like Spa, you do need sort of quite cold temperatures because there is a lot of corners here that demand quite a bit out of the tyres. But that's the beauty of endurance racing, the skills that come with just being able to nurse your tyres and keep a consistent and, you know, decently paced pace as well. And yeah, that just goes to separate the good from the great in some aspects. But when you've got an hour and 55 left to go, you at this point you really are you want as little amount of things as possible to worry about. And yeah, hopefully for them the tyres are going to be ticked off the list and they can just focus on the driving this time around.
Well, this is a bit of a bigger gap than maybe I was expecting. Peterson with a 54-second stop there. 2 seconds shorter than RSR managed, and that's why the gap is just a bit bigger than it was. Weaves down the straight to try and get heat into those tyres as Orbit Motorsports Mars make their final driver change of the day. Kose gets out for Taylor now. That's change around has been made efficiently there, and they'll be on their way very shortly. But SPR comfortably out in front, although it's not a comfortable gap. Less than 7 seconds, with less than 2 hours to go. You know that the car behind you is going to have the same driver in for the rest of the race, the same tyres on as well. You know that almost nothing can split you apart at this point. It's just basically a race to the flag with a very small margin between the two of you.
Yeah, absolutely. When you look in more sprint racing terms, 7 seconds is quite a substantial amount of time. But when you've been racing for the last 4 hours and 6 minutes, you know, 7 seconds starts to dwindle down and comes into perspective, because that is not a lot of time. All that is a mistake, some traffic a little bit later down the line, and yeah, we're still, you know, 2 more pit stops left to go in this race, or well, 3 potentially in this race. There's still a lot of opportunity for things to potentially go wrong. A lot of opportunity for that 7 seconds to close. So yeah, it certainly is far from over. And fingers crossed towards the end of the race, or even now, would not complain about either. We can see those two duking it out and having a bit of a race, because yeah, at this point in the race, 4 hours in, you would expect a lot of the teams and drivers to be quite spaced out, which for the most part they are. But yeah, 7 seconds, not at all a pretty big gap at all.
No, it certainly isn't. Still waiting for some pit stops to come in the GT3 categories and the LMP2s. We're getting well past the hour now with these stops, because of the fuel saving that has gone on. This is Philip Pearl, who's going to overtake the Orbit car soon. Might well overtake Carl Boss here in as well. This is lap 27, so surely he's got to be in... no, actually, sorry, I've done the maths wrong there. It's only lap 23, so he might well be carrying on that little bit further. As Liper Esports also come in now. Pearl will be able to unlap himself, but Yannick Burkhoff makes his way in and will try and consolidate the lead. He's done all he can through the middle part of the stint. Will he be hopping out though, or will it be him to the flag? So we're waiting to see, of course, who will take that car to the end. But we'll wait a bit further for that one. As the leader Mike Shepherd makes his way towards the end of the lap as well. After only 18 laps here, he's got another couple to go probably. As Ethan Bass makes his way out as well. This race is kind of all over the place at the moment, but I'm sure it will simplify itself very shortly, and we'll hopefully be able to tell you where everybody is and what to expect over the next 2 hours or so. But for the moment, we're in a very long pit stop cycle.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone is really spaced out. You'd usually expect it to be sort of an hour for the GTs, 40 minutes for the LMP2s, but that really hasn't been the case whatsoever. Everyone really, whether that be stretching their tyres out, stretching their fuel out a little bit longer, just trying to minimise the amount of time they spend in the pit lane, which in endurance racing is going to be absolutely massive for them to do that. And well, yeah, that's always the aim, to limit the amount of time you spend in the pit lane, because races are always won and lost when it comes to strategy in these longer races. But yeah, it was almost abnormal to see pit windows stretched out these long, because, as I was saying, it's usually very strict on how much fuel you can take, but it seems that a lot of these teams have really done quite a good job of just stretching out that little bit longer.
This is James Howard to the pits. Now, this is a team I don't expect to take tyres here. They just took them at the last stop. I think there's going to be an ending triple stint here from a GT3, as Danilo Hoffman does indeed get into the Lipa Esports car to take that car to the flag, and he'll be hoping to a victory. Up on the jacks goes the Audi. They'll be making their way out in the lead. You would expect Celeritas are going to be miles behind them. Still are going to be behind them as Alistair Catchpole at the end of, get this, a quad stint, I should say. 4 stints on the same set of tyres for Alistair Catchpole. He did a 2-minute 4.9 on the last lap, which is a little bit slower than those around him, of course, because they're on brand new tyres compared to those 4 stint old tyres. But he's done a remarkable job today. He's only done 4 stints in this race altogether. 2 hours, 40 minutes of driving, but all of them on the same set of tyres, which is remarkable.
Yeah, it's a really big achievement, to be honest, because, as we were saying, 3 stints on a P2 is possible. 4 that is a good feat indeed. And to remain the pace to stay in second place as well, that is also something, because, yes, it's so easy to just go really slow and save the tyres all the way to the end, or to all the way to the end of a stint, but to keep up the pace and stay in second place in class, and, well, actually overall, because he's in a P2, yeah, that's, you can certainly give himself a pat on the back and something to be proud of. And, yeah, that's just one of those many skills. That's something you look for in an endurance race. So someone who can keep that pace up, to have, yes, granted it is going to be slightly slower after 4 stints, those tyres are going to be absolutely screaming, but it is still good enough and consistent enough is the important thing in second place. And yeah, well, Alistair Catchpole certainly is going to get some accolation from his teammates, it must be said.
Now, Harry Wills is back into the Twisted Racing Team Audi Pro car, and if you're wondering why that car looks so damaged, Zach, it's because that car went barrel rolling through the bus stop chicane earlier on. Because of a bit of contact with a couple of LMP2s. Unfortunately, it damaged Celeritas quite badly as well in the LMP2 category. But yeah, that was quite spectacular for Harry Wills, who does often drive in a spectacular fashion, it has to be said. Saw a bit of him on Wednesday night as well in the GT3 Championship, which starts for real this coming Wednesday here on Absolute Sim Racing and at World Series Leagues as well. So make sure you tune into that. But yeah, Harry was back into the car. 5th position for him at this stage. We might grab a replay of that, because it was
I certainly want to see it, yeah.
Zach wants to see it, so we'll try and find it. Oh, here we go. David's on the ball. It will take a second, because it was hours ago, quite literally. This is Michael Fairchild, and but this is what happened. Here we go.
Here we go.
He's drifted into this LMP2.
Oh, golly. Oh, lovely. That is that is beautiful. That is the most picturesque crash I think I've probably ever seen. And he stuck the landing. That is, that's impressive. His rear wing probably won't like him very much, but yeah, Harry was 10 out of 10 for effort. That is, a damaged Audi, but certainly some style points in there.
Yeah, so you can just see how much darker it is now and how the sun is going down. But now I realise why he didn't come into the pit lane there, because it probably wasn't possible for him anymore. 26 degrees out there on the road. We're approaching 8:30 in the evening. We are going to be probably just about into the darkness by the time we get to the end of this race here tonight. But the track temperature has decreased quite a lot, and it has made taking these tyres a bit further a bit more possible than it once was. Although not doing that is going to be Mike Shepherd. He's in at the moment and will probably be making his final final tyre change of the day. Probably swapping for Dan Alpol as well, who will end off this race, I would imagine. Will Lindley is also in the pit lane, as the leading gap in GT3 Pro just normalises for a second. About 30 seconds, about half a minute. Ethan Bass is not too far behind them. Carl Buss is going to come out in 4th, then it's going to be Harry Wills. Then we're going to move to GT3 AM because we've got Werner S in the next position. We've got James Howard just 37 seconds or so behind him. We've got Oro Uretsoi in again. He's making his 5th stop of the race already. Now, is this a drive-through penalty or what's gone on here? Carl Pierce has moved up to 3rd again. But Stephen Martinez, I don't think Uretsoi stopped there at all, did he? Or did he? No, he didn't. Did he? Okay, well, we're hearing that he might have done. So, that was a stop. Well, the problem is, the last time he pitted was lap 102, and he's now on lap 105. So I think that was a drive-through penalty, because it doesn't remove the pit time when you go in. It just displays the last time you stopped, not the fact that you've been in the pit lane. So I wonder if this car has had a drive-through. I will see on the manual requests or manual penalties. No, there's no manual penalty. There may well have been one there, Zach, for the track limits ones, where you get one after getting 40 incident points around here. It gives you a drive-through penalty. That might have been what happened to that car.
Potentially so, but yeah, we were certainly left in the dark with it for a while. But yeah, that's the thing. And well, yeah, Spa, while it's not one of those circuits that are being manufactured around being able to go off track. There is quite a lot of limited runoff space. It is quite easy to just extend just that little bit. And off tracks do it's just, you might just think, oh, it's 1x here and there, but yeah, over a stint they will certainly very quickly add up. And all it takes is just with iRacing, the contact incident points can range from anywhere from 0 to 4x's, and yeah, again, just slight bits of contact here and there will add it up. And of course, if you spin, that's 2x's straight away. So very easy for you to rack up to that 40x drive-through penalty points. And well, with the endurance pit lane as well, and that is a long, painful drive through the pit lane.
It is. It's a very long drive indeed. 4th place now for Ero Uretsoi, who is in that Vulture Motorsports red car, not too far ahead of his Vulture teammate Stephen Martinez, not too far behind Carl Pierce in that battle for 3rd. So that is all getting very interesting indeed. Couple of interviews jumping in right now, so we'll come and have a quick chat to a couple of these drivers, shall we? Starting with Jeremy Rust now, who LMP2 driver for Celeritas. Jeremy, good to have you here. How have you found this race so far? I know you've had lots of different difficulties throughout the day, but just talk to us about how those have developed and how difficult today really has been for you guys.
Yeah, we seem to have caught everyone's bad luck today, which is rare for us because normally we keep a clean race and all that. No, we got hit going into the final chicane. I think it was like 5 or 10 laps in. Boxed, put us a lap or 2 down, and then shortly right after that, about 45 minutes after that, we got taken out again in the same exact corner from 3 cars getting a little punchy with each other. So we've been just on a recovery drive. We fell down to 7th. I think we fell down to last. We're in 6th because of the 499 and RS Vector aren't on the track currently. So we're just driving, having fun, enjoying Spa.
Absolutely. What is it like driving around at the moment? You guys are obviously a little bit further behind, but is it difficult to keep yourself kind of in the game when you're just kind of driving around on your own, or are you actually enjoying the lack of pressure, I guess, that you guys have got at the moment?
No, it's in some ways it's easier because there is no pressure. Some ways it's more difficult because if there's an opportunity opens up, then you gotta kind of get in the headspace because if we're just shooting the shit, and having fun, and then all of a sudden, hey, accident, black flag, whatever, you got to get back in that mindset. It can be kind of difficult sometimes. But no, we're trying to just enjoy it and see what opportunity opens up.
Absolutely. We'll see what opportunities do indeed open up for you guys over the next hour and 40, which we still have remaining. But Jeremy, thanks very much for coming to join us. It's been good to have you here, and good luck for the remainder of this race.
Thanks, appreciate it. Y'all have a good one.
Thanks very much there. Jeremy Rust of Celeritas and LMP2, currently driving around in 6th position. Also, because we're getting flooded at the moment with little interviews. Also got Gary Brown waiting as well at 4-1 in the waiting booth, so we'll bring him in and have a quick chat to the Vulture Racing Gold driver, currently being driven by Rd4. But Gary Brown just stepped out. Gary, welcome to the booth as well. You guys running in 4th position as things stand in the order. But did I just see you guys have to make a drive-through penalty there, or was I seeing things?
Yeah, we had a drive-through penalty, unfortunately, for a lot of incidents off track. That's about pretty much what we've been racking them up. So it's unfortunate, but we're hoping we can stay in this to hopefully get some of those spots back. So.
Oh, well, you just got one, because
Yeah.
I'm afraid to say 303 Racing are off the road at Les Combes, I'm afraid. Spun off to the right-hand side. Already dropped to 5th. That's how close it is in GT3 AM at the moment. There it is, Carl Pearce. One of his first laps out in that car today, going for a spin at Les Combes. So you guys are now back on the podium there, Gary.
There you go.
What do you... that's the effect of you being here, I think. What do you think is possible throughout the rest of this race for you guys, though? You've got 40 seconds up to second and a further 40 seconds to the leaders. However, they're making an extra stop compared to everybody else because of damage they got previously. So how are you reading this race at the moment? Because my head's all over the place looking at this. It's a complete minefield.
Yeah, I think we've been running really strong. I think the car's been really doing really well. So I think we have a really good shot at getting in P2. P1, they've been so fast. It's been hard to make up any ground on them at all. So unless another incident happens for them, but their car seems to be a tank. Even running into the walls, it doesn't seem to do much damage to it. So I don't know. We'll see how it goes. But like I said, I think we feel strong we can get into P2. And then, of course, I don't know what their pit strategies have been like. I know we had to do an extra drive-through there, but we should only have one more stop for fuel, and hopefully we can, get back into the run for the top of the podium here.
We hope so for you guys as well. Gary, thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us, for coming for an interview. And yeah, good luck to you guys for the rest of the race.
You guys are doing an awesome job. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Cheers. Thanks very much. Gary Brown there from Vulture Motorsports Red, currently in 3rd place at that car. Rd4 currently driving that one just about 6 seconds ahead of his teammate. But disaster, I'm afraid, there, Zach, for the 303 Racing team at Les Combes.
Yeah, that is slightly unfortunate. This is Harry Wills once again going slowly in that 955 Twisted Racing team in the Audi. I think we're going to take another look at this. Through Poo on a very quick corner on the circuit. That AstroTurf very, very slippery. Took a couple of jabs to try and correct it. Then got on the AstroTurf, slightly raised curb on the exit as well as you dip down towards Piff Path. And that car was just having absolutely none of it. Going to take a look on board. A little bit sideways, bit squirrely. Managed to save the first one. Car goes on him again, saves that one. And then 3rd time certainly was not the charm, and he was going straight into the wall, rolling backwards down the circuit. Yeah, and taking the tow back to the pit lane, which is well and truly fair enough, but just really hasn't been the day for the 955.
Yeah, it really hasn't, I'm afraid. Here he is again. This is why he towed back to pit lane. This is a separate issue, I think. There we go. Oh, my... Oh, no. Oh, and dearie me, it's gone into one of the Lamborghinis. Is that Panda One White? I don't think it is. I think it's Vulture Motorsports, actually. Is it? Oh, no, it is Panda One White. Oh, it's the car running 2nd in GT3 Pro. Have been taken out. Felix Pale. Oh, they're going to be so frustrated with that. Felix Pale makes his way down onto pit lane now. He will drop to 4th position in the GT3 Pro standings. Harry Wills might well drop to 6th, but he already has done. Eclipse through. Oh dear, oh dear. That is such a shame to see. And absolutely not Panda One's fault at all.
Yeah. Wrong place, wrong time, really. And that was, I guess, a little bit clumsy from Harry Wills just to back it up onto the circuit a little bit there. But yeah, that just goes to show how quickly things can change. You think, that's why you can't get complacent at all, because it certainly will always change and just snap back at you in sim racing. Take another look at it through Stavolo for the first for this time into the barrier. He didn't actually roll. He has got the brakes on. It's just the case of that car went straight into the wall, roll back onto the circuit, and there was just nothing either driver really could do, because it's such a tricky corner just to react. It's so hard to slam on the brakes, and you're already going quite quick. There's nothing really you can do in order to change position. So for Felix Perel, that is just really unlucky, trying to do his own thing, trying to secure the team in 2nd place, and just he had no chance with that one, did he?
No, it didn't. I mean, you could argue that he maybe should have towed back to pit lane earlier. Harry Wills there, but I mean, he can't be too harsh on someone for trying to carry on. But you do have to be careful when you've got or more careful than that anyway. Thankfully for Panda 1, they have got a quick repair remaining, and they'll be very close to Mark Chapman and the Celeritas car. I'll say very close. It's going to be relatively close, but comfortably third position there. Comfortably third position there for Felix Pale, who will continue on for Panda 1 as we go up to the battle for fourth between SPR and RSR. These two have been hinting at a battle for a long time, but now finally it looks like it's going to happen.
Yeah, fingers crossed it can happen. We see on board with Sean Campbell in the V3 racing car, just trying to get onto the back of the car in front. Down this long Camel straight, you can see the 32 going defensive, bring it back to the left-hand side. Doesn't quite look like Campbell is close enough for that move. In fact, opting, I think, just to lift out and back out a little bit as they go towards the Lecom chicane. And yeah, well, they're certainly close enough. That slipstream will play a big old factor, but does Campbell want to go through? Is he particularly, desperate to get that move done? I mean, it's the difference between fourth and fifth, not much, and still with a couple of pit stops left to go in this race. It's not really one you want to go all or nothing for.
No, not really. But let's see how he plays it, really. RSR desperately do need these points, though. This would close the loss today to V3 Racing to only 9 points, and then the overall margin would be 14 points. But I still think that is that's going to be too much for them to overhaul that as a championship margin. But let's wait and see if they can make this overtake. First and foremost, it is basically a battle between the two of them. We are going to go for a quick break, though, over the next couple of moments. We're going to go on board with Sean Campbell here and watch this fight with all the sights and sounds for you to enjoy at home. The commentary will be back in a few moments' time here at the World Series Endurance Championship 6 Hours of Sport. Welcome back to the 6 hours of Spa in the World Series Endurance Championship Round 4. Here today, my name's Ian O'Leary. I'm alongside Zach Sweeney here for this race, and we've just seen that pass for Sean Campbell getting through on the SPR car there of Ian Peterson, who has not exactly fallen away. The two of them are still locked together in that battle at the moment. As we go and look immediately here at Daniel Taylor, it does look like stuff has been going on while we've been away here, Zach, and there it is, into the bus stop chicane, just a simple spin. Oh, well, Zach's, that can't talk apparently, I don't know what's gone on there. Can't hear him at the moment. I do think he's got a new mic today, so that might be causing a bit of problems, just for now.
Am I here?
Yep, there we are.
Here we go, right, yeah, absolutely no clue. Yeah, no, I was just saying there is a slight incline as you go over that curb in towards the bus stop chicane, and of course in these P2 cars that do rely slightly on just keeping the airflow as consistent as possible, very easy for them to just go around, and of course braking is also very important. You lift that rear end up as you slap on the brakes, and yeah, just an easy mistake. Of course that GT in front of him probably meant that he had to get on the brakes a little bit more than he was expecting. And then again, as those rears lock a little bit more, they very easy to just loop round. And again, in iRacing, especially in high downforce cars like the P2, as soon as it's round, it's so difficult to save.
It is. Once it's going, you can't really do much about it. As we see Stephen Martinez here trying to make his mark on this race, trying to get back into that podium place ahead of Euro Uretsoy, who had to come from the back of the field today because the qualifying ban they had from the previous race. They weren't allowed to qualify today, so they had to start from the pit lane, and they started at the back. They made their way through the order. They were leading at one point, so now they are back to third. Who knows where they're going to end up here in this race today. It remains to be seen, really. But it's hard to see these two Vulture cars really fighting that hard. They are part of the same team, of course, so that does always kind of dilute the battles a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. But yeah, that's the thing, is that teammates, you don't really particularly want to be fighting so hard. The golden rule of racing, really, is to not crash into your teammate. And yeah, it's just going to be, especially in the case of endurance racing, where still an hour and a half, well, just shy of, just under an hour and a half left to go in this race. There's still a relatively long time still. I think, yeah, another pit stop left for these GTs to go. So there's no point, really, in fighting so hard, because, yes, you know, Stephen Martinez could overtake his teammate and, you know, fight really hard for it. It's just there's no point, because these positions will topsy-turvy and change a lot, as the different strategies between the two cars could swap the positions around that way. And the risk it takes, maybe if it was another team, maybe your championship rival, you'd take a little bit more risk, but with your teammate there's really just no point. The risk is by no means worth a reward, and that is the compromise you're going to have to live with and calculate in motorsport, and especially endurance racing as well.
Yes, that's those calculations going on at the moment. Meanwhile, Panda 1 White, they're currently leading with Werner Ace. Lap 90 was their last pit stop, but they had to do a repair after ending up in the wall on the exit of the curve pull threat. Now that does mean they'll have to make an extra stop in this race, because this is their 24th lap of the stint right now. They're coming towards the end of a lap. We'll try and keep an eye on when they do come in here, because it's going to be an important moment in this race. But just for now, they are leading. But where are they going to come out? I think they are going to come out behind these two once they make their final full pit stop of the day. They're saying that it's going to... Well, they might even be in front of these guys. Let's wait and see. But it's certainly going to be close. There's going to be a lot of calculations going on, of course. Not only we're doing it, but the teams will be as well at this stage. It's hard to know where everybody is, especially when you've got cars off strategy like Panda 1 White at the moment. They might be leading by 30 seconds right now, but they're not leading by 30 seconds in terms of the corrected order. That is going to be very different.
Yeah, it will be indeed, and well, we'll just have to see. That's the thing, where the excitement of the final, couple of hours, final hour of an endurance race, is you really do see who's got the strategy right, who's actually leading the way. Because yeah, Panda 1 White at the moment done a great job from an outside-in perspective, but you look from their perspective, the fact they have got slightly off strategy, slightly off rhythm. And yeah, that can certainly play a big factor in that 34 seconds, especially a pit lane like Spa where it is so long. That 34 seconds can quickly change, especially if you have to come in for a splash and dash or something along those lines. But yeah, very, very easy. We're going to take a look. This is Michael Fairchild in the SBI Esports Delta, having a bit of an off going in towards the bus stop chicane. Did a full 360, get it pointed back the right way round. And in all honesty, we've seen a number of different ways of taking the bus stop chicane today, Ewan. I don't think that's quite the quickest one.
No, not quite. I would try and show you the incident that unfortunately led to their race falling apart, because it was quite a spectacular one as well. But I feel like it'd be almost impossible to find at this stage in the race. So I won't make David do that unless he can. But I don't want him already giving him more work than he's already got. But yeah, it was quite a spectacular crash. Not quite as spectacular as Harry Wills barrel rolling through the bus stop chicane now, lad, but it wasn't bad. So either way, he's still going, fortunately. I haven't actually seen anybody else in that car for a little while yet. But yes, they're still going. So is which other car was? I'm trying to find the other car that was stopped for quite a long time ago earlier on, but not entirely sure. We've still got only two retirements from the 23 cars that started today. Niels Chesters and Nick Ebby were the drivers in the cars at the time. Vector Wills might be able to get back into this race. Just has already used his fast repair on that barrel rolling incident and does need some more time. Or does he need a bit more time repairing, is the phrase I was looking for there. But yes, currently looking at Ethan Bass at the moment, giving chase to the Lipa Esports red car, 50 seconds of a margin. But just still waiting for that Panda 1 white car to come in, and then this then I can really try and predict what's going to happen for the rest of this race, because at the moment it's hard to tell. 26th lap of this stint for the moment, and this battle between the two Vulture cars still 2 seconds apart.
Yeah, still just at a stalemate between the two. Both of them really are just locked in terms of pace, and that's to be expected. Both going to be teammates, probably working together, practicing together, putting in similar hours, so their pace being relatively matched is to be expected, of course, in two different cars. So probably not running the similar setups, but yeah, similar practice, of course. Probably with both of them being teammates, probably run a different, the same strategy or pretty similar strategies as well. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how these two transpire. But at the moment, Steven Martinez can't close the gap under 2 seconds. But it would be interesting, because at the moment this will be for a net second place. So as it stands, they are both 2 and 3 if the race, when Panda 1 come in for their pit stop and the race was to end as it was. So yeah, it's both a double podium. It's not like it's a case of one's trying to get onto the podium, one's trying to defend a podium. They're both on it, second and third, not much difference. It's still a podium at the end of the day.
This is the battle for 4th place in the order right now, between RSR by Bookkicker and SPR Esports Omega. 4.5, so well, 2 seconds, sorry, 2.5 seconds between Sean Campbell and Ian Peterson at the moment. So not far, but where are we in relation to Daniel Taylor here? Well, he's being caught actually, is Taylor. He's fresh out the pit lane, should have fresh tyres on, should be going quite quickly, but was caught by at least 2.5 seconds last lap around. As here is the moment I've been waiting for. Good Ace is into the pit lane. Now we're going to get a reading on where this car is. It's going to be a fuel-only stop. With the length of this pit lane, could still come out near Vulture Motorsports Red, really.
Could definitely be a close fight between the two as they exits the pit lane. Hopefully that is the case. We could have potentially a three-way fight for second place. That would be the most ideal situation. But this will be James Howard in the 959, the Twisted Racing Team Ferrari, who will come around through La Source and up over through Eau Rouge and Radion, and will inherit the race lead here in the GT3 AMs, I believe. That would make sense, because half of the teams, two of the teams on the time tower have got the word AM in them. But Panda 1 White still in the pit lane. It is a long stop and a long pit lane here at Spa, especially the endurance, because you go through the Grand Prix pit lane and then you go through the endurance up the hill, and that's then when you're spat out, which in all honesty it's a fairly dangerous place to be spitting out some slow moving cars that are fresh out the pit lane.
Yes, that is true. but it doesn't cause too many problems. Last time, I can't remember what year it was now, but I can remember it causing an accident in the Spa 24, maybe 2016, maybe. Zach probably wasn't born yet. Anyway.
10. Give me some slack.
You weren't watching though, were you? Jeez.
Nope, absolutely not.
No. What 10-year-old would? Anyway, it's 2016 or 17. I can't remember who it was. It involved a Porsche and maybe a McLaren. Can't remember. But it caused barrier repairs for ages, which is why I remember it so well. Anyway, Padawan White do make their way out the pit lane now, and Werner S is about 20 seconds. Oh, I'd say that's a bit more actually. Yeah, it's a lot more. 45 seconds. The gap's just normalising as he comes out the pit lane. There he is. Out the pits right now. Vulture Motorsports Red not too far behind. Ellery Uretsko is going to fancy his chances here.
Yeah, potentially so. The gap, not at all. And of course, he's bringing his teammate along in tow as well. That gap now under 2 seconds as well between the Vulture Racing red car in P4. Steven Martinez at the wheel. But yeah, Werner certainly has got his work cut out for him to keep that net second place, because, yeah, again, as we were saying a little bit earlier on, how 7 seconds is a close-ish gap after 4 hours of racing. You get to 4 hours and 40 and the gap is less than 3 seconds, and you've got 2 teammates chasing after yourself. Not only are you going to feel slightly isolated, pressure might start to build on as well. So Werner S, of course, was controlling the race, doing a great job, leading the way with some clear air out in front. Let's see how well he can cope with the pressure of having 3 and 4 and his potential podium at threat here.
It certainly is at threat. And look at this. We got the battle for second. Only one shot there, very briefly. Panda 1 versus Vulture Motorsports ×2. And so Werner S is going to be looking over his shoulder. But can he do anything about that 50-second gap? Got to remember that everybody here has 1 stop remaining. But his stop will be a lot shorter than everyone else's. Now, how much is going to be... I reckon his stationary time is only going to be about 15 seconds to end off, which is nearly half a minute quicker than those around him. However, Twisted Racing Team have got a 50-second head start here. So I reckon that the actual corrected gap, I reckon is... I'd put it closer to... Well, I say that, Werner S has made it more complicated by only taking 30 seconds worth of fuel there as opposed to the full 40. So that does complicate things. He'll be going about 45 minutes then. He might be able to make it to half an hour to go. In which case, we'll say he needs about 25 seconds of fuel. He still saves 15 seconds and still gives Twisted Racing Team 35 seconds of an advantage. However, James Howard is coming towards the end of a double stint right now. He's got a big conundrum. Do you put 1 set of tyres on for the final hour of this race and absolutely hammer it, or do you stick it out on triple stinted tyres towards the end of this race?
That is going to be a tricky one. Of course, it depends on of how much they can gain versus how much they can lose. If they do whack on a fresh set of tyres, yes, they're going to be slightly quicker, but how long are they going to be on those tyres for? How long can they actually use that advantage, and will it actually gain them the time they're going to lose? Because a full set of tyres, all 4, probably a good 20 extra seconds stationary, potentially, something around those lines. But yeah, that's a hefty amount of time, and if you're only whacking them on for a stint or even half a stint come the end of the race, that is, you're not giving yourself much margin to really use the full potential of a fresh set.
Oh, exactly. But then again, are the triple stint tyres going to fall apart towards the end? I know the track temperature is a lot lower than it was previously, but still, it's got to be a stretch. Either way, we're going to find out. Jeremy Littleton, of course, did say that they had something up their sleeve, and I didn't quite realise they were gunning for a race win. But that might be possible here. Let's see, of course, because who really knows at this stage? But I mean, it is impossible to call. Twisted Racing Team with that conundrum, of course. Panda 1 with only about 20-25 seconds of fuel to take on for the remainder of this race. Both Vulture cars have 1 full tank of fuel, but no tyres to take on anymore. No, I say that. Oh no, sorry, they do. Yeah, okay, that is correct. 1 full tank of fuel, but no tyres. So basically, these 4 cars, or the top 3 at the very least, have 3 different strategies to go on with. And I think it's going to leave Twisted Racing Team in the lead, because I can't see them taking tyres, but are they going to be able to hang on? And are we going to get a battle for the race win in the final minutes?
Well, that would be something, Ewan, wouldn't it? That would, that would be remarkable, and something we do love to see, because, yeah, endurance racing, you'd expect after 6 hours of racing, everyone to be fairly spaced out. But the fact we do have 3 different strategies all gunning for, the higher places. Just goes to show that there's a lot of different ways to tackle an endurance race, and well, each and every single one of them have the potential to win. But the crucial thing is now between all three teams is to get to the end, nail their strategies, nail their pit stops, get onto the just it's simple things like actually pulling into their pit box, getting it stopped, and getting onto the jacks, or actually being able for the team to service the car. That is going to be it's simple things like that, and that's the difference between, I guess, good and great teams. Is the drivers are less likely to make those small mistakes, because they do add up. You overshoot your marks, you have to stop, realize your team aren't working, they're not doing anything with the car, then realize, then put it into reverse, then reverse back, then stop, then realize that you've actually got it right. And after all of that, that's 5-10 second difference, and when there's 3 different strategies going on, they're 10 seconds you can't really afford.
Oh, it's going to come down to fine margins, you would imagine. By the way, we're going to see a lot of pit stops once again over the next few moments, and Ian Peterson from LMP2 is in right now. We've already seen Sean Campbell into the pit lane, but he's back out again now on those now double stinted tyres. Everyone in LMP2 should be taking them to the end from here. It's mostly triple stints from here on in. Peterson stops in his box, but should be behind Sean Campbell, you would imagine, at this stage. Got to remember though, Sean Campbell's pitting very early in this cycle. He's the earliest stopper, and so pretty much everybody else in LMP2 is going to be able to take less fuel on at the final stop, including Peterson, of course, and including Daniel Taylor, who he is really closing in on and has been really closing in on over the last few laps.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Steven Martinez, certainly has taken a decent chunk out of his teammate, just 1.5 seconds now out up the road, and he'll see obviously on the relative and of course on track distance that gap is going to be a lot closer. Give it a few more attempts, he'll start to pick up the effect of the slipstream. But how hard does he fight his teammate? How much of a pace advantage does he have? Can he go and catch the Panda One white car? Is something he'll be thinking about, and come the time that if he does catch his teammate, will be something that's playing in his mind. Back up to the LMP2s, the RSR by Buttkicker P4 with SPI Esports Omega just behind, 3.5 seconds. Sean Campbell and Ian Peterson, I think, just behind. Both of them have been kept each other really quite honest, and based off how easy it seemed that Sean Campbell managed to get through, Ian Peterson has kept him pretty honest, and the gap after, what is it now, been probably a good 20 odd minutes ish since we went on the break, and that gap's still only 3.5 seconds, so still well and truly on between the two of them.
It is. I think there's more likely to be a battle between this RSR car and the Orbit Motorsport Mars car, quite possibly. Let's see. But given the way the RSR car started this race, pitting after only 6 laps with an incident, and then Sean Campbell's sim just imploding earlier on, they've really been through it today, but they might still be able to salvage a podium. They absolutely need it in terms of this championship. I do think if they get a podium here, then it's still on for them at this championship win, but I still think it's going to be very tricky for them to win it from here. We have still 2 races remaining, of course. Both of them will be coming from start to finish here on Absolute Sim Racing. The 4 Hours of Monza is next, and then followed by the finale at Le Mans at some point in September as well. I think it's early on September. Yeah, 3rd of September, our finale for this championship. So we look forward to that. But if you look at the gap now between Campbell and that Orbit Motorsports Mars car, he's still got quite a lot of work to do here as the American. 3rd place is quite a long way away.
Yeah, still certainly got his work cut out for him. Still an hour and a bit left in this race to go. We cut back to the GT3 AMs between the 2 Vulture cars. The gap now under a second. Steven Martinez has taken a good chunk of time out of his teammate in the 59. Just now 8 cents of a second up the road. We'll certainly be getting the benefit of the slipstream in around Spa, where the slipstream is certainly going to take precedence overall, and between the Panda One car, Panda One white car, and the Vulture Motorsports red just in front, being at sort of a stalemate. Steven Martinez might have the pace to go and catch and bring his teammate in tow. That might be something they decide to do, just to swap the 2 cars around. Use Martinez as the leading car to try and go and catch Panda One, because despite probably all 3 of them being on differing strategies, it's still always good to get that track position and just to close up any amount of time that you have. And well, on that long run down the Camel straight towards Lake Com, 5 cents of a second isn't much at all, and Steven Martinez is going to get a nice slipstream all the way down it.
We're going to see this Ferrari drag past or not. Up the hill over Radion. Stephen Martinez in the slipstream. Very much locked in. Is he going to be able to make this move? He's timed it pretty well. Going to get that slingshot down the straight. And the Porsche didn't stand a chance there, really. Stephen Martinez straight through. Although you get the feeling that even if he could have done that, you actually would not have fighted too hard, because after all, they are both from the same team. So the red car moves ahead of the gold. And they make their way, possibly, towards Panda 1 White.
You would certainly hope so for the entertainment factor, because it doesn't seem like the two Vulture cars are going to be fighting each other particularly hard. But Stephen Martinez has got some decent pace over Werner Ez in recent times. Having a look at their last laps, a 19.44 for Ez and 18.31 for Martinez. So certainly a lot of pace in this 53, charging after the Lamborghini just in front, and that gap you would expect should be under 2 seconds any time now, and indeed it is 1.8 seconds. Stephen Martinez has just sort of switched something on. Maybe his tyres are a little bit better than those around him, but yeah, either way, something is working for him. He's got into a rhythm, and that gap is closing. So hopefully we'll have to see if he can get onto the back and potentially go for a move on the Panda 1 White car.
Yes, down below 2 seconds now. Martinez certainly seems to be on a bit of a mission. As we look at Rd4 there, look at how quickly he's closed that gap. These lap times here are going to be very interesting to watch. At last lap around, by the way, Stephen Martinez did his fastest lap of the race so far, the 2 minute 18.3. And with the track temperature coming down and these tyres relatively newly on the car and the low fuel, obviously it's not massively surprising, but the fact that these two are closing up so quickly is a bit. There's only one lap ago, of course, where he was still behind his teammate. Now, look at how close he is to the back of the Panda 1 White car. He swings wide through La Source to try and get the best run possible. Down towards Eau Rouge and up through Radion. Surely it's going to be a move at lifting off on the way in. Third race looks like he's just giving this one to Stephen Martinez, and there he goes. The Vulture Racing red car is straight through to second place. And that was almost shockingly easy.
Not hard for at all by Werner Ez by any stretch of the imagination. And going through, excuse me, Eau Rouge and Radion, lifting off. He's cut and lost all of his momentum. And now the Rd4 is just going to go down the inside as well. The Porsche are going to fight the Lamborghini side by side in towards Lake Com. You can see Werner Ez just having to back out. And that lift to back off versus Martinez has cost him not only the position in second, it's knocked him off the podium provisionally, of course, on a different strategy to those in front of him, so probably playing the patient game, playing it long. But either way, that is not ideal and potentially has knocked him out the rhythm. But that just goes to show how important that run out of La Source is. You saw he took a slightly tighter line going in, gave him a slightly rougher line coming out, and all the way down he suffered and has dropped from second to fourth.
He has. No, he's got that less fuel to take on, of course, at the final stop, but I'm surprised he's losing this much time. Obviously, his tyres will be a bit older, only by about half an hour or so, so I'm surprised it's making this much difference here in this race at the moment, but either way, Vulture are not going to be complaining at all. Gap is now 56 seconds, though, to James Howard, as Mark Chapman is off the road somewhere. Oh my
wow.
Goodness me! Celeritas.
I mean, he is
on their
Australian.
lid. Wow. Let's see what happened here. This is... Oh.
Oh, wow, that is
Oh dear.
remarkable.
Physics have been created there. And Mark Chapman is... Which LMP2 is that? I can't quite see on the right-hand side. Well, we're not going to see... Whoever it is probably going to get a penalty for that, because there was no gap to go through on the right hand side there, and we're trying to force one anyway. It's ended up with the Audi in the wall. Let's see, there's the damage to the Celeritas car, just behind the very damaged Twisted Racing Team car. So Eclipse Racing Team, after saying to us earlier, Simon Dodd joined us earlier on and he's driving that car at the moment. He said to us, we might be able to get a top 5 here if a couple of people have problems, but the two cars in front of them have had problems now, and they've been able to overtake both of them, and they're up to 4th position here in this race, which would be their best result of the season. But that was very bizarre, but certainly on the LMP2, I've got to say.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, sometimes those sort of collisions are down to netcode, but yeah, it just seems that was slightly clumsy driving from the P2 trying to get through, and yeah, well, physics just, wow, that, yeah, they were there sort of, and then just decided not to have any of it, and the Audi unfortunately ended up on its roof. That's going to be a long tow back to the pit lane because a very long lap here at Spa. But yeah, if you're in an Audi, you are a good likelihood of not having a good day by any stretch of the imagination. But yeah, a remarkable incident, it must be said. And well, the team that wanted to capitalise on it, Simon Dodd's team, just there are absolutely no complaints from them at all. They'll be not that they would, not that you want to wish misfortune on your opponents, but yeah, they're certainly going to be having no complaints whatsoever.
Yes. 3 minutes of a lead here for V3 Racing. But they will be making a stop at the end of this lap for Mike Sheppers. At Elpo, I don't believe that Mike Sheppers was there for the Sebring race that we had not so long ago. Try and find out. Yeah, I think it was Dan Alpol and Kiefer McKenna. And with all respect to McKenna, he wasn't quite as quick as Alpol, and he wasn't able to keep up really with the RSR cars. Still managed to get second place, which is a good result, considering their championship rivals only gained a few points on them. They retained their lead. Dan Alpol really did need that little bit of support from Mike Sheppers to maybe win that race. But in the end, he's got it here today at Spa. He is making full use of it and running with it. Nearly a lap and a half's lead at this stage. 3 minutes, but that's about to come right down now because he is into the pit lane from the lead. It's a I can only imagine what it's like, that, but it must be a very nice position to be in. Over a lap in the lead, very nearly a lap in the lead when it all corrects itself, but they're very comfortable right now.
Yeah, comfortable, but you cannot get complacent at all because, well, as today have proven, as recent times have proven, you cannot be complacent. You can't afford to be complacent because it can all go wrong in a matter of seconds. All it takes is, a substantial crash, a tow. Maybe they've used their fast repair a little bit earlier on, and then we'll have to actually repair the damage. But yeah, certainly they're doing everything they can in their power. There's many things that you can't control when it comes to motorsport. There's a lot of things you can. And everything in their power, their strategy, their consistency, and their pace over their rivals has certainly put them in the best position possible, in the most dominant position possible. Because it's not oftentimes that you see an endurance racing teams taking such a dominant stance, full credit to them. But yeah, of course, it can be argued to be sort of more of an easy ride now to the finish, but it absolutely by no means is, because you still have that pressure of driving with the race lead for the next hour or so, and that pressure can certainly build up and can quite oftentimes break drivers who will crack under the pressure.
Let's go back to GT3 AM just on that note, because Satellite Racing are closing in on 303 Racing with Cole Pierce. I'm afraid he's really fallen apart a little bit through the mid part for his final stints here. As I said earlier on, he was only called up to this team this morning, was part of Condor Prime Motorsport before, well, as early as 14-16 hours ago. He was still part of that team, and had a last minute change because Jerome Rains, who did the first 4 hours of this race, has needed the drivers. Needed an extra driver. Carl Pierce also needed drivers, and so the two of them came together under the 303 Racing banner. Is now running 5th position, trying to hang on, but he's being caught at a rapid rate of knots by James Zuber. Who have you commented on James Zuber before, Zach? I feel like you must have at some point. Seen him on another sim off. I can say, can't I? Seen him on R-Factor 2 a lot for Satellite Racing. He's been at that team for ever since Drillers Esports disbanded, and which has happened quite a while ago now. It must be approaching 2 years. He's been a part of Satellite since then, and now he's really bearing down on this Porsche and the Sol McLaren, although we're not going to see the fight, god damn it, because the 303 Racing car comes into the pit lane for its final stop of the day.
I do recall James Zuber. I think I do remember the name. His name and reputation does live on, and I've not been around for very long. That is based on my experience of remembering things, i.e. tracks, the fact I remember him does show that he must be pretty memorable. But that is a shame that we didn't get the fight between the two, as the 303 does come into the pit lane. And well, he's been driving through the pit lane for so long, pretty much since I started talking, and he's still not made it to his pit box just yet. That just goes to show how long this pit lane is, and yeah, it's certainly a long drive. And he's coming in here, willingly on a scheduled stop. Having a drive-through or something like that just must be absolutely painful, as you just see everyone else past you going full speed, zooming past you. It must be one of the most disheartening feelings you can get as a sim racer.
Yes, it must be. I have to say, I'm starting to wonder when you're gonna. I'm glad you've realised that it's Spa that we're looking at here, because
really,
your track knowledge is not great. I can't be. To be fair, it's an F1 track though, so you'll be all right. But
I was astonished. Spa, really?
Yeah, funnily enough. Oh dear, we do have fun. Anyway, Rd4 is approaching. Just monitoring this gap really more than anything else than closing in or anything. He's getting passed by the GT3 Pro leader there. That's Danilo Hopman. Who's getting reeled in ever so slightly by Ethan Bass on the last lap, but not too much. Felix Pearl has not really been able to close in on him too much either. It looks like he's going to get third place no matter what happens here, so he won't be too disappointed. He won't be too angry about the fact that he had to come in and make that stop, of course. But either way, let's see. Mark Chapman's still in the pit lane, by the way. Nearly 8 minutes. I wonder how long it would take to repair a car that's been grabbed in by the Armco barrier and flipped over on its roof. We're about to find out.
We certainly will. I've had a very limited experience in endurance racing. I've done one. It was the 6 hours of Le Mans. I did the first 2 hours, got into turn 1, and just was absolutely shafted. I didn't actually cross the start-finish line before I got punted into, and then, of course, down in towards the first Mulsanne chicane, I got smacked into. That damage took us around about, I think, because our fast repair didn't work, we then had to do a lap damaged, bring it back in, and then the pit repairs was something around about, I think, 20, 25, maybe even 30 minutes, and over the course of the race, yeah, damage did take a toll. I think David will be familiar with that, actually, because he was commentating on the event. We spent a good portion of that race in the pit lane, so yeah, damage, it does really take a while, especially if you have taken a pretty hefty whack. And of course, they did have to wait quite a while to be towed back to the pit lane, and around such a long lap like Spa, that in itself is going to take a couple of minutes.
I really do need to get myself the facilities to actually do races for once, because I'm really starting to get the urge to do it. I've got to be honest. Yeah, I've got to get on it at some point, haven't I? To do that kind of thing. But yeah, I love how the fact that your series of woes there didn't put me off at all.
That's enticed you to come in.
I know. You just had a miserable time, and I'm like, oh, that sounds like great fun. Anyway, Daniel Taylor comes over the line once again here. This is completing his 140th lap of the race so far. 11 seconds is his margin over Sean Campbell, and the chase is really on between those two. Oh no, as Stephen Martinez goes into the wall. That's from second place in the GT3 AM category, and he drops way down. He's got, it's bad suspension damage as well. From second place, they were trying to chase down the leaders. I know the gap's very large, but they were trying to chase down the leaders, and that car will have to be repaired.
Oh,
it was the GT3 Pro leaders as well, by the way, that tipped them into the spin. There it is.
Well, here we go. Take a look in slow motion. You can see Martinez a little bit wide going in. Had to get onto the anchors. That car was going round. And then Hoffman just sealed the deal. Went into pretty much T-boned them. And then sent them on a collision course to the barrier. And for both of them, of course, Hoffman is leading the way in the GT3 Pro. So that's going to be certainly suboptimal for him. But for Martinez, the driver who, again, is boasting success in the GT3 AMs, it's frustrating, because that is going to be a long pit stop if they don't have their fast repair. But even then, it's pretty much still a drive through, and we have been talking about how painful those can be. It's still a long drive through the pit lane, and yeah, well, that's just the heartbreak of motorsport sometimes.
I wonder if that Lipa Esports car has got damaged. This car certainly has. Look at it, trying to even get in the pit box is a struggle now. There we go, there we go, finds his box now. But that is disappointing. Big disappointment for Vulture Racing Red. What about this car, though? You can see that damage to the right-hand side as we look at it in the left front. I wonder if we can go on board here and find out if there's any suspension damage. If there is, I think Lipa Esports still have their fast repair, so I still think they're going to be okay. Have they got damage?
A little
they've gotten
bit.
away with it.
Maybe a bit of right hand down, left hand down.
If there's anything, it's minimal.
Marginal, yeah.
Very minimal. So, yeah, I don't think there's any damage there, really. It's hard to tell, really, at this end of the court, at the end of the circuit, admittedly, but I don't think there's any trouble for them at all. Lipa Esports are going to be still continuing on, but these are the kind of scary things that happen in endurance racing, and yeah, they'll be breathing out a very, very big sigh of relief.
Could have ended a lot worse for them, very easily so. I think Holtman did a good job, and luckily for him, hit Martinez just pointing straight, so it wasn't like he was turning or hit him at an awkward angle that damaged the car. It was just a head-on collision that helped him and probably minimised the damage for him. And he's done 2 passes by the pit lane, hasn't come in on either of them. So of course it doesn't warrant an unscheduled stop, which yeah, it boasts just optimistic sides for their sake. And well, yeah, if it was that bad, you certainly would have seen them come in. Seems to just be marginal body work damage, and as we were riding on board, just tiniest of left-hand downs potentially. Of course, over a stint that will drag you down, but there's only 55 minutes left. He's got a 54-second lead. It's not that big of a deal if there is any damage.
No, I don't think so. I think they'll be absolutely fine no matter what. As Eclipse Racing Team come in from 4th, that's Simon Dodd, who's still behind some of the GT3 AM cars after their issues through the opening hour in this race. Euro Urexco is in, though, from 3rd in GT3 AM. Well, it was actually 2nd at the time because of their teammates' problems, but here it is. Urexco makes his way in, and this is going to be a final stop for them. As Simon Dodd making his way into the pit lane for the final time, and a driver change as well. Urexco gets out, and Gary Brown gets back in for the final stint. Interesting call there, because that means either they're going to send Brown out on somebody else's used tyres, or they're going to change tyres for the final 55 minutes.
Well, that is certainly interesting in terms of that, and yeah, of course, sending someone out on old used tyres isn't ideal at all, because as a driver, you jump into a car, you expect the grip to be there, and with old tyres, it is throwing yourself into the deep end. You have to get into a rhythm when the tyres aren't particularly cooperating, and you can't drive at 100%. But if he is jumping in, they've got a fresh set of tyres for the last 54 minutes, he can go absolutely just pushing it to the limit pretty much for the final sprint to the finish, and well, that will certainly give that car a nice little bit of extra pace.
It would, as we go on board with Dan Alpole at the moment. I've seen Kiefer McKenna in the chat, by the way, who is watching apparently, but he's been very rude about Dan Alpole and Mike Sheppers there. I'm not going to repeat that, but yeah, go and see it for yourself. You can, there we go. 1 minute 20 though is their margin that they've got over Effect Esports, and the battle for 3rd is certainly on behind. But that's a look at the overall standings. You can just see the way this team have absolutely decimated the standings here today. Nobody else has really had a look in all day long. Ever since first moment, they've led almost every lap in this race. I don't think it's quite true. Maybe 1 or 2 during a pit stop cycle. It may not have led, but other than that, it's been dominance from them.
Yeah, absolutely hats off to them, and yeah, it's not often that you can. Well, it does take a lot to boast such a dominant success, and it's not often that you do see it. But yeah, they're doing everything right, and to just get into a rhythm. Now, of course, all of the teams will be doing hours and hours of practice and getting their setups, getting their drivers acclimatized, and doing everything the right way, not just jumping into an endurance race with no practice, because from experience that doesn't work at all. But yeah, that is that's how you succeed, is practice, doing well, and having a good team around you. And just to go from lap 1, of course, maybe potentially a little bit lucky just to not get caught up in the carnage, the melee that can happen in turn the first stint, really not to be hit by any traffic. Yes, there's a bit of luck, but again, as I was saying earlier, out of the things they can control, they've done everything right. And just needs to hope that they can have similar fortune for the last 52 minutes.
In GT3 AM is into the pit lane. This is going to be a very important pit stop coming up here. Are we going to see tyres taken by this 959 car. Oh, and big slide there from Tanapol. But Twisted Racing Team Ferrari have a chance to possibly win this race. Are they going to be able to take it or not? Kaden today, 5th place in the standings after taking a 2nd at the Sebring race. I think they're going to move right up the order here today into 2nd in the standings. Although I couldn't tell you for sure on that one. We'll find out at the next round at Monza when all the maths has been done properly. But James Howard has a big chance to win this race here with just over 50 minutes to go. Will he be taking tyres or not? He's still yet to come to a stop in his box, which is just an illustration of how long this pit lane really is. It's the leader in GT3 Pro also comes in. There he is though. Oh, there's Stuart Reynolds, who's gotten into that car for Harry Wills. Finally, the repairs on that car are done. After, well, I'll say finally. That's them rejoining again. Oh no. They've been...
Oh no, not again, surely.
So they've repaired, got Stuart Reynolds into the car, but then realised that this car's actually not quite right anymore. And so they go back into pit lane once again. Jeremy Littleton does get into this car though. The Twisted Racing Team car has a driver change. Now, is it going to be tyres as well, or fuel only? Are we going to see tyres or not? We've already got Panda 1 White into the lead here, but that's not unexpected. I think we are seeing tyres here for Jeremy Littleton. We are certainly seeing tyres. Now then, well, this race has really turned on its head now. Approaching a minute for Littleton here. So, this is a long stop for 50 minutes to go. This is almost a full fuel stop here. A minute 5, we're still going. A minute 6. That's a very long stop. As Yannick Bukov gets into the Lipo Esports car for the final hour. But yeah, what's the gap between Vulture Racing Gold and Twisted Racing Team? Well, it's still quite a margin, really. We're not really going to see anybody win this other than Panda 1 White or Twisted Racing Team. But it's a waiting game once again to see when Panda 1 come in. And if their 40-second margin is enough, I don't think it is for some reason. The fact that the Ferrari has tyres as well will certainly be able to defend itself very well.
Yeah, certainly so. Sorry, I just had to swallow some spit there. That was not fun at all.
Nice.
Yeah, it's yeah. Anyway, problems as a commentator is that you go to speak and then your throat just doesn't work at all. Yeah, you're welcome for that, everyone. Nice insight into what it's like to be a commentator. Very, very fun. And it doesn't help that I have a sore throat and can't actually swallow without it hurting either. But regardless, we have a race on our hands, and yeah, as we were saying a little bit earlier on, Ewan, with the with whether or not they would take tyres, that Twisted Racing Team Ferrari. They've bit the bullet. They can't, as I was saying earlier on, use the full extent of those tyres with only 49 minutes left to go in this race. But that extra stop, that is slightly abnormal and could bring Panda 1 White, of course, back into the mix because they had, what was it, I think 50-second advantage over the pit stop to Twisted Racing Team. But the gap was around about, I think, 40-ish, 50 seconds before the pit stop. So this could really even things out. And if Panda 1 White do manage to get track position, you would expect Twisted Racing Team to be able to blitz past with their fresh tyres. But I don't think it was too long ago that Panda 1 took tyres themselves. So, yeah, this race has really been sprung on its head, and we could see a close fight for the race lead here.
Panda 1 White most recently took tyres during their unscheduled pit stop with about 2.5 hours to go when they went into the wall on the exit of the Curve Paul Frere. So that's when they last made their stop in this race. I don't think they're going to need to make another stop, really, in this one. And I don't think they will make another stop at all. Another change of tyres. However, they've still got to go through this long pit lane, and they've got to stop in their box and fuel up, and then get out again in front of Twisted Racing Team, in my opinion, because that car with Jeremy Littleton has currently got tyres on it. You're not going to be able to overcome that if you haven't got tyres yourself, which they won't. So I think the odds are really stacked against them, and somehow, I mean, you weren't here for this. I don't think, but we spoke to Jeremy Littleton with just over 2 hours to go. They were 4th position, a good over a minute off the lead, and Jeremy Littleton told us they have a plan to maybe have an outside chance of getting onto this podium on the bottom step of the podium. I was even sceptical of them managing that, but it looks like they might be able to manage the top step of the podium after all of this.
Well, yeah, that would be a remarkable turnaround for them, and yeah, they probably should have set their sights a little bit more ambitious because they've certainly delivered on that promise to put themselves in contention. Still, of course, 47 minutes left of this race. Still a long way to go. Anything can happen, and we're still waiting for whether of course, that fight for the race lead will swing in their favour. But yeah, either way, they've put themselves into, at least, you have to argue, a guaranteed podium if things stay as they are and there's no, sudden, abnormal turn of events. They have done a remarkable job, and that's the thing of just not. It's never over until it's over. They've not being in the best situations a little bit earlier on, but they're pushed on. They've done everything right. They've done everything they can. Kept themselves out of trouble. That's the most important thing. Capitalised on potentially the misfortunes of the likes of Martinez going round and having that damage, being able to capitalise off mistakes like that. And have put themselves right in the mix for a good shot at this. And while it will be close, those fresh tyres should really help them to be favourites. And yeah, well, that is a true underdog story if I've ever seen one.
Yes, absolutely. This is, by the way, is a battle for position out there on the road, as we've got another retirement to tell you about. Mark Chapman, I do believe, is now out of the race after that issue with the LMP2 at the top of Radion there. They are now out of the race to become our third confirmed retirement of the day. Stuart Reynolds, is he a confirmed retirement? Quite possibly as well. We are certain to lose a few cars towards the end, but I think every car that started today will get... Oh no, excuse me. Every car that started today, excluding 499, will get points here today. So that is good news for everybody there. Unfortunately, the 499 team will not in this one. Another battle that is developing as well, along with the one that's between Gary Brown and Simon Dodd, is the one between James Zuber catching Carl Pierce at the moment. The gap 4 seconds right now, and it's the battle for the final spot inside at the top 5. It's all very close at that part of the order as well. So there could be multiple changes soon. But James Zuber looked very quick. He had to come in. Obviously, lost a bit of time in those pit stops, but he's out once again. He's closing in once again on that 303 car.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, that battle came into a slightly anticlimactic end last time these two were close, as the 303 came into the pit lane. But yeah, Zuber does seem to be quite close, and that pace of that 29 does seem to be quite good as well. Their last laps, a 19.99 for Carl Pierce and 18.7 for Zuber. As that gap should you'd expect to be closing down, and yeah, fingers crossed we can, as I said, we can get a good fight between them. And you always go into an endurance race, especially, or any race really, setting yourself sort of targets. Obviously finishing the race, a 6-hour race, getting to the end is a good achievement. Then you're like, okay, if we've got some good pace, top 10 might be something to aim for, top 5, top 3, and then of course taking the win is going to be quite, that's always what everyone aims for. They're all racing drivers, they're all going to want to win. But yeah, for Zuber to be just on the outskirts of a top 5, that's always something you want to aim for, because yeah, just finishing inside the top 5 sounds a little bit nicer than just saying, oh yeah, finish P6, and as a bonus, gets another couple of points for his championship tally as well.
Yeah, another 3, I think. Yes, he does. Another 3 points there. Basically, you get 3 points a position if you're inside the top 9 and you're moving forward. Yeah, that's good for them as well. To be fair, everybody's inside the top 9 in all the classes here today. But either way, out through the curve pull through again. Just saw on your screen there, Simon Dodd making his way through on Gary Brown in the Ultra Motorsports Gold car. So that was a pass for 12th in the overall standings, but not a pass for GT3 in either of the categories really. It's a pro getting past an AM car there. So there's not too much to get excited about there, but they might be soon in that battle for 5th in GT3 AM. James Zuber trying to close in to the top 5 there, and it's great to see, we've mentioned this throughout the day as well, but it's great to see the McLaren getting another run out. And here it is, the flame-throwing McLaren as it is. Satellite Racing at the moment, getting a run out here. And knocking on the door of a top 5, and I think they're going to get it. They've got over 40 minutes to make this move.
Yeah, certainly have time on his side as James Huber, and of course, being the experienced sim racer he is, will certainly know when and when not to pick those moments. And yeah, that car just has a massive amount of pace advantage. And of course, representing the McLaren, we saw in the GT3 Championship on Wednesday for the press week, we saw a couple of Ford GTs out there as well, which was representing doing well. I think it was Ethan Bass who's on the grid today as well, representing the Fords. He's not punished himself for him and his team to take in a 6-hour race over the course of this endurance season, which is probably the right course of action. But yeah, it is nice. Of course, while the McLaren we have in iRacing isn't my favourite McLaren chassis, I do love just McLarens in general, and yeah, the flames out of the exhaust is. Yeah, it's just very aesthetically pleasing, and yeah, he's certainly got some good pace behind him as well. That gap, I think, over the last lap has come down from, I think, about 4.5 seconds now to on the fringes of just nearly below 2. So yeah, Juba has got some pretty good pace.
He has just flicked the lights on there as well. That remarkably in iRacing he didn't even used to be able to do back in the non time progression days, whatever you call that. When we used to do whole 24-hour races in the daylight. That's thankfully those days are gone, and we do get a day-night transition now. Also, rain just around the corner. I don't know if you've noticed so far in this race, Zach, but I've only picked it up a couple of times. But I think accidentally, a couple of drivers been knocking their windscreen wiper button by accident. I think for the first time, very recently, for the first time in our racing ever, you can finally use your windscreen wipers. Not that there's ever going to be any rain at the moment, but it is an indication that it is only just around the corner, and we're very excited about it.
We can hope. We can hope. My experience on iRacing, again, very limited. I am new. Sorry, guys. I am a bit of a snob. But yeah, iRacing, it's rain would be, I think, it's wanted, as we see Ian Peterson coming into the pit lane for the SBI Esports. They were fighting with RSR by butt kicker quite heavily a little bit earlier on. But while rain is something that pretty much everyone in the iRacing community wants, when it does come, it's going to be a massive learning curve for pretty much anyone. And I would feel sorry for anyone who has to put up with other people in rain lobbies, because yeah, that would just be a lot of carnage, but also yeah, a lot of fun. But yeah, it would make endurance racing quite spectacular, because you have rain in other sims, the likes of R Factor 2, and well, that always spices things up just a little bit to have that dynamic weather. And yeah, to have it in such a sim like iRacing, which prides itself on its realism, yeah, rain should be quite interesting. But yeah, at the moment, those the windscreen wipers pretty obsolete unless you're trying to get a bug off your windscreen, which I don't think iRacing is quite that realistic, to be honest.
Well, it is very realistic in terms of picking up stuff on your windscreen. Use the tear-offs or whatever, or the visor tear-offs if you're driving an open-top car, of course. But yeah, I just hope that when it comes, we can have transitions between the rain as well, rather than it just being this race is raining and this race is sunny. Because at the moment the iRacing 24-hour races particularly do seem slightly stale without rain, but it's good to see that it is on the way as we go on board with Sean Campbell in the 4th position right now. Only 2.5 seconds up to Orbit Motorsport Mars, although not a great run through the pit path chicane because of a bit of traffic there. Has set Campbell back ever so slightly. He's going to try his... Oh, dearie me, onto the grass! Going through on the Eclipse Racing Team car. That's exactly why GT3s are often told to stay on the line and not move from that, because very easily you can find yourself in a lot of trouble.
Wow, that was close for Sean Campbell. He had to really react, and that's the thing. Of course, while it is the LMP2's job, is Sean Campbble coming into the pit lane, so is about a pit stop back on the Orbit Motorsport Mars car, and we'll see how this one transpires as the into the pit lane. But yeah, we always do say that it is the GT's the P2's job to lap safely, but equally, the GT3s just have to do their thing. It is tempting just to be like, oh, it'll be nice, I'll move out the way and not make them do any work. But in actual fact, not being predictable often causes a lot more incidents. And that was just a very, very close call, especially because of the speed difference coming off Paul Frere between the P2s and the GT3s. That could have been a massive crash that, well, I don't think Sean Campbell or the GT3 would have wanted at all.
Now, Ian Peterson has been in the pit box for he's approaching 3 minutes now. I don't know why he is in the pit lane for so long. Is there damage on that car? I don't think too much of it, because it is the final stops, and it was within the 40 minutes to go markers. That's Campbell going on the grass to avoid the Eclipse car. That could have been so much worse, but I do feel like Ian Peterson has had a worse moment himself. Now, I think we caught a brief glimpse of the 32 there. It didn't look damaged. There he is. 3¼ minutes now. That car doesn't look damaged to me, so why on earth did he stop so long in his box here?
That is a strange one. Hopefully one that we can figure out, because yeah, no pit stop that is scheduled, and apparently he left the pit lane about 10 minutes ago. I'm not entirely sure what's going on, whether there's some connection issues or what, but yeah, Sean Campbell is in and out, and at least on our production feed, that 32 is still stationary. So yeah, well, it's a weird one.
I'm not sure who left the pit lane 10 minutes ago, because Ian Peterson's still there now.
Apparently David Christie.
Okay, oh, okay, so Ian Peterson has made pit stops in quick succession here, apparently is what we're hearing. That was very confusing there, because someone I was watching on pit lane was told not in there anymore. There he is going in. I mean, it looks at a decent pace. Yeah, he looks like he's going at a decent pace. There doesn't seem to be
straight.
Any damage. Yeah, the steering wheel's straight, all the body panels are straight. I don't quite know why this is taking now 4.5 minutes. And the problem they've got is that Will Lindley is not that far away. He's only about half a lap, 3/4 of a lap behind, and not too far from taking that 5th position away, as Daniel Taylor is also into the pit box. A more interesting battle perhaps to watch might be between Daniel Taylor and Sean Campbell, because Campbell made a 34-second pit stop there. Daniel Taylor's about to make his. Will he come out ahead of Campbell or not?
But we're going to have to wait and see. This is Carl Pierce going to have a look at what happened to the 303 car. That is, I think, Juba getting his way through on the run towards P1. Was Carl Pierce caught out a little bit? Oh, a little bit sideways, very sideways, and skating through. Luckily for him, he's still pointing relatively the right way. Just has to, well, that is a long way off the track, probably moving himself way off as to not get hit and keeping it off the racing line until he gets up to speed. But that is a shame for Carl Pierce, but it seems to be a fairly easy move for Juba to get his way through. But yeah, that is an easy mistake to make, especially when you're knocked out of rhythm, and still that SPR car is still stationary. That is, yeah, weird.
Daniel Taylor has come out of the pit lane and he's ahead of Sean Campbell. His pit stop time was a bit shorter, but there's nobody even in that car anymore. Here's Dan Elpole, but where is Sean Campbell versus Daniel Taylor on the track? I think they're coming up towards Le Com now. I think they are actually a couple of laps behind this Dan Elpole now. Maybe 3 laps down. I think, no, 2 laps down at this stage, although we are still waiting for the leaders to come in again. Making their way through on the satellite racing car, newly into the top 5 in GT3 AM. Just a few seconds in front of Sean Campbell. We are going to get that fight for 3rd place on the road, Zach. I'm very glad about that, because I want to see those two fight it out on the road rather than let someone make it in the pit stops. I know pit strategies are always impressive as well, but watching an on-track overtake is a bit more, maybe.
Certainly the more entertaining way of settling a position, especially from us in the commentary booth, and of course everyone else at home. While strategies can be nail-biting to see the difference, it is always nice to see it come down to the last 33 minutes, especially for a podium position in the top category here in the LMP2s. This is the Effect Esports car. Paul Busby heading his way in. He is a fair margin ahead over the 3 and 4 of the Orbit Motorsports Mark car and the RSL by Butt Kicker. Those two are the ones that we are focusing on. Daniel Taylor and Sean Campbell, who hopefully will have a pretty good fight over 3rd place, because yeah, I'm sure Sean Campbell wants to get himself onto the podium. I'm sure Daniel Taylor wants to keep that podium, so both of them have a pretty sizable incentive to battle it out a little bit.
Yeah, they do. This is the GT3 Pro leader at this stage in the race, and has been for the entirety of this one pretty much. I think they literally have led every race. Dear me. What have they done? They've led every lap of this race. That's what they've done in this GT3 Pro category. Nearly 55 seconds worth of a lead They did use their fast repair at the last stop. I can see that damage repaired now on the front left, front right as we look at the head-on shot. It just doesn't look out of place anymore as Jeremy Rest now makes his way out of pit lane in 5th place and ahead of SPR. So they do drop now down to 6th position. And it's still puzzling as to why they are there in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely. Not entirely sure as to why they're actually stopped. But yeah, while they're staying there for so long, maybe hardware issue, maybe a disconnect, maybe Ian Peterson was scheduled to come out of the car and his teammate hasn't shown up. Maybe that is a pretty curvable thing, but surely Ian Peterson would have just got back into the car and carried on going. Either way, not entirely sure, and I'm sure we'll find out in due course, and as soon as we do get it, we will give it to you all at home. Still on board with Sean Campbell. He's chasing the Orbit Motorsport Mars car. 3.5 seconds is the gap between the two. Half an hour of racing left to go, and that 56 is chasing the 217 for the podium place. And as I was saying, both of them will certainly want that podium place in terms of finishing on the podium is always a nice achievement. Makes everything feel a lot more worth the time and effort you put into preparing and both actually doing the race, and well, in terms of a championship as well, every point counts, especially in this shorter season.
Yes, it's only 6 rounds and 1 drop week as well, let's not forget, so that's all to factor in. Drew Blanchimont for Sean Campbell. He's not going to lose much time there at all. McLaren in the right position. Campbell to get through without too many major problems, and into the final chicane. Working at the wheel. These guys are both on triple stinted tyres for the final half an hour of this race, and this battle's going to continue on for the final of this race as well. It's going to be an interesting battle. It's going to be hopefully fought out on the track. Daniel Taylor versus Sean Campbell. I think Campbell is going to get there because he was quicker beforehand, and he's going to be desperate to get through in the context of the championship because of the amount of points he's already losing to V3 Racing. Just want to make sure that amount of points is as little as possible.
Limit the damage, of course, especially when V3 have been so dominant. Of course, look at the gap between themselves and Effect Esports. That is a 2 minute and 41 second gap, and between Effect and Orbit, a further 1 minute and 44 seconds. So the gap between the two championship rivals is fairly sizable, to say the least. And while there has probably been a lot of different factors to take into account, as there always is in racing, yeah, Sean Campbell and his team over at RSR by Butt Kicker will want to limit any point deficit they can, and just going into the last 2 rounds, just being able to feel slightly more comfortable that the championship isn't slipping away. But if V3 continue this pace, that run of form, of course the mental side of things, they can carry that confidence and that momentum into the final 2 rounds and just potentially for them completely dominate. Of course, a lot of things, as I've said, are out of their control, but in terms of their pace, their consistency, and their confidence, they will carry that forward. And that they will be a formidable force to beat. So RSR have to do pretty much everything they can just to try and stay in touch.
Yeah, if they were to finish right now, the gap would extend by 9 points and become 14 with 2 races to go. And that would be maybe too much. As Gary Brown, I wonder why he dropped back so much. Oh dear, it's into the wall for Vulture Racing Gold. Now where has he ended up here? Cole Pearce is right on his tail because of this. We might have a battle between the 303 and the Vulture car, and we do. I thought the 303's chances of a top 5 were completely over when they lost out to Satellite Racing, but that is not the case. Cole Pearce has got a chance to almost still feel like he's got a chance to redeem himself here with a pass on Gary Brown and a move back into the top 5 once again. We go on board with Blanchimont, and the 2 of them are going to fight this out as well. There's a number of fights developing here in the final half an hour.
Yeah, absolutely loving it. And of course, potentially that Vulture Racing Gold car might have a little bit of damage. That rear wing does look slightly bent. That will affect them just a little bit after that tap with the barrier, so we'll have to see how much that's affecting him. Of course, Carl Pearce has had a spin during their stint. That won't hit his tyres anywhere, but he didn't hit the wall, so his car is still in top tip shape and is able to move forward. The gap 0.5 of a second, well and truly within the slipstream range, and from here all the way down towards the braking zone of Lake Com, maybe a bit of a lift through Eau Rouge before they got up the crest of Radion, but other than that, completely flat out. Car appears a little bit wide, managed to keep the car rolling with enough momentum through the Kemmel Kink and down the Kemmel Straight. He is closing at an absolute rate of knots. Is it close enough in order to go for the move? We'll soon find out.
Well, both of them in Porsches, but one of them undamaged, and I think that's being writ large for us at the moment. Carl Pierce outside line, but did not decide to go for it at the moment. By the way, did you just say top tip shape instead of tip top shape?
No, I said tip top shape.
Oh,
I don't know what you're saying, mate. I have absolutely no clue. David will agree on me. I think everyone else at home will agree on me as well.
I didn't.
Just gaslight Ewan into thinking I said.
Yeah, you did say it. Yeah, I know you said. I'm sure I wasn't hearing things. Anyway, the battle will continue on for the final 25 minutes. Also worth keeping an eye on James Zuber here because he's absolutely flying. We've not seen much of him all season. I don't think we've seen any of him yet this season. But Michael Kulaga is getting closed in on quite quickly at this point. 2 seconds last lap, and it's closing in again here as side-to-side contact. A bit of a dive from Carl Pierce, and they go side by side through the chicane. Well, the move was definitely on, but it wasn't quite successful on that occasion.
Bit of a, argy-bargy between the two. Going to take another look at it on the run towards pit path. Carl Pierce going for the absolute send, dummying it to the inside. Bit of contact between the two, as I don't think Brown was really particularly eager to give that 5th place up. And they run side by side. I think Pierce eventually just had to back out of that one, but the fight's still well and truly on as they go through Blanchimont. Gap 0.4 of a second. Both of them seem quite feisty, quite fierce in how they approach this battle. So, yeah, you should certainly see this one. And back up towards the LMP2s as we've got the fight between Daniel Taylor and Sean Campbell for 3rd place in LMP2s. I think Sean Campbell just held up a little bit by some traffic. And once again, coming back to this fight for the top 5, we're having to look up and down across the categories. And, well, certainly not complaining at all.
No, absolutely. It was a nice move from Carl Pierce, I have to say, into the Piff Paff chicane, but wasn't able to make it stick on that occasion. We ride on board now with the 303 racing car. They go up the hill through Eau Rouge Radion. This is where the overtakes are made or denied, and it's a nice run through there, arguably nicer than the last occasion. He's closer at this stage. And we see that immediately with Gary Brown defending straight away onto the straight rather than halfway down. And Carl Pierce is going to go through with this as well and try and make this move. He pulls to the very outside line. He brakes late as possible. Can he make his way all the way around there, though? He's done a nice job, and the two of them are going to run side by side. Inside line, though, for Gary Brown at Malmedy, and he's going to shut the door in Carl Pierce's face, although he's not quite going to give up just yet. Inside line into Bruxelles, quite possibly. Oh, it's close. Very nearly getting into the side of the Vulture Racing Gold car. Still side by side as they run towards No Name Corner. Maybe a smoother run through here for Pearson. Another move going down towards Pouon. It's another nice run. Will he dive for it here? It's a high-speed corner, and a corner you don't see moves made often. Oh, it's so close between the two. Gary Brown just about gives enough space. He runs out wide, and Carl Pierce is going to finally have that place.
Beautiful racing between the two. Is Brown going to come back at him in towards Piff Paff? You can see Pierce does have to go onto the defensive. Maybe defending thin air, potentially. That's always going to keep Brown well and truly on his tail. But great respect shown between the pair of them. And Carl Pierce managing to consolidate that move up into 5th place. But as they go through Stavelo and Paul Frere, that run through Blanchimont towards the bus stop chicane, you have to bet that Vulture Racing Gold car is going to use that slipstream just to stay in touch, potentially manufacture another move under brakes. He has been quite feisty, quite argy-bargy with his moves, quite aggressive, and he should be able to send it under brakes through the absolute nearly flat out corner here at Blanchimont. You can see Pierce having to go on to defensive. Brown going to look to the outside. Pierce able to bring it back over to the left and is not going to have to be on the defensive. Both in Porsches, both giving it absolutely everything. And well, it was fantastic racing between the two. Started at Lake Com, ended all the way down at No Name. That just goes to show how long they were staying side by side.
Yeah, they were side by side for so long, and it was absolutely great to watch. Cut back through Malmedy, gave him the inside for Bruxelles, but he never really looked convinced he was going to go through here. It was the smoother run through No Name Corner that really set this one up. You see here, he just makes Brown defend the inside line. That's a nice run through himself. Brown runs a little bit wide, and then Pierce is coming from this point He's actually still quite far back on the way into P1, but he goes for it anyway. And here we go again. He's going to have to defend on this occasion. Harry Brown is on the offensive this time. Outside line for him. He's not going to go for it into the corner. Cole Pearce made absolutely sure of it. Here comes Brown, maybe up the inside through the final part. That was well defended from Pearce. You saw how deep he went into Lecombe. It could have exposed him, and he still maybe has. Outside line through Bruxelles is a very long way around, though. And so he won't be able to make the move done there.
Yeah, unfortunately not, as we see Sean Campbell managed to get through into P3 in the MP2 category. This is Daniel Taylor going for a spin through the bus stop chicane, swings it back around in nice fashion, but unfortunately hasn't been able to to bring it back. And Gary Brown has gone for a spin after a hard-fought fight with a 303. Have they ended in tears? Getting word in the YouTube chat that these two have come to blows before through No Name. All over the rear end of the Porsche in front of him. I think he's just topped it round, and yeah, well, that rear end certainly was not complying by any means, and that's what happens when you're pushing so hard for a top fight. But that is a shame, because, well, those two were having an absolute banger of a fight, and it's come to a premature end with 20 minutes to go.
It has, unfortunately. So the two of them now 10 seconds apart, with Cole Pearce back inside the top 5 again, and Gary Brown being in contention for the win at one point. Now not even inside the top 5. GT3 AM has been probably the most entertaining category today to watch. And it's still not quite over. 33 seconds though with 20 minutes to go is too far for Vuna S to do anything about Jeremy Littleton out front. Sim Racing Team Ferrari have turned this one around in a matter of a couple of hours. Turned it in their favour. And they've done a great job to do that as well. Gap between Campbell and Taylor is also only going to grow at this point. It must be really, really difficult for Taylor to take that one though, because basically one mistake there it's all boiled down to, and it's cost them a podium. He's going to be very frustrated with himself.
Yeah, absolutely, and well, a podium is a good achievement, as we've been echoing throughout the last couple of hours on the stream. And yeah, Daniel Taylor really was so close yet so far in bringing that home, and just the pressure I think maybe of Campbell getting onto his rear end, starting to apply some of that psychological pressure. Daniel Taylor, after what seemed to be a slightly comfortable podium, quickly turned into being under pressure, and that podium being under threat. Still overall has gained 2 places throughout the course of this race, but he certainly would have rather that be 3 and to finish on the podium. And yeah, it's not like like Sean Campbell, well, in Daniel Taylor said, it's not like Sean Campbell has actually in a sense earned that place. He's not overtaken him on track, he's not sent a move, they've not fought side by side for it. It's all on Daniel Taylor, and to Taylor, Campbell has just driven through, and yeah, he certainly will be living with that regret that he could have made it at least a hard time for the 56. But yeah, 19 minutes left to go. I think that's going to be one of the longest 19 minutes he'll have to drive.
Maybe. Now we've gone back to GT3 AM again, because there's a battle developing for a possible podium. James Zuber about an hour ago was in 6th position and looking at maybe scraping a top 5. Well, all of a sudden a podium is now possible, and Vulture Racing Team, after starting with 3 cars today, 2 of them were in contention from the win right from the very start. Now none of them are going to finish on the podium, quite possibly, if James Zuber's got anything to do about it anyway. He is flying. This McLaren is going very strong towards the end of this race, and I have a feeling this overtake's going to be done. 18 minutes is plenty of time for him to make this move.
Yeah, certainly so. And yeah, well, Zuber, he's really turned this around. I think he was sort of 6th place and quite a way off the podium, and now he's within 2 seconds of it. Yeah, Satellite Racing have done a fantastic job with James Zuber at the wheel. That 29 could, as you say, quite possibly get themselves on to the podium. It is going to be quite a hard-fought fight between himself and the 53 in front. We'll have to just see how that transpires, as the sun is well and truly setting, I'm sure, to the absolute delight of you, Ewan. And well, Zuber is closing. 18 minutes to go though. His time is running out. If he does, he first needs to close that 2-second gap, and of course then get through. And we're seeing how hard fought some people can be.
Yeah, it is going to be a hard fought fight battle. By the way, Zach's saying I'm going to be glad to see the sunset because I like sunsets, not because I'm glad to get this race over with. Very much looking forward to this fight for third position that's going to be going on. James Zuber catching Michael Kulaga at the moment. I'm slightly puzzled though as to Zuber's last pit stop time, whether he might have taken on 4 tyres or 2 or what's gone on, because only 56 seconds of a pit stop, which is something you don't often see, but either way, he's clearly making it work at the moment, and only 1 second between the two now. It's got to be a very nerve-wracking feeling Michael Kulaga has got going on at the moment, because, yeah, there's not a lot he can do, really.
Yeah, no, not at all. He's just sort of a passenger, and he has to just maybe accept his fate because, yeah, the rate that James Huber is closing in, it must be a matter of when, as opposed to a matter of if he catches. And yeah, he is well and truly getting a nice view of the rear end of that Ferrari in front, and yeah, he is just been closing it already. Not had some incredible pace. Looking at the last lap, 19.87 for Kulaga. 18.1 as we go across the line once again. It was a 19.7 and a 17.8 for James Huber on that last lap. Nearly 2 seconds quicker. He's now right onto the back of the 53, who will certainly be feeling that pressure. Flat out between pretty much now all the way up until Les Combes, at least taking it above 50% throttle, and Juba all over the rear end. He just has to get a good run, keep the momentum swinging through a Rouge and Radion. He's kept it a nice decent way back so that he can really utilise this slingshot, this slipstream through the Camel Kink. But with his pace, he doesn't need to go for any desperate dives. You can see the car in front going to the right hand side to try and defend, but here comes Juba, not quite close enough to go for the move just yet.
Well, that is surprising. The McLaren has always very traditionally been very good in a straight line. I saw the Ferrari, I don't know if it was this one or not, but one of the Ferraris getting absolutely monstered on the straight earlier. But now James Zuber is going to take advantage with those newer tyres down the inside into Bruxelles. You don't often see this, but he might just be able to make it work. Oh, he shoves out Kulaga. My goodness, that was aggressive. But he's through. He's into the podium positions, and Satellite Racing have really shot up the order in these final moments of this race. James Zuber's through into third place.
And in pretty good fashion as well. He, just absolutely took his opportunity and just absolutely went for it. Did not hesitate at all. And that's exactly what you need, is to just be confident in yourself. He knows he's got the pace. He knows he can make those moves. Just to be confident. Because if he second-guessed himself and hesitated, potentially wouldn't be able to make that move stick. Probably would have maybe gone for a move, backed out of it halfway through, and then realised it's a little bit too late. But yeah, he's got him through. And just look at the gap already. He's been in front for less than half a lap, or around about half a lap, gap already above a second, and that Satellite Racing car, James Huber at the wheel, is absolutely flying. Of course, the gap to the top two is quite substantial. I don't think even he can close that gap unless there's some sort of a miracle, but either way, has been a remarkable job for him. And this is Simon Dodd, the number 6, the Eclipse Racing Team Blue. Up towards the bus stop chicane, are we going to see another similar mistake? Because it has been a corner that has caused quite a bit of trouble, and it pretty much carbon copy of pretty much every mistake we've seen through here.
Yeah, there's been quite a few. As you say, it's just that rising of the road through there that really just unsettles the car for whatever reason, and we've seen quite a few spinning around into the grass so far. But that's still 4th place for Eclipse. So we look at the Michael Kulaga driven Ferrari. Can he do anything to get back at the McLaren? I mean, look at that gap already. It is obvious how much quicker the Satellite Racing car is at this stage. 13 minutes to go. There's surely no way he can come back from this.
Yeah, potentially not. And unless he gets a sudden burst of pace, it's hard to recover, because 30 minutes left to go. It's not like he can really do it on strategy and just rely for things to come his way. It is just a sprint to the finish from here to the end. It is all about raw pace now. Who's put themselves in the best position? Because the last 5 hours and 47 minutes have been leading up to this moment, setting yourself up to be the quickest you possibly can be come the final stint. And that's exactly what the Satellite Racing car has done. And similarly with Sister Racing Team as well, putting on that fresh set of tyres to make sure they're quickest for this final stint, just to ensure that they're not too vulnerable and they can be the ones to press forward and not be the ones on the back foot. That's exactly what they've done, and that's exactly what you need. And as we always say in endurance racing, that is, races are always won or lost in the pit lane. They put themselves in the best position possible.
Look at that, nearly 3 seconds now between these two. Just under 12 minutes to go. Still Twisted Racing Team Ferrari leading in this class and still maintaining the same gap. Surprised they're actually not extending it with the new tyres they've got on. Just driving within themselves, it seems, almost at this point. Under and White are not going to be able to do anything about them, surely. We see similar situation in LMP2. Not quite 1 laps of a lead at the moment for V3 Racing, but nearly. And nearly 50 seconds as well in the lead of GT3 Pro. These positions really are quite spread out at this stage, and you'd expect that from an endurance race, it has to be said. Especially when there are 4 retirements from this field. It's to be expected just a little bit. Yeah, we're really into the final 10 minutes or so. Everybody looking to bring it home, really, rather than make up those positions. We've had our battles now. We've had those final changes of position in the final stint, but now it's time just for everybody to keep it on the road and get to the end.
Absolutely, just get to the checkered flag. You've done the hard work, and now it's all spread out again. Just a little bit. No point in going guns a blazing, pushing it for the last 10 minutes because it can so easily go wrong. And the last 5 hours, nearly 6 hours of work could all go down the drain in a matter of seconds, in just a moment. So yeah, just bring it home, get to the checkered flag, and then you'll be able to take a massive sigh of relief and get some well-earned rest. It must be said, but for the V3 racing car, Dan Apollo, at the moment, bringing it home. Him and his team have just done a fantastic job throughout the last 6 hours. Have been so dominant. So pretty much them more than anyone, really. Just going to try and enjoy the last 10 minutes and just bring it home.
I think 5 laps to go. He just went on to there, unless he keeps up a real rapid pace towards the end. Should be 5 laps to go, including this one. Let's talk a little bit about the championship standings coming out of this race then, as the order begins to stabilise. We are going to see V3 Racing take their first win of the season by the looks of things and extend their championship lead that was at 5 points. It's now going to be at 11 ahead of RSR by a butt kicker. And probably Vector by RSR are going to score some points, but yeah, where are they really going to be hard to work out at this stage. They're going to be over 40 points back though, so it really is between those two, 1 and 2 at the moment, the V3 racing car and the 56. And you've got to say that the RSR butt kicker team have done a good job to recover here. Sean Campbell and EJ O'Donnell Lyons, they pitted after only 6 laps with a bit of damage and getting involved in incidents, but they didn't give up at all, and they actually increased their pace very probably after that point, and to recover from last and a lap down after only 10 or 20 minutes and to be third by the end, that is an impressive recovery.
Yeah, don't give up by any means in motorsport, especially endurance racing. 10-20 minutes in, you've still got 5 hours and 40 minutes left to recover, and they've done exactly that. Got on with it, brushed off their mistakes and misfortunes that have happened to them, and just press forward, because that's all you can do. And from then on, just have to do everything right. And yeah, they've now got to be able to reap the rewards from that hard work and not being able to give up. And especially in a championship fight where they wanted to limit the gap to V3 Racing, to be able to finish on the podium and limit that gap as much as possible is certainly going to be a proud moment for the team. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see the battle between Sean Campbell and Daniel Taylor in the 2:17. That gap now branching to nearly in excess of 11 seconds because, of course, the 2:17 did unfortunately make a mistake. But it would have been nice to see Sean Campbell go for the move to get himself on to the podium. But again, his pace on that last lap about one and a half seconds quicker, 1.4 seconds quicker than Daniel Taylor behind. So yeah, it certainly was going to be difficult for Daniel to keep him behind anyway. And RSR have done a great job. As I think pretty much everyone who gets the checkered flag today have done a good job. Yeah,
I would certainly agree. In GT3 Pro, in terms of the championship standings, Lipa Esports Red look on course to take their third win on the bounce. That would give them a very big 24-point championship lead, because RD SimSport championship lead is coming into today by 36 points themselves. Well, that's not true. No, they weren't even championship leaders, I don't think. No, they weren't. But they were up there, and they're not going to score any today, I'm afraid. Panda 1, where are they going to finish after all? They are going to be third in the end. They were looking on course for second until that incident, of course, when Harry Wills crashed and at the curve pull flare and went back into the road. They had to come in. Is that even the same car? What am I talking about? Yes, it was. Sorry, so much has happened. So they might have dropped 3 points there, but even so, dropping another 6 points to Leipert today to add to the 18 they're already behind. They'll be 24 points back, locked on the same points as RD Simsport, but it's pretty much going to be between those two. I mean, with 3 wins on the bounce for Leipert and a 24-point championship lead as well, with only 2 rounds to go, they are certainly in command, as they have been in command of this race.
Yeah, certainly so. They have been the ones setting the benchmark, and no one really has been able to match their level. And certainly with only 2 races to go, you would argue that they are certainly favourites with just their form and their pace, and they are the ones to beat. People will aspire to try and beat them, and if they can, then well done to them. But Leipart, again, one of those teams that, especially in seasons that are only 6 races long, consistency is well and truly awarded. So you can't just turn up on one day, have a good race, and then expect it to be jobs are good in, because that's not the case at all. If you can't just be fluctuating up and down the order, as you see Gary Brown, the 59, into the pit lane with only 6 minutes left to go. Of course, had a little bit of a spin a little bit earlier on. I think it's actually a couple of spins through No Name as well. Whether this for a drive-through or for a stop for tyres, maybe a splash and dash. Either way, that is his chance of a top 5 well and truly out, and he's going to be hoping that he can stay in P6. Luckily for him, SIM3D Racing are over a minute behind, so you shouldn't have to worry too much.
Now we'll see how long this pit stop is, though. It's got to be a splash of fuel. Of course, these races can sometimes go on one lap longer than you're expecting, especially if you are a GT3 car. But it looks like this car might just be serving a drive-through. Yep, maybe an incident limit drive-through there. Very easy to get incident points around Spa, as we know. And after 40x in this race here today, then you do get 1 drive-through penalty here in this race. And that might be exactly what happened there. A bit frustrating in the last 5 minutes, but as you say, with over a minute back to the next car, it's not really too much of a concern or too much of a frustration.
Yeah, no, not at all. And that's a good thing about the field being so spread out, is you can, in a sense, afford to make the mistakes, because there was no way, I don't think, Brown was catching the 33 racing car, who was well and truly ahead, both after their battle and the mistake from Brown. But at least he doesn't have to worry about losing P6 and falling back furthermore. This is Michael Fairchild, the 33 in the SPR Esports Delta, also coming out of the pit lane, 14 laps down. I'm guessing they've spent a fair amount of time in the pit lane and just want to bring it home for the checker flag, potentially.
Yeah, just want to take that car over the line, of course. I want to go back to GT3 AM as well, because we can get a bit of... we'll talk a little bit about the championship standings there as well. Obviously, Puma Coupe and Heim Yellow weren't here today, but they won the first 3 rounds of the season, so the race win really was up for grabs today. And it was, of course, taken by Twisted Racing Team Ferrari. The Twisted Racing Team Ferrari, indeed. They are going to end up on 195 points, which is 15 behind MSC Puma Coupe and Heim Yellow. Only 15 points between them. But it remains to be seen what the plans for the future of this season is for the championship leaders, and what kind of momentum Twisted Racing Team can actually gain off the back of that. But that's an interesting championship fight. I mean, the one in LMP2 is very close, but it's hard to see V3 Racing and RSR really finishing off the podium in these races, which makes it very difficult for RSR to overhaul that margin. But GT3 AM, as I said earlier, it's been the most exciting category today, and certainly the most unpredictable that we've seen. The 6 cars in the top 6 of that category right now are not separated by that much, really.
No, not at all. Just taking a look at the standings now, and that is marginal gaps, really is, and that is exactly what you want to see in a championship battle, because it always does come down to the end. And by the time we get to the final round, I believe it is Le Mans, 8-hour race. If I did check the Canada correctly, I see I'm not completely useless. But yeah, exactly. Oh. I do know that one. I was talking about it earlier, actually, Ewan. I've raced there. So yeah, for me, it's not the most exciting track in the world. It's more the spectacle of the race. But yeah, each to their own. yeah, that is a close championship fight towards the final round is always what you want to see. And as much as it's going to give the commentators a headache as they try to frantically calculate where people are and who's where, it's probably the most entertaining way to end the season off.
It is. I do see what you mean, by the way, about driving on your own at Le Mans is not that exciting. It is a lot of straights, but racing at Le Mans is very, very good indeed. I've even won a 12-hour race there before, so... there you are. I was one of 3, of course, but I'll take a third of the credit.
What split?
What split? What do you mean? It was a league like this, pretty much. Well, not like this, because it wasn't iRacing, but you see what I mean. Anyway.
Get up, what you been down?
Yeah, thanks. Dan Paul, though, is on the final lap at the moment, and he has got a huge lead. Not quite able to lap the field today, which would have been extra satisfying for them, but this win is still pretty satisfying. Less than a minute to go now, and they've really spent the last hour or so just enjoying this. They surely must have known that victory was going to be theirs from far out today. They had a 5-second lead after about 5 or 10 minutes in this race, after the battles going on for second in the first stint of this race. From then on, it really has been very simple. Just keep doing your laps. I'll say that, they nearly end up in an incident. Just do your laps, do your pace, keep things under control, and take the victory. V3 Racing have so craved a win this season. Second place on 3 occasions. Frustrated not to have managed to stand on the top step, but today they will change that here at the 6 Hours of Spa. Final lapped car to negotiate, along with the final bus stop chicane as well. It's late on the brakes. It's tentatively in. Don't want to mess this up late on, but he's not going to. Dan Paul and Mike Shepherd for V3 Racing win the 6 Hours of Spa in the World Series Endurance Championship. What a drive from those guys. Over 90 seconds of a victory. Absolutely massive winning margin in the end. And very deserving winners they are indeed. They take a championship lead of 11 points into the final 2 rounds, and all the confidence they need as well to possibly take home the title as a whole.
Yeah, certainly so. As we wait for, well, it's going to be a long wait for Effect Esports to cross line in second place, waiting for the GT3 Pro and the GT3 AM leaders as well. Bokov is a little bit further back. Same with Littleton, who still has around about half a lap to go to cross the line, but. Yeah, going into those final 2 rounds, taking the lead and having that swing of confidence as well, really going to benefit them over the course, over RSR by butt kicker. But even then, RSR have got a fair share of confidence going in as well, finishing on the podium and limiting the damage. Yeah, it could be a battle of 2 titans.
It's really good as Jeremy Littleton makes his way through the curveball flare for the final time this race. A victory for them. I have to say, I would have been surprised if you told me 2.5 hours ago they got onto the podium. I didn't think it was possible for them. But they have done more than that. They've managed to get this victory. And what a win it's going to be. Final chicane for them. A twisted race indeed. Ferrari make this championship in GT3 AM very interesting indeed, with a victory in the 6 Hours of Spa. Jeremy Littleton brings that car over the line. And what does the rest of the season hold for this team? Could well be a championship stat waiting for them at the end of it. Viper Esports could be in the same boat as well. They take the biggest championship lead of any category going into the 4 Hours of Monza at the start of August. They come over the line right now to win the 6 Hours of Spa. A dominant display from them. The most dominant out of the 3 victories we've had today, quite possibly. Because after all, they did lead every lap. Not even V3 Racing could have done that. Jakub Burkov, though, takes that car over the line. He will take victory at the 6 Hours of Spa along with Danilo Hopman, who was alongside him. A good ending to that race then, Zach. A number of positional changes towards the end there, but there were only going to be 1 winner in each of the 3 classes.
Yeah, absolutely, and it was hard fought amongst some of the guys, and is what we love to see, especially as as I jumped in, 2 hours left of the race to go. He usually does funnel up. Maybe by that point, especially in slightly longer endurance races, everyone is a little bit spaced out. But yeah, everyone's strategy sort of funneled them up and kept them nice and close. A couple of mistakes to spice things up as well. But yeah, it was nice to see a nice bit of action, and especially the dominant affair from the likes of V3 Racing as well.
There it is. V3 Racing take the win by 1 minute 40 ahead of Effect Esports. Then RSR rounding out the podium after their trials and tribulations today. Orbit Motorsport Mars just missed out, and Celeritas finished top 5 ahead of SPR, who for some reason lost 21 laps in the final half an hour there. 499 Racing and Vector by RSR did not make the flag in the end. RSR though should get points, although they didn't abide by the fair share today because it was only Niels Chester, so we'll wait to see how that one pans out in the stewards afterwards. In GT3 Pro, we'll take a look at their results now as well. It was Rd4 Esports who took the win. I think it's actually going to class them as 1 lap ahead of the rest. It is indeed. Orbit Motorsport Mercury were a bit closer, but it's classed as a lap. Panda One even further back with that podium after that incident with Twisted Racing Team, Audi of course. Clips Racing Team were 4th and the final team to cross the line. Celeritas, Twisted and Goldwing all either didn't take the start or didn't take the checkered flag at the end. And finally, the GT3 AM results. It's Twisted Racing Team having more success here. 48 seconds was the margin in the end ahead of Panda One. Satellite Racing with a late charge there to get on the podium. Vulture Racing Team ending up off of the podium with each 3 of their cars. Free Racing were 5th, SIM3D Racing were 7th. SPR Esports didn't make the flag, I'm afraid. Well, that is it, Zach, for the 6 hours of Spa. A great race, and we've got 12 hours left of this season, starting with a 4-hour race at Monza, which is going to be chaos.
Yeah, well, Monza, in pretty much any discipline of racing, is always going to be chaos. It's particularly that first lap run down in towards the Rd4 chicane. So that certainly is one to look out for. And of course, we've got across all 3 categories a pretty spicy championship battle to frantically look out for. So yeah, that should certainly bring about a nice penultimate run. And then of course we round it off with Le Mans in, I think, towards the beginning of September. So that is again something to look forward to. It should be a pretty enthralling conclusion to what has been a pretty good season.
Absolutely, there are the standings as it looks at the moment. As I said, 11 points separates V3 Racing and RSR. Then we've got Effect Esports 32 points back. Vector by RSR should be around about 39 back. Then we got the other 55 car SPR Esports. Celeritas of 499, the top 8 now. So yeah, it's all looking relatively close, but all looking between 1 and 2 at this stage. GT3 Pro is even further spaced apart. Rd4 Esports extend that lead to 24 points ahead of RD Simsport, who hopefully will return, and Panda One as well. Orbit Motorsports Mercury move up today, as well as Twisted and Eclipse with their good finishes as well, but the gaps really do get quite large towards the bottom there. And finally, the GT3 AM standings. MSC Kuppenheim do stay in that championship lead, but only by 15 points. Twisted Racing Team, Ferrari, 303 Racing, Vulture Racing Team, and SPR Esports, everyone in between. Even Satellite fancy their chances maybe, with 2 rounds to go in this season. So there are your standings. There is your race for the 6 hours of Spa. A great race indeed. Action from start to finish, and ending here in the twilight as well. Make sure you join us at the start of August for the 4 hours of Monza coming up in a few weeks' time, the 6th of August at 7 PM UK time. Make sure you join us for that one. It will be great to see you there, and of course for the finale at Le Mans at the start of September as well. Not done here at World Series Leagues, of course. We're back again on Wednesday with the GT3 Championship, EU and US versions, so make sure you join us for that. But for now, I've been Ewan O'Leary. Alongside me have been Zach Sweeney, Alex Goldschmidt and DJ Clark, with David Christie behind the cameras all afternoon. And until we see you again at the 4 hours of Spa, at the 4 hours of Monza even, it's goodbye here from Spa.